us now pray. O Almighty God, as we have come together to begin our meeting of the Assembly, we humbly beseech you to grant to all our members the light and guidance of your Holy Spirit, that we may wisely take counsel together and come to such decisions as shall promote your glory and the well-being of all our citizens in this our land, so that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be enjoyed by all people. Grant this for the sake of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Members, you may be seated.
Oath of allegiance of a new member. Announcements by the presiding officer.
Honourable members, I have received leave of absence from today's sitting from Assemblyman Terence Baines. The leave is granted.
Assembly bills sent back from Cabinet. Assembly laws brought back from Parliament. Petitions, papers, presentation of reports from Dispute Resolution Commission, select committees. Chief Secretary's questions, questions to secretaries, questions for oral answer. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance. Statements by secretaries or assistant secretaries. Personal explanations. Introduction of bills. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Assembly and moved by a secretary or assistant secretary. Public business. Motion.
Honourable members, the question proposed is, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of review and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, copies of which were laid on the table at a earlier stage of the proceedings. Minority Leader, you may now join this debate.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, Chief Secretary in his absence, secretaries and assistant secretaries, my colleague, Minority Councillor, Assemblyman for Roxborough Argyle, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the viewing and listening public, a pleasant good morning. Once again, I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise in this chamber and contribute to a matter of critical importance to the people of Tobago. Let me begin by congratulating the Secretary of Finance on the historic presentation of her first budget in this August chamber. I note that she has occupied the office for only 1 year, but it is evident that she has taken a page from her predecessor's book when it comes to budget statement presentations. However, I must say, she has managed to surpass him, not in substance, but in style, delivering what perhaps might just be defined as the most vague and vacuous statement ever to grace this House. This is the final budget statement for this administration's term, a budget that they claim reflects their stewardship over the past 3.5 years. Madam Presiding Officer, it was not unreasonable to expect an honest assessment of their performance for the period under review. We did not get that. What we got was a false approbation. It was political maneuvering, arguably an attempt to mask non-performance and underperformance with grand promises and inflated headlines. Tobago is indeed a beautiful island with immense potential. However, after 4 years under this administration, we must ask ourselves the very sobering questions. Are Tobagonians better off today than they were 4 years ago? Has the island progressed? Where are we in relation to the acceptable economic standards and indicators? Madam Presiding Officer, aren't we going up the down escalator? From where I stand, what I've seen is not an evolution of good governance with appropriate accountability and transparency, but rather a disturbing pattern of waste, mismanagement, indifference, and inefficiency. But before I get into the substance of this review, allow me to speak plainly to the people of Tobago, not only as the minority leader, but as your son, as your neighbor, as your brother. I understand the frustration because I too have walked the difficult road. I know what it means to go without. I know the pains of parents stretching one meal into 3. I know the anxiety of young people desperate for opportunities and the quiet sacrifices families are making in silence. So when I speak, Madam Presiding Officer, I do so not from a place of political convenience, but from a lived reality that still shapes my conscience and my commitment. I carry your struggles into this chamber, and I carry your hopes too. Because I still believe in Tobago. I believe in our people, in our resilience, and in our ability to rise, if only we are given the right leadership, the right plan, and the right heart at the helm. Sadly, this budget does not rise to that moment. This budget lacks depth. It lacks clarity. It is limited on specifics. Above all, it lacks a clear pathway for growth and prosperity for the people of this island. It is not a blueprint for progress. It is a masterclass in missed opportunities. Actually, Madam Presiding Officer, it is a code blue budget. This code blue budget presented by the Finance Secretary of 1 year should really be entitled Accelerating Tobago's Economic Decline Anchored in Fiscal Stagnation. Madam Presiding Officer, in delimiting my response, I shall treat with the scant economic data presented, address the non-realization of stated promises during the last 4 years, speak to the harsh realities embedded within this budget, systematically debunk the misleading narratives presented by the administration whilst offering Tobagonians vision for real growth and a sustainable economic future. Madam Presiding Officer, last year, I was forced to point out to this administration who was being less than forthright with its statistical information. The Secretary of Finance, in his presentation last year, stated that the GDP for 2023 was 1.66 billion, up from 1.65 billion in 2022, in his attempt to claim that there was a growth of 1%. I had to remind him, Madam Presiding Officer, that by their own admission, they had inherited a GDP from the previous PNM administration of $1.68 billion. And therefore, if 2 years later, they were recording a GDP of 1.66 billion, then there was absolutely no growth. In fact, there was a decline. They attempted to present an alternate reality, Madam Presiding Officer, and lo and behold, in this year's presentation, the current secretary has stated that the GDP for 2024 was $1.71 billion. Madam Presiding Officer, this would suggest a 4% growth in 1 year. Madam Presiding Officer, but these figures are suspect at best. Madam Presiding Officer, Trinidad and Tobago as a country did not achieve a 4% growth in 2024. A key sector, which is construction, is in significant decline. So where is this growth coming from? They claim that they have been underfunded by the central government, yet they can boast that the government spending on financial services were the major components of the increase. So which is it? Is it that you're underfunded or that you're just wasting the resources? The administration's policy is to use their survey of business establishments as a basis for recording and calculating its GDP. Madam Presiding Officer, I reiterate, to measure the GDP purely from the establishment survey side of the ledger is inadequate. This is the supply side. One also needs to know what households are doing, because one needs to estimate consumption, investment, exports, imports, and of course, government spending. This is on the demand side, Madam Presiding Officer. The final piece of the equation is the income distribution side. Madam Presiding Officer, for the avoidance of doubt, GDP estimates use three approaches: output, expenditure, and income. Data for GDP estimates are sourced from survey and administrative sources, which are used in the compilation of individual components of GDP. Having engineered the collapse of Tobago's economy in 2022 and 2023, they would want us to believe that they have generated growth in 2024. However, a recent Guardian article of Monday, 23 June 2025, economist Dr. Vanus James stated, Tobago's economy has already collapsed, and says that the Assembly must use this budget to set a new direction and not repeat the same mistakes. They have clearly not listened to the learned gentleman. This budget, as I have said before, is vacuous and even superfluous. The only difference from the preceding budget was one of style, absolutely no substance. Madam Presiding Officer, we have grown used to hearing this administration repeat the same tired line, that they inherited $1 billion in debt. But what is curious, Madam Presiding Officer, is that that figure keeps changing. First, it was $700 million, then we heard $900 million, and now suddenly it is $1 billion. So, which is it? Furthermore, they have never provided a listing of the specific details of this debt. Who do we owe, and for what? As a matter of fact, Madam Presiding Officer, the issue of debt in any government is not new nor historic, as governance is a continuum. Even the PNM, when it first came into office, had to manage a mounting of debt. The difference is we managed. The business community, contractors, the Chamber of Commerce, THA employees, everybody is fed up of the same broken record from 2021 to now. The question is, when is this administration going to man up or woman up, or just get up and get the job done? Stop making excuses. The mass men are fed up. The truck men are fed up. The cultural stakeholders are fed up of excuses. Pay the people them their money. They are tired of their money sleeping out. It seems as though the only people whose money not sleeping out in this under this administration is a company called California Stockholm Limited. They're getting it before time, in advance. Madam Presiding Officer, while they paint a picture of PNM in their previous administrations not following procurement procedure. The track record of this administration is alarming. It is alarming. It's frightening, I must say. Procurement isn't just paperwork. It's the heartbeat of public trust. It determines whether roads are built, schools are repaired, ambulances arrive on time. Yes, ambulances that are working arrive on time. And whether every cent of taxpayers' money is spent to uplift the people, not to enrich the privileged few. Madam Presiding Officer, sadly, I must say, what we are seeing under this administration is not occasional missteps. It is a pattern, a deliberate, calculated erosion of our procurement safeguards. According to the Office of Procurement Regulation, several, or more than 50% of the THA divisions are non-compliant with their obligations under the law. I want to repeat that again for Tobagonians. According to the Office of the Procurement Regulation, more than 50% of THA divisions are now non-compliant with their obligations under the law. And let me name and shame some of them. Procurement offender number 1, Division of Infrastructure, and a close second, Division of Education and Division of Tourism. And of course, ambulance, the home of Ambulance Gate, the Tobago Regional Health Authorities. No surprise that they are there. But Madam Presiding Officer, let's put that into plain language. The very bodies responsible for administrating over our health, roads, schools, and economy are operating outside the legal framework meant to protect us all. And the result speaks for themselves. Under the Division of Infrastructure, $300 million, more than $300 million expended in contracts were handed out, largely to contractors from outside of Tobago. Some even with no track record, no ties to the island, not OPR registered. And at least in one case, they didn't even have any experience in road construction. Imagine a roofing contractor was given a road project. Imagine that. But predictably, it failed. So this roofing contractor was given a $54 million contract where they were being paid $2,700 per ton to install and place hot mix. And we were told that $1,400 per ton that was being paid before was corrupt. But this wicked administration went ahead and paid double the price to this contractor, $2,700 per ton.
Minority Leader, I'm going to caution you about your words describing members of this House. Please be guided by the standing orders. Continue.
I would replace wicked with heartless.
Please be cautioned. I'm cautioning you about the words that you are using. Please continue.
Madam Presiding Officer, I move on. But let me tell the people of Tobago about this very interesting contract, $54 million roofing contractor, no experience. And we were told that was an emergency road. So for some reason, that road had to happen, else Tobagonians would not survive between 2021 to 2025. But guess what? That road has not been built, and we continue to function here in Tobago. Yet, a contractor was handpicked and given a contract for $54 million to which he couldn't even start. Let that sink in, Tobago people. But, Madam Presiding Officer, I'll give you a second example that is even worse. And I've described it as the greatest procurement scandal in the history of this very 45-year-old institution called the Tobago House of Assembly. And this has to do with the procurement of some ambulances, Madam Presiding Officer. And today, for the people of Tobago, I've received from a whistleblower a dossier of documents that lays bare the case, Madam Presiding Officer, that if ever I had any doubt that there was unlawful, illegal practices involved in this procurement, these documents prove satisfy my doubts. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to share with the people of Tobago what happened. Walk them through very quickly. So, the Tobago Regional Health Authority, over time, would have recognized that the ambulance fleet was depleting and embarked on a process to acquire new ambulances. That process went ahead in 2022, and based on their evaluation, they received, the evaluation committee determined that there was no satisfactory bids, and that procurement process was closed. Curiously, the Tobago Regional Health Authority then restarted another process, and they coined it, their favorite word, emergency procurement, because they love emergencies. But the law is clear as to what is an emergency. The law says it's something that you cannot predict. You must not know. You must not have prior, it must be force majeure, like a natural disaster, something that cannot be planned for or predetermined. That is an emergency. Urgency, Madam Presiding Officer, is not an emergency according to the law. However, they went ahead and coined this an emergency procurement. And quite interestingly, this procurement process took on where quotations received from one bidder in January, then a next bidder in February, and then one more bidder comes along at the very end. So the evaluation committee continued to change, but you're treating with the same process. So different people evaluating the same thing. Yet, you have an evaluation sheet that comes to us with names, but absolutely no signature. No signature to validate that what is on this sheet is actually what took place.
Minority Leader, I'm on my feet. Please have a seat. I didn't see a notice from you to read from other documents in the House. You didn't seek permission to...
I'm not reading, I'm showing it to the public.
And I'm telling you, if you have any intent of reading from documents that you did not seek my leave for, you can't. Thanks.
I am not reading, I am simply reporting to the people of Tobago what I know as fact. Madam, and I take full responsibility for the statements I make here today. So if they have any issues, they can send me to the privileges.
Member, continue.
Thank you. Madam Presiding Officer, so, as a matter of fact, no signature on the evaluation report, but quite interestingly, the successful bidder was the bidder that submitted their bid the last. That bidder had the most expensive quote. That bidder was also the least experienced, absolutely, actually had zero experience in supplying ambulances. And quite interestingly, one of the bidders that was bypassed was the bidder who actually supplied the previous Ford ambulances and was also supplying again another Ford ambulance at $1 million TT. We had a bid coming in from Amalgamated, and they had a letter of support from North Central Regional Health Authority saying that we can confidently recommend this provider because we are utilizing their service and we have absolutely no issue. So you have a letter of support, and guess what? For those two ambulances, it was costing $14 $1.4 million, an average of $700,000 per ambulance. Madam Presiding Officer, would you believe that having all that information before them, the TRHA, who continues, and this administration who continues to tell us they do have no money, they do have no money, they do have no money, decided to take the most expensive option out of the two, the least experienced. And here it gets even more interesting. You know what the brand, the make and model that is quoted. Madam Presiding Officer, would you believe that is not what came to the shores of Trinidad and Tobago? On the quotation of this provider that was successful, they said they were supplying Isuzu brand. So of course the evaluators would have gotten excited because we all know about Isuzu in this part of the country. But like if you were shopping on Shein or Temu, what you ordered was not what was delivered and what we received. We were forced, no pun intended, the TRHA received forced ambulance vehicles. That was no way on the quotation. And what is even interesting as well, so okay, the quotation was for 2, so everybody quoted for 2. Curiously, the award of the contract was for 4 ambulances, but you quoted for 2. And we all know how economies of scales go. If I know I'm quoting for 12 ambulances, I may take down the price a little bit because economies of scale, I may be able to produce it at a cheaper price. But what they requested was 2. They awarded for 4. And at no point in time thereafter, there was any evidence of a variation to the process. But you know what happened, Madam Presiding Officer? They went ahead and purchased 12. And in purchasing 12, they didn't even receive 1. But they paid for 4 up front. Then they went again and paid for another 4. That time 2 years passed and they still didn't get 1. Madam Presiding Officer, you understand what I'm saying here? This is what this secretary over here boasted about: accountability, transparency, and good governance. If that is good governance, I don't want to see bad. And I hope, because before we are TPP or PNM, we are Tobagonians. And if you all are genuine in saying that the resources you have is not sufficient, every one of you should be extremely concerned. Because if that is not the definition of wastage and mismanagement, I do not know what is. And that's why I've coined it the greatest procurement scandal in the history of this Tobago House of Assembly. And the final thing I want to raise is that between the intervening period, January 6th to April, at some point in April, the TRHA operated without a board. And based on the laws, the TRHA Act, the CEO is only authorized to pay up to a maximum of $1 million. But curiously, a payment for the 50% down payment on 4 ambulances was made by that very same CEO. So the question we all have to ask ourselves is, who authorized that payment? Who authorized that payment? Madam Presiding Officer, the documents are here and they will be delivered to the relevant authority, and I will simply say, let the chips fall where they may. Madam Presiding Officer, I have one more example to show. And it seems that as if TRHA is a hotbed for wastage and mismanagement. That process cost the Tobagonians $25 million, by the way. $17 million for the purchase And we are also leasing in the meantime while these ambulances try to find a way to be fit for purpose. Because up to last night, I understand it broke down in Goodwood. Up to last night. While we paid 17 million, 2 years have elapsed, going on 3. We are leasing ambulances to the tune of $6 million. So we have paid 17 million and then 6 million. That is over $23 million we are spending just on the procurement and servicing of ambulances. Madam Presiding Officer, and then there's the incinerator. The incinerator, Madam Presiding Officer, because you know, in this space, the more you talk is the more you receive. And I want to thank the honest, diligent, responsible Tobagonians who are saying that they are fed up of the wastage, the mismanagement, and in fact, the corruption. And I'm receiving the information. So we received an incinerator, paid $6 million for that incinerator. Madam Presiding Officer, that incinerator came as early as it was received in Trinidad and Tobago in last year, somewhere last year, probably mid-August or so. Madam Presiding Officer, do you know since that incinerator arrived, right in Tobago, it has not been used? We have paid $6 million for an incinerator to burn biohazardous waste. And for some reason, that incinerator is not being used. But hear what's happening. While that is not being used, we are paying a company millions to burn the very biohazardous waste that we purchase an incinerator to treat with. And I understand the size of the incinerator is like a barbecue pit, meaning in terms of the volume, it burns little to nothing. Yet we are paying this provider millions. And I understand even better solutions were advanced. And the question we all have to ask ourselves, why it wasn't taken up. But when you look at the procurement to get to the person who we are leasing that service from, you would understand why. That was a sole select process, and no one knows where the process started and where it ended. But that too, Madam Presiding Officer, will be reported. Renting $300,000 a month. And what they are saying, it's supposed to be a volume-based kind of process, but they are not allowing them to measure how much, how many, what is the volume, what is the quantity that has been burnt. They are not allowing them, so they're just paying them a flat fee. So whether they burn 10 pounds of biohazardous waste or no pounds, they get $300,000 per month. We could have done by another incinerator by now. And that is what is happening, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, the list isn't exhaustive, but we have the $185 million housing project awarded to a contractor who failed on a design-build finance at Lamy Road. So you failed to build a $25 million road, but we reward you with $185 million. And that is how we are treating with procurement in this administration. What is happening with the Bloody Bay Blue Food Village? Last time I checked, still unfinished. We all remember the stage in the sea. Almost $3 million built. Contractor, how did you get the contractor? No process. Just call somebody to put on boulders. And that is how procurement is done. No study. I asked for the study since 2022. I was promised that we'll get the coastal study that informed the design. Up to this day, we have not received that study. Yet we spent $3 million of taxpayers' money on a stage to nowhere that is washing away with the sea slowly but surely. And then, of course, you will recall I raised issues with the school repair program that is being managed at EID Cut. And then the questions with the rent and lease. How did we move from $10 million to $30 million in 1 year? How? And this is the same administration that is telling us day on, day in, they have no money. Every one of these tells the same story, Madam Presiding Officer. No competition, no transparency, no accountability. What's really at stake? When procurement is compromised, it's not just money we lose its trust, its opportunity, and its hope, Madam Presiding Officer. Young Tobagonians want jobs. Young Tobagonians want jobs, Madam Presiding Officer. Contractors, local-based Tobago contractors want a fair shot. Nurses and healthcare providers want their equipment. Parents want safe schools. But instead of getting value for money, they are getting slick PR, poor delivery, and billions disappearing with no meaningful impact. This is the tragedy of this administration's procurement legacy. Not just that they broke the rules, Madam Presiding Officer, but they broke the trust of the very people who voted for change. So I know they would come, they would try to say that the PNM did this and the PNM did that, but ultimately what you must remember is that the people voted for change, not exchange. Madam Presiding Officer, what I pledge to the people of Tobago is that we will not let these procurement infractions go unchallenged. And at every turn and at every opportunity, once I have the information, we would send them to the relevant lawful places where we can have independent investigations, such as the Office of the Procurement Regulation, the Auditor General Office, and the TTPS, especially the ACIB. The ACIB is very interested in what is happening in Tobago right now. Because Tobago deserves better. Tobago deserves better leadership that follows the law, respect the people, and deliver results with no excuses. And Madam Presiding Officer, you know, while they inflate the debt and they talk about to suit their narrative, while they inflate the debt to suit their narrative, Madam Presiding Officer, what they never acknowledge is the real legacy they inherited, a legacy of delivery by the PNM. Say what you want about the PNM, we're not perfect, we made mistakes, but the legacy left behind was not just liability like you'll want the people of Tobago to believe, not just the whatever figure you all quote. It wasn't just that. It was capacity, tangible long-term investment, such as the Cove Eco-Industrial Park, the Studley Park Enterprise Limited, as examples that they now benefit from, Madam Presiding Officer, even as they pretend that they are the architects. Madam Presiding Officer, I will now demonstrate to them and the people of Tobago of what real delivery looks like. The PNM created a land bank worth billions. Let me repeat that. The PNM, through its deliberate policy of acquiring Tobago indigenous estates, created a land bank of over billions, including Pigeon Point, Corland, Friendship, Culloden, and Adelphi estates. We formed the Tobago Tourism Agency, which laid the foundation for structured professional destination marketing and product development. We revitalized the THTI, thereby ensuring our young people had a pipeline into hospitality and tourism sector, as well as using it as a strategic platform for laying the foundation for the University of Tobago. Housing development at Roxborough, Blenheim, and Adventure, plus land distribution at Corland, Belgarden, Shervan, and Friendship, delivering dignity and ownership to Tobagonians. Madam Presiding Officer, we built the Shore Park Multipurpose Complex, a flagship facility for cultural expressions, performing arts, and indoor sport. Never mind, it is the best thing since sliced bread for the Chief Secretary office. We built modern police stations, Madam Presiding Officer, at Shervan and Roxborough, as well as a spanking new fire station in the member for Roxborough Argyle's district at Roxborough, ensuring security and public safety in underserved areas. Let us not forget the construction, groundbreaking construction of the Roxborough Hospital, which is a vital expansion in healthcare access, especially for the people residing on the eastern side of Tobago. And Madam Presiding Officer, the A&R Robinson International Airport Terminal, the most significant infrastructural project in Tobago in decades. Let me repeat that. The A&R Robinson International Airport Terminal, do your analysis, do your math. It is the most significant infrastructural project in Tobago in decades. And that is an undisputed fact, championed and delivered by a PNM administration at the national level. The same PNM that all are saying don't like Tobago. The same PNM that all are saying wicked. The same PNM placed Tobago's tourism interests first. Madam Presiding Officer, if this is what they call nothing, if this is what you are calling nothing, because that is what you hear from them, all this I just listed, they are saying to Tobagonians, comes down to nothing. And if they are saying this is nothing, I challenge them, Madam Presiding Officer, to match it, to top it, and to even beat it. After nearly 4 years in office and over $10 billion spent, Madam Presiding Officer, there is not one transformational project that I personally can recall, conceived, funded, and delivered on their own. Not one. That finish, eh? What they have done is rename things, rebrand the institutions, recommission our achievements, and then claim credit in press releases and photo ops. They don't even have the courtesy to invite us. They haven't built anything. They have borrowed both credit and credibility. Madam Presiding Officer, while the PNM was laying the physical, social, and economic foundation for a modern Tobago, this administration has been quite busy laying blame. The difference is clear. The PNM delivered with vision, with discipline, while husbanding its limited financial resources. What they have done, Madam Presiding Officer, is deliver sound bites, slogans, and excuses, and of course, shape the narrative. Madam Presiding Officer, just imagine this overzealous Secretary of Finance has the unmitigated gall under Section 1.7 of a budget document to state that their administration was able to achieve in 3.5 years what PNM administration did not do in 21 years. Nothing could be further from the truth. It is a statement bordering on being political hyperbolic and misleading. Let's separate the facts from their fanciful imagination. In the first budget presentation, this is what they said that they were going to do in respect of schools construction. They said they were going to complete all of the pre-construction works and requirements for the construction of the new Scarborough Secondary Smart School at Bacolet. They even placed a sign there, Madam Presiding Officer. They said they were going to complete the assessment of the other secondary schools for the upgrade to Smart School designation. They said they were going to develop and design a plan for the construction of a new special school for students in the speech, language, and hearing impairment issues. They also said that they were going to construct a school for the deaf. As we gather here today, none of the above has occurred. Additionally, Madam Presiding Officer, no mention in their 4-year review presentation was made of these projects. So the question, and I hope the Secretary for Education can address, is what is happening with these projects that was not listed as priority in the presentation of the Secretary for Finance. But let's briefly look at PNM's record in respect of the construction of schools and the investment of our education system. The PNM constructed the Mason Hall Secondary School. We constructed, yes, we go and check the headstone. we constructed the Goodwood Secondary School. I know the delivery hurt. We constructed the Speyside Secondary School. And to my alma mater, they upgraded the Bishop's High School. They built the brand new Scarborough Methodist Primary School. They built the St. Andrews Anglican Primary School, the Scarborough RC School, upgrades to primary school across the length and breadth of Tobago, the Wim Anglican Primary School, upgrades to Hope Anglican Primary School, upgrades to Plymouth Anglican Primary School. Madam Presiding Officer, the list is not an exhaustive one. Madam Presiding Officer, in terms of public buildings, I shall identify to you some of their proposed plans to construct public buildings. Some of these were construction of the Tobago cruise ship berths, construction of the entomology lab, construction of 2 market/food hubs, one in Mason Hall and one in Roxborough, construction of the veterinary diagnostic laboratory to cater to the health needs of livestock on the island, construction of a $300 million water park at Friendship Estate by Synergy Water. Construction will begin on a 500-room 5-star hotel at Killigwin in October of 2023. Construction of the city of Roxborough. Remember that one? Remember from Roxborough, Argyle? You remember the city of Roxborough? Yeah. The above-mentioned projects have all been stillborn. Under the PNM administration, Madam Presiding Officer, the following are some of the public buildings constructed: the Roxborough Administrative Complex, the Bell Garden Community Center, the Moriah Health Center, the Scarborough Health Center, the Canaan Health Center, the Scarborough Library Facility, the Victor E. Booth Financial Complex, the Scarborough Market, the Micro Malls, Adventure, Argyle, Signal Hill, Charlottesville, the multi-purpose centers, Bethesda, Lowlands, John Dale, Palliative, Buku, the Roxborough Hospital, Blackrock Pan Theatre, Buku Integrated Facility, Shore Park Cultural Complex, Kendall Aquatics Facility, the Pavilion at Pigeon Point, Shervan Office Complex, better known as Millshield, Office of the Chief Secretary Building. In addition to the above buildings that we constructed, we also did upgrades to many buildings and sites. Some of these were Scarborough Methodist Church, Fort King George Heritage Park, St. Andrews Parish Hall. You see, Madam Presiding Officer, it's important that we remind Tobagonians of what was delivered under the PNM, because if we allow those on the other side to write our history, they will write a history of nothing. Look at the list. And the member was once part of that phenomenal delivery. Member from Bagatelle Bacalet, part of the PNM that delivered all those good things to the people of Tobago. Sure you missed those days. Madam Presiding Officer, the following was some of the plans. You still have some time. Your screening finishing about next week. And I understand we have some members that would not be going back, so we may consider you all. Madam Presiding Officer, the following were some of the plans by this administration that never saw the light of day. The Friendship Connector Road, a priority project that so far we were told the contractor was not to be paid any money until the project was completed. Yet in the dead of the night, on all year's night, actually, or morning, perhaps, a check of $32 million was advanced to this very fortunate contractor. The Bad Rock Roadway Alignment and Improvement Project, which is very important, by the way. The jetty at Plymouth and Cove, the fishermen still waiting, representative for Plymouth. Jetty at Palatuvey, Arnosville Road, completion of infrastructural works on the Lammy Road to Roxborough. All of these are still undelivered. Under the P&M administration, though, Madam Presiding Officer, we delivered on several completed roads. And one of the things I can say about this, which it pleases me, because I always give the example of Wim. Wim was a village where it was basically one way in and one way out. When the P&M stepped on the scene, there are now multiple exit points out of Wim. You can go through the Center Street Road, you can go through Idlewild, you can go through Backhill, you can go through Philadelphia, and all of this was done by a very visionary P&M. So we constructed roads, Wim Crescent Connector Road, Philadelphia Connector Road, Hermitage Connector Road, Bell Garden Connector, Orange Hill Connector, Gardenside Connector, Botanic Connector, Arnosville Connector, Signal Hill Roundabout, Shore Park Roundabout, Hawkins Cure Roundabout, major rehabilitation works on 2 kilometers of the Claude Noel Highway, Lansford to Charlottesville Link Road, Smithfield Connector Road, Mason Hall to Licotow Link Road, Farm Road in Mason Hall, major road works to Mount St. George to Studley Park, Windward Road, Northside Road, Rockleyville to Providence, Easterfield Branch Road. Madam Presiding Officer, the P&M constructed the following bridges: Plymouth, Blenheim, and I remember Plymouth. Plymouth was a one-way bridge. You had to actually literally wait for the next vehicle that is coming opposite to you to enter and pass before you can enter that bridge. It was the P&M who widened and expanded that bridge to a 2-lane bridge. Blenheim, same thing. Bloody Bay, Goldsboro, Lambeau, and Thompson Bridge, Madam Presiding Officer. What bridges have you constructed in the last 3.5 years? I challenge you to name one. Madam Presiding Officer, in terms of the agricultural sector, just as in other sectors, the promises were many. The question remains, however, in respect of the following: what has been achieved? They promised the construction of abattoirs at Mason Hall and Kendall, upgrade of the tissue culture laboratory, construction of a veterinary diagnostic laboratory, the establishment of the Mason Hall and the Roxborough Food and Transportation Hub, the upgrade of tractor pool, the establishment of mega farms, establishment of the root and tuber crop planting material repository, invasive plant control program. What has happened to these programs, Madam Presiding Officer? We have heard or seen neither. Conversely, Madam Presiding Officer, under the former P&M, the following represents substantial achievements. Yes, we had challenges with the individual companies under. We had challenges. You were on one of the board, and you would have administered over one of those challenge boards. But we had challenges, and that is admitted. But we went ahead and treated with those challenges by creating TADCO. Construction of new facilities at Mount Irving, Bell Garden, Castara, Lambeau, Scarborough, Pigeon Point, Delaford, Charlottesville, and Studley Park. Reconstruction of the Scarborough Market, construction of the now famously called Food Hub building at Shore Park. We piloted a food project at Corland. Established the Youth Apprenticeship Program in Agriculture, YAPA. We introduced the Home Gardening Initiative and Eat Local campaign. Development of agricultural access roads in various areas. The strategic use of URP labor force for agricultural production. And let's talk sports, Madam Presiding Officer. As far back as 2022, they indicated plans to do the following. They said they were going to construct or complete the works at Bacolet Indoor Sporting Facility. They did also said they were going to complete the Goodwood Recreational Ground Pavilion. They said they were going to construct works at the Charlottesville community, they were going to complete the works at the Charlottesville Community Center multipurpose facility. They said they were also going to complete the installation of lights at Louisville. I think they probably on somewhere in completion of that one. They did say they would complete phase 2 construction works at the Corland Beach Sporting Arena. The first phase appears to me even incomplete, much less the second phase. Construction of a pump track at Plymouth. Renovation works on the Pembroke Youth Center, Pembroke, and I put Pembroke in inverted because the only new youth center I know in that location is at Bell Garden, but perhaps I stand guided. Madam Presiding Officer, the fencing, Madam Presiding Officer, the fencing at the Canaan Bonaccord ground. The Bell Garden field will undergo resurfacing. The Bell Garden field will undergo resurfacing. I went to play football there and all I saw was, more sheep and goat and more dirt. No resurfacing. District fund at $150,000. I am still waiting to see this district fund because, Madam Presiding Officer, in the absence of the district fund, I have before me a curious, I came into possession of a curious letter written by an assemblyman. And this assemblyman is writing to the secretary, subject request for sponsorship to host a community activity. And this assemblyman, signed by the assemblyman, is asking for $20,000 to advance his political fortunes in his district by hosting this football tournament. And based on the regulations, based on the Integrity Commission, I know one ought not use their public office to advance their private interests or political interests. And therefore, this matter will be referred to the Integrity Commission to investigate and to come to a place as to whether the assemblyman misbehaved in public office. Madam Presiding Officer, and I continue, under the PNM, we can boast of the following. We constructed upgraded hard courts in areas such as Goodwood, Roxborough, Wim, Dusty Park, Mason Hall, Montgomery, Plymouth, Mount Pleasant, Calder Hall, Signal Hill, Patience Hill, and Black Rock. Construction of the Wim Sporting Facility at Back Hill. We constructed a vision of a very dedicated Assemblyman Claudia Groom-Duke, and I continue to remind you all what was the purpose of that facility. When that facility was envisioned, the village of Wim was on. When that facility was envisioned, the village of Wim was experiencing some significant criminal activity. And therefore, the area representative, along with one Miss Melva Jofield, came together with the idea that we can advance sport and physical activity as a real tool against crime fighting. And that is the birth, that is the genesis of that multi-purpose facility that stands as the pride of Backhill and Wim. So whoever wants to come and now and take credit, I tell you, keep your hands off that project. Madam Presiding Officer, we also renovated the Sid Gray complex, construction of offices and other facilities at Shore Park. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to talk about the missed opportunities. Because you see, this administration is now requesting 5.9%. That is basically in the 5.9% of 63.5 billion. They believe the budget projected to be 63.5 billion. Listening to them, they feel that this is something to celebrate. But let's deal with the facts, Madam Presiding Officer. The projected national budget currently stands at 63.5 billion. And we saw what they received as the supplementary, only 32 million. But So at 5.9%, Tobago is asking for something around $3.71 billion. But what is curious, Madam Presiding Officer, this is the same people, the same administration that told the UNC, their friends in Trinidad, to reject a package of PNM-led autonomy bills that the PNM voted in support for, that guaranteed Tobago a minimum of 6.8% enshrined. You know what enshrined means? Into law. It is placed in law. It cannot be arbitrarily taken away. Not just for 1 year, but for continuous periods. So let's do the math. Let's do the arithmetic. 6.8% of $63.5 billion is $4.31 billion that had this administration allowed or encouraged their friends, the UNC, to vote with the PNM to pass, Tobago would have been receiving, without even having to beg, $4.318 billion, Madam Presiding Officer. Instead, they prefer to go and beg to see if they can get $3.71 billion. That's a loss of over $571 million this year alone. And you know what that means, Madam Presiding Officer? That could have built the Scarborough Secondary School. They didn't even need a loan, that extra funds. That could have done all the roads that the member for Scarborough Mount Grace has complained about. That could have treated all the marketing challenges that we have in tourism. And most of all, that could have funded education for more and more of our young Tobagonian academic students who are struggling to make ends meet in terms of paying tuition and all of that. We rejected that. Actually, let me rephrase. They rejected that, Madam Presiding Officer, in preference for, as the minister is now saying, he will consider your request. You are a situation where he would have had to, must to, bound to, give you what you wanted. But you prefer to go and beg. Let's see how that would work out for you all. Madam Presiding Officer, they traded Tobago's rightful share for political showmanship, and $571 million walked out the door with them and disappeared into thin air. Madam Presiding Officer, and this is from their leader who has already spent $10 billion in 4 years with no stadium completed, no housing boom, no youth employment revolution, and no economic transformation to show. The member for Lands for Me Palliative Space, I didn't just misstep, Madam Presiding Officer. He betrayed a generation. That is what he did. Madam Presiding Officer, this is the legacy of the billion-dollar man, the member who gives Tobago press releases when he should be giving us progress reports. The Secretary boasted that the public sector employment dropped from 70% to 54%. This would be something to celebrate if it were true. But, Madam Presiding Officer, if you admit that the private sector has not grown and the THA has employed even more persons, they said 21 persons in the 10-on, 10-off program. That statistic tells a darker truth. A key implication of this statistic is that thousands of Tobagonians have either lost their permanent jobs or have migrated. That is what the statistics is saying. What did we get in return? In excess of 2,100 low-wage, 10-off, 10-on, 10-off temporary jobs, paying our Tobago people, our dignified, valued Tobago people, something like $2,000 per month. That is what they think of the average Tobagonian. That is what Tobagonians are worth in your eyes. $2,000 per month, while your favored contractors walk away with the ham, the lamb, and the jam. Madam Presiding Officer, the numbers they parade are not signs of progress. There are symptoms of pain, agony, and despair. Every percentage drop in public sector employment under this administration represents a real person. That is the over 400 people you all terminated without just cause. And the industrial court is now dealing with those matters. And even when the industrial court gives a judgment, imagine that. And this is why, Madam Presiding Officer, I had to use strong words in describing this administration. Because after you have sent home persons who are working with the THA some beyond 10 years, and that is the only income they know, after all that, without any proper remuneration, any proper severance, when the court finally says, hey, you erred, the process you embarked on was not in keeping with proper industrial relations practices, we are ordering you to give the people some kind of severance. And this chief secretary who says, and I'll leave that alone, but the chief secretary, you have a family. You have a family, chief secretary. These people have families too. And this is how you are treating your fellow Tobagonians? Tobagonians will judge you, chief secretary. Tobagonians will remember you. Madam Presiding Officer, we were told only 22% of Tobago's labor force holds tertiary qualifications, and the secretary now aims for 30% by 2030. But once again, no plan, no articulated strategy, no details, just vague ambition couched in rehearsed rhetoric. Meanwhile, more than 75% of our local labor force still holds only primary or secondary education. That's not just a minor gap, that's a situation that requires urgent intervention. Yet, nothing is being done to address declining CXC and K performance, falling tertiary enrollment, or the increasing hopelessness among our youth. Let me be clear, Madam Presiding Officer, this is not a failure of our teachers or principals. They are doing their best with the little that they have. This is a failure of political leadership, a failure of the secretary, and a failure of this administration, Madam Presiding Officer. And while the very educators holding the system together continue to work under strain, the promises remain unfulfilled. They have said that they will regularize contract teachers. It has not happened. Gratuities are still unpaid, notwithstanding increased transfers from the National Treasury when compared to previous administrations. School maintenance still leaves a lot to be desired. Madam Presiding Officer, where is the once vocal tutor rep? Where is he? The councillor who now sits in this house and who appears to have only found his voice under the PNM administration. We ask him, respectfully that is, to find that voice again. Because the issues haven't disappeared. They remain live and relevant. They've grown even deeper, more painful, and more unacceptable. Madam Presiding Officer, perhaps the real anchor is this administration that refuses and neglects to provide the requisite visionary leadership designed to generate the quantum leap necessary for Tobagonians to take their rightful place among the world's population. But where they have failed, a PNM administration will act. We'll act swiftly and decisively because we understand what the development of our people and the education especially is about. Our new PNM administration will immediately take steps to have Cabinet create positions on teaching establishment that are currently being filled by contract teachers, thereby paving the way for these teachers to transition Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for your protection. I will be seeking some injury leave. Madam Presiding Officer, we will launch targeted interventions to lift CXC and K performance, starting in the schools that need it the most. We would expand scholarship support and technical training for students. Most importantly, we will continue the establishment of the University of Tobago, a center of academic and skills-based excellence designed by Tobagonians, for Tobagonians, as well as for foreign students. Not another empty slogan, but a serious investment in our people's potential. Because, you see, Madam Presiding Officer, we in the PNM do not see Tobagonians as votes to manage. We see them as minds to empower, families to uplift, and a future to build. Madam Presiding Officer, and while we are on the subject of missed opportunities, I find it passing strange that the Secretary made no mention of the paltry $32 million supplementary allocation from their friends in the UNC. Let us not forget, Madam Presiding Officer, this is the same Chief Secretary who, in his last two budget presentations, described previous allocations of $100 million in 2022, $60 million in 2023, and $50 million in 2024 as fiscal wickedness. Now that they have received even less from their friends, there is a deafening silence. Haven't heard one squeak from the, what he call himself, the Tobago, the King Gandhi. That is the correct phrase? We haven't heard one squeak from our dear friend from Lansfamy, Speyside, Pallitive. Madam Presiding Officer, as Minority Leader, I say this respectfully but firmly to the Chief Secretary. The least I expect from you, Mr. Chief Secretary, and your supporters is the same energy you all had for the central government under the PNM when those previous allocations were made. Just keep that same energy. Just keep the same energy. Because with friends like these, with friends like those that you are keeping in Trinidad, who needs enemies? Madam Presiding Officer, perhaps the real anchor holding back this island is not our geography or our size, but an administration that refuses to lead with vision and conviction. Madam Presiding Officer, let us talk about the missed opportunities in tourism and the creative arts. We've heard once again that tourism is a top priority. But after 4 years, what do we have to show? There's no new hotels, no expanded airlift, no major brand partnership, no new sites and attraction, no transformation, just talk. And the numbers speak volumes, Madam Presiding Officer. Air arrivals for the period up January to April is down by 3.3%. Sea arrivals, Madam Presiding Officer, down by 7.1%. International arrivals, down by 9.8%. Even cruise arrivals, which we used to be bombarded by every month, you're getting a new historic, groundbreaking arrivals. This is down by a whopping 46.1%. Over 33,000 passengers lost. That is the legacy of our very washed councillor and secretary. Washed, not unwashed, washed.
Members?
Yeah, washed.
Members.
These aren't seasonal dips. This is the collapse of a sector under failed leadership. TTL was constructively dismantled. Just imagine, we let out of our hands one of the most qualified tourism CEOs in the entire Caribbean. That gentleman that was unceremoniously frustrated out of TTL is now back in his homeland, driving tourism numbers in St. Lucia. Just imagine that. And what is left for Tobago? We have been floundering like Dora the Explorer, looking for a CEO and only acting after acting. We were told since 2023 of May that a CEO will be confirmed. We are now in 2025 of June. And the lowest hanging fruit, which is just to find a proper CEO, even that the secretary couldn't achieve. Even that. We are still using actors in the sector that we say will make Tobago the greatest little island. Are we really serious, or are we just playing? Muddy pot, perhaps? Madam Presiding Officer, we have spent millions on overseas expos like ITB, Berlin, WTM, etc. And with little returns. You see more photo ops and more headlines than real results. Contrast that, because I know she would want to raise it. I served on the Tourism Agency Board along with my colleague during the period 2018 to 2019, and Councillor served from 2019, I believe, to 2021 or so about. And of course, we know the COVID period, but I want you all to check the numbers. Look at the numbers. Numbers don't lie. You would see a year-on increase in all the major source markets. And what was quite interesting, we're able to tap into new markets, such as Canada. We moved the Canada market from 2% before 2017 to a whopping 289% increase in arrivals because we were able to find new airlift. That is something the Secretary can't boast of. And that is the legacy that I know I can boast of. Madam Presiding Officer, so if you want to talk about previous before me, you can go ahead. But I can tell you what happened when I was there. Madam Presiding Officer, under the PNM, you had KLM. KLM was actually looking at Tobago and not Trinidad. You had AM Resorts, that 5-star resort that carries Dream that is now twinned with Hyatt. They were looking to take over the Magdalena, and COVID came. And of course, we had the failed Sanders bill, which the Chief Secretary is now begging and pleading, asking them why you're not coming back to talk to us. Perhaps they say sometimes, opportunity missed may never return. Perhaps that might just be the legacy, the Sanders story. Madam Presiding Officer, and of course, even at Turtle Beach, Starfish, remember Starfish? They bought Turtle Beach and they were looking to expand on the other side by bringing to Tobago a royal ton. And then of course, down at same Killigwin, there was also the idea of a silver sands. All that was happening. The industry was buoyant. And even that project I know the Chief Secretary and they would gloat about going on up at Argyle, that sod was turned during the period of 2018-2019. Check your records. Airlift was at its highest. This was action because we had professional people serving on the board. The chairman was at a UWI professor. Another, the deputy chairman at UWI as well. And these were the qualified kind of professionals steering Tobago's tourism development. Compare that to what we have now. I ask you to do the comparison, genuine comparison. Our plan to rescue Tobago's tourism will include, we will strengthen TTAL because that is what TTAL was meant to do. It was to deal with product development, focus on that. Product development and marketing the destination. And we will get TTAL to get back to its real mandate and get the job done. Secure new international flights and charter services because there are a lot of charter arrangements and we will ensure we tap into that. Launch a global Tobago marketing campaign across the major source markets and put some focus in the North American market, especially the south of North America, Miami, Florida, Atlanta, Texas, etc. We will focus marketing in those areas and have the kind of interconnectivity that could bring you to Miami and then get you directly to Tobago. Madam Presiding Officer, develop new sites and attractions. And, when I hear them waste so much money, it pains me. Because say what you want about this zip line. That matter will treat with itself in the court. But a zip line as an attraction is a much needed addition to Tobago's ecotourism pursuits. And therefore you would think all the zip line cost is $4 million. You would think as a low-hanging fruit, That is something they would have pursued, not even that they could have delivered. Yet we are spending millions on ambulances that can't even go up a hill. Madam Presiding Officer, we would invest in community tourism and cultural experiences, develop public-private hotel and resort projects, and critically, we will invest in our Tobago people. We will introduce customer service training tied to real incentives, certification, performance-based rewards, and career advancement opportunities. Because tourism is built on people, Madam Presiding Officer, and Tobago's people must be at the center of its success. Madam Presiding Officer, Tobago's tourism is not hopeless, but it's leaderless. And where this administration has failed to act, the PNM will deliver. Madam Presiding Officer, I turn to agriculture. Big promises, bare fields, and the need for a practical revolution. We've heard again that agriculture is a priority. But after nearly 4 years, we must ask ourselves, where is the evidence of this? There's no land tenure reform, no major agro-processing initiative, no modern fisheries development, no proper support structure for small farmers, and the much-touted mega farm has turned out to be a mega myth. The Secretary has announced a bold target to increase agriculture's contribution to GDP from 1% to 6% by 2030. But, Madam Presiding Officer, bold goals mean little without clear milestones, credible strategies, or real buy-in. And when I speak to the farmers, there seems to be a disconnect between the leadership and the people on the ground. What they are saying are their challenges and not what this administration is giving focus to as priority. And one of those things is the whole issue of land tenure. Up to yesterday, a young man, Madam Presiding Officer, was calling me, asking me to beg the Chief Secretary to treat with an application he has at land management for years, to treat with serious agriculture production. And why are we still having people who are interested in agriculture having to beg for land? We should by now have a clear program that treats with the distribution of agricultural lands for farmers who want to do agriculture. And especially for young people, Madam Presiding Officer, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The PNM administration recently created a very progressive initiative, the Youth Agriculture Homestead Program, that we can just curtail it to Tobago and ensure that we encourage young people along a pathway of farming where they are properly supported. Madam Presiding Officer, we have all these fancy things. We are hearing TARI, we're hearing all kinds of things. But the results are not reflected in the investment. Because if we are still at a situation where we can't even report agriculture by itself, and Tobago used to be the breadbasket of Trinidad and Tobago, yet the contribution of agriculture to Tobago's GDP is so small that we have to bulk it with manufacturing. We will move Tobago from that. We'll move beyond the talk and finally give agriculture the kind of attention that it deserves. There's a young man, very ambitious, took the risk, millions spent, to ensure that he can produce poultry to feed all of Tobago and export as well to Trinidad. Yet, the young man is knocking on doors. All he needs, we just launched a loan guarantee program. He should have been the first person you all call in. But yet he's getting sleepless nights because he has mortgaged all his assets. And all he needs is some support. We will provide that support to persons like himself going forward. Madam Presiding Officer, and what about agricultural zoning for smart production? We will designate zones across Tobago for crop-specific cultivation so that areas become known for targeted produce, like root crops, herbs, vegetables, or fruits, like you see in St. Lucia. When you're driving along certain areas in St. Lucia, you can tell that that area is zoned for bananas, and then pumpkins, etc., because all you would see is acres and acres and acres of bananas. And therefore, we can do that in Tobago as well. We are known for the best dasheen in the entire Caribbean. Why aren't we making a clear zone up in my good friend Mason Hall district there and have that area zoned as the zone for blue dasheen? Madam Presiding Officer, and it also treats with economies of scale, specialized extension support, etc. Madam Presiding Officer, we will deal with farm-to-table success because we will partner with TATCO to develop direct farm-to-market pipelines. We'll formalize purchase agreements between farmers and institutional buyers, like the hotels, giving farmers stable and guaranteed market and income. We will incentivize and we will ensure that there are inputs where we will subsidize tools, seeds, irrigation, and cold storage. And we will reduce the payment schedule because that is something that is a big problem at TATCO, where TATCO is owing suppliers and providers of services for months. And these are small providers who have to wait sometime beyond the 30 days. I recall when TATCO did that contract farming, one farmer had to wait for almost 6 months. 6 months, Madam Presiding Officer, that is unacceptable. Madam Presiding Officer, I'm here in crosstalk. Can you protect me from the Secretary of Agriculture, please? Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. Madam Presiding Officer, I turn to infrastructure. In fact, let me treat with the fisher folk as well. Just recently, I buy my fish at the Scarborough fishing facility. Madam Presiding Officer, I went there about 6:30 p.m. and I recognized that the gentleman had to take his phone and he turned it into a torchlight. So I asked him, I said, why are you not turning on the light switch? Why are you forcing yourself to have to cut up the fish in this darkness? He said for months, something as simple as changing some bulbs have not been done, even though the division is well away. And this is the kind of simple fix that even that they can't fix. Some lights, Madam Presiding Officer. So the fisher folk, they have challenges. And we will revitalize the fishery sector because we will provide and upgrade their landing sites and their facilities, and will create better market access for them, while encouraging value-added seafood products for export and tourism. Madam Presiding Officer, let me treat with infrastructure very quickly. This is the fourth and final presentation of this administration, and Tobagonians are shouting from every corner, thank God. Indeed, it is a time of reckoning, a final accounting of an administration that has had 4 full bites at the cherry and has now run out of excuses. See, Madam Presiding Officer, it is abundantly clear Tobago is worse off today than it was in December 2021 when this Executive Council took office. Let's stop pretending, Madam Presiding Officer. Let's stop glossing over the truth with PowerPoints, platitudes, and puffery. The construction sector in Tobago has been decimated, but not by external forces, not by any pandemic, not by any international conflict, not by any supply chain disruptions, but by the deliberate actions and inactions of this administration, spiriting away billions. What this administration do with 4 years and billions in, what have they done with the allocation? $10 billion in 4 years, Madam Presiding Officer. It starved Tobago contractors, crippled small builders, and outsourced local empowerment to Trinidad firms, while promising to build a new Tobago. This administration and their friends have been feeding on ham, lamb, and jam, while Tobagonians are given the crumbs. And not just any crumbs, Madam Presiding Officer, the stalest and the moldiest of the crumbs. Madam Presiding Officer, the Chief Secretary stood before the people of Tobago proclaiming a traffic emergency. Imagine that. In order to justify the sole selection methodology to engage their Trinidad contractor friends. The Chief Secretary loves to boast about history, and I realize the current Secretary of Finance has joined the bandwagon as well. The first traffic emergency in our history. A ruse, Madam Presiding Officer, to give out big contracts to their friends who never even built a road with Lego or Play-Doh. Contractors who specialize in building roofs and walls in Signal Hill were given hundreds of millions of dollars in contracts. They claimed they would build roads in time for the Carnival celebrations in 2022, but we're still waiting on the roads. In 2025. Madam Presiding Officer, the only thing being built here in Tobago is pure frustration. It overload, Madam Presiding Officer. The record will show the situation in Tobago is so bad that the courts had to intervene on numerous occasions to right the injustice and victimization that has become the standard operating procedure of this administration. One such case, Madam Presiding Officer, just a few months ago in March, is the High Court matter where the court had to intervene, ordering the THA to pay $18.3 million to a company called Nasvik Contractors Limited. And the court, in their judgment, chastised the Assembly, and I am stating, and these are the words of the learned judge, describing the THA's actions as careless and reckless governance. And this is taken from Newsday, March 12, 2025. These were not mere words, Madam Presiding Officer, but words of the learned judge. Reckless, yes, but also consistent with a pattern of systematic disrespect for Tobago's indigenous capacity. And if you won't take it from the Minority Council, then hear it from those who keep Tobago's private sector alive. Mr. Curtis Williams, President of the Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, issued a stinging rebuke just this month. Mr. Williams is quoted as saying, "These overdue liabilities hinder cash flow in the private sector and undermine business confidence." Newsday of June 12, 2025. This is no idle warning. It is a red flag for economic collapse. And the former chamber head, Demi-John Cruikshank, wasn't mincing words in 2023 either, when he lamented, and I quote, "Can you carry on a business for 2 years and have no money? It's unfair. We have to be begging and pleading with authorities who ought to understand what is happening." These are the words of Demi Cruikshank in a Newsday article of September 14th, 2023. The people of Tobago must now ask, what has this administration truly delivered? Beyond broken promises and budgetary illusions, what have they delivered? After over $10 billion spent by this assembly and nothing to show for it, except a beautiful stage in the sea, the Great Wall of Signal Hill, and Nutsey River in Crown Point, and the greatest disrespect and disregard of all, the 10-on and 10-off temporary make-work program. Madam Presiding Officer, this administration rode into office boasting of their great plans to turn Scarborough into a city, bright lights, skyscrapers, and underground utility corridors. All we have seen so far is the McKenna man moving the I Love Tobago sign for a whopping $200,000 and the opening of a closed store. By the way, Madam Presiding Officer, whatever happened to the Scarborough Development Plan? The Secretary of Finance, in her historic presentation, never mentioned that flagship project once. Not once, Madam Presiding Officer. Nothing about utility corridor, nothing about the skyscraper, nothing about the city, not one squawk. Apparently, all the pies in the sky have fallen out. Madam Presiding Officer, the countless complaints of Tobagonians coming into my office related to the terrible state of their roads is now overwhelming. In the history of the THA, our roads have not been so horrible. Everywhere you turn is a pothole or a sinkhole, or even a crater. Perhaps if you drive too fast, you may just end up somewhere else, may disappear. Tire shops in Tobago are making a killing, Madam Presiding Officer. No wonder the Secretary is saying that there's a growth in GDP. Perhaps it's by the tire shops. Madam Presiding Officer, the 2025-2026 draft estimates totaling $3.71 billion read like a final act of desperation. another round of announcements, allocations, and abstractions. But where is the accountability for the billions that came before? Where is the accountability for the $10 billion that you have already spent? This budget, like the ones before it, is an exercise in optics over outcomes, one set of Barbies and Kens parading up and down in fancy suits doing nothing with plenty. Let it be known, Madam Presiding Officer, that the real deadline for Tobago is not June 30th. It is prescribed months after December 6, 2025, when the people will have the final say on the direction of their island. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to touch on digital technology. We have heard a lot of noise about digital transformation, but let's be honest. For all their talk, Tobago's tech infrastructure remains stuck in the Stone Age. And Madam Presiding Officer, I just want to make case in point. There's an app called Smart, Show Me a Road Tobago. Right, Madam Presiding Officer? Big launch, thousands spent. I now move to press on this app, submit complaint now. Voila! What you get is error. Class deal props not found. And this is the administration that is telling us about their phenomenal plans for digital transformation, but a simple app which was designed for ordinary Tobagonians, for the multiple potholes as you face to take a picture and show them the road. We can't even do that. Can't even create manage an app. But you are talking about a whole heap of fancy plans and AI and big data. But you can't even deal with a basic app to function properly. In fact, Madam Presiding Officer, they talk about making the THA data-driven, but there's no digital aspect within the THA at this time, except perhaps in the Division of Health and at TRH and their medical records. Madam Presiding Officer, the Secretary proposes spending $37.4 million on digital transformation, but gave no breakdown. She gave no breakdown of no allocation for broadband access, no mention of e-government portals, no reference to cybersecurity or cloud infrastructure, no plan for staff training or public adoption. Even worse, no smart targets. I think that is a word made famous by our member for Bell Garden. No digital uptake goals, no baseline, no KPIs, just vague. Again, Madam Presiding Officer, just vague aspirations. PNM's vision, Madam Presiding Officer, is for, here what we will do. We'll deliver digital infrastructure where the people need it. We'll partner with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and AI to expand community digital hubs across Tobago in community centers and libraries, offering free Wi-Fi access to devices, basic IT support. This will bridge the access divide and empower citizens, especially the youth and the elderly. Wi-Fi access and digital nomad zones will expand public Wi-Fi hotspots across the island, develop zones for digital nomads to work remotely in Tobago, integrating tourism with digital infrastructure. Digitization of government services, Madam Presiding Officer, also setting up cybersecurity and data governance. We will establish a cybersecurity unit and invest in cloud storage and privacy protocols to protect citizen data before we collect it. Digital literacy, workforce upskilling. We will launch coding boot camps, certification programs for public servants, and the goal is to train and certify 1,500 digital-ready staff by 2028. Accountability through a digital steering committee. We will form a digital transformation steering committee to track service delivery, timelines, user satisfaction, cybersecurity breaches, and of course, we'll ensure that the necessary budget is allocated to support these initiatives. Madam Presiding Officer, and as I wrap up, I want to treat with human capital. Madam Presiding Officer, when the Secretary of Finance lists human capital development, and she didn't put youth empowerment and sport as a priority in that sector, but I will add them. There was no evidence of, again, any real measurement system to track return on investment. Because what we have seen is not development, but neglect, inconsistency, and inaction. Despite big headlines, the budget provides no comprehensive plan to train our people, support our youth, or invest in sporting excellence. These are not side issues. They are pillars of national prosperity and community pride. Let me outline the shortcomings of the current administration's approach and then present the PNM's practical people-centered plan. The Secretary claims to prioritize workforce development, yet gratuities for contract workers remain unpaid for months. I know in the Division of Education there are people waiting years. Madam Presiding Officer, let me repeat that. There are contract workers in divisions waiting years for their payment of contract gratuities. Madam Presiding Officer, I have been inundated by calls from the Department of Sport where it has gotten so bad that there's even claims of a racket because you now have to try to get who is number 11 trying to get ahead of the line because it has gotten so bad. People, we are not prioritizing the payment of gratuities, and that is an injustice to the hard-working public servants. Madam Presiding Officer, there's no framework to identify, attract, and retain skilled professionals returning to Tobago. No plan was announced for regularizing the 10-on, 10-off temporary workers. A bold ambition was stated that they will increase Tobagonians going to tertiary qualified Tobagonians from 22% to 30% by 2030. But Madam Presiding Officer, establish a gratuity clearinghouse to ensure all gratuities are paid. We will, sorry, Madam Presiding Officer. So these are the challenges, and under the PNM, we will create a gratuity clearinghouse centralized to ensure monitor and ensure all gratuities are paid within 90 days of contract completion. We'll formalize a temporary to permanent transition pathway for persons offering upskilling, appraisal, and structured promotion for THA temporary workers, launch a returning scholars job guarantee program that places Tobago-born graduates directly into critical sectors such as education, health, ICT, engineering. We'll introduce a learn while you earn upskilling program for persons with only primary or secondary education, allowing them to train while receiving a stipend. Madam Presiding Officer, this is not just slogans, this is substance. The administration under the PNM, Madam Presiding Officer, when it comes to youth, will establish the Tobago Youth Apprenticeship and Agricultural Youth Homestead Program, modeled after the successful initiative in Trinidad, and we'll use locations such as Friendship and Goldsboro as a pilot. We'll introduce the Tobago Creative and Sports Fund to support young creatives, athletes, and entrepreneurs with grants, scholarships, and mentorship. We'll roll out the digital hubs in every district to teach coding, podcasting, digital design, and media production, designed specifically for youth engagement and employment. And when it comes to sport, Madam Presiding Officer, athletes have been abandoned. Our facilities, and case in point, I had to call my colleague because, Madam Presiding Officer, it's unacceptable that in this day and age where the division actually invested in equipment to mark fields, you are going to utilize after the field is approved. When you go there, the field is unmarked. We should have no field in Tobago. We should not have to go through that where it's not match ready. All our fields should be match ready, and there's no excuse. Madam Presiding Officer, we will ensure that there's proper maintenance and management of all sporting facilities. Madam Presiding Officer, we will launch the Elite Athlete Development Program, offering continuous training, dietary support, and travel grants. We will rehabilitate and upgrade existing sporting facilities, and we will look at giving priority to the construction of a cricket stadium and a motorsport circuit. Madam Presiding Officer, human development will also provide equipment grants, medical support, and local coaching certification, because you have to have the coaches if you want to take from at the grassroots level if you want to develop sport. Madam Presiding Officer, human development isn't a footnote. It's the main chapter in any successful society. This administration has had 4 years, 4 budgets, and yet the youth are underserved, workers unpaid, scholars unrecognized, and athletes unsupported. The PNM is offering more than promises. We are offering real programs, policies, and platforms. As I close, I wish to first extend my heartfelt gratitude to the hundreds of Tobagonians who contributed meaningfully to the preparation of this budget response. Whether you participated in our online surveys, attended our in-person consultations, offered written submissions, or simply lent your voice to the conversation, your engagement has been invaluable. To my team, the dedicated staff who worked tirelessly to compile this presentation, notwithstanding the challenges, I didn't even have ink. That is how things bad. I didn't even have ink to print my speech today. So I'm using the digital technology that the PNM will bring to this next THA administration. Madam Presiding Officer, I express to these volunteers who supported us with data and analysis my expressed and sincerest thanks and gratitude. This response is as much yours as it is mine. Madam Presiding Officer, over the past 4 years, Tobago has received over $10 billion. And yet we find ourselves not on the path to prosperity, but anchored in stagnation. The metaphor of the anchor is apt. While it serves to steady a vessel, it never lifts. The vessel is never lifted. It can also prevent it from moving forward. If never lifts, Madam Presiding Officer, while the metaphor of the anchor is apt, while it serves to steady a vessel, if never lifted, it can also prevent it from moving forward. Tobago is weighed down, not by a lack of potential, but by a failure of leadership and management. The time has come for us as a people to make a decisive choice, to cut loose the anchor of mismanagement and misdirection and set sail towards real growth, equity, and hope. I must also take a moment to speak as a proud member of the People's National Movement. Yes, the PNM is going through a period of necessary transition, both in Trinidad and here in Tobago. We are not out of government because the electorate failed us, but because we failed to adequately meet the demands of the people in some instances. And we accept that, and we sincerely apologize for any instance where we may not have lived up to the expectations of our Tobago people. We have heard you, Tobagonians. We are having the difficult conversations. We are doing the introspection. We are choosing to be better. It is in that spirit that the PNM presents a comprehensive, people-centered alternative, not rooted in personality or power, but in purpose and principle. We are ensuring that the people we offer for leadership in Tobago are not self-centered, but self-oriented. This is our commitment to you, the people of Tobago. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Darrell Spring Wim, our loyal and ardent supporters, for allowing me the distinct honor of serving not only as their assemblyman, but also as minority leader. It is a responsibility I carry with humility and dedication. Now, I expect that in the response of this presentation, there will be attempts to revisit past PNM administrations, and that is fine. But let us be clear. The PNM is in opposition today because the people held us accountable, and we accepted that judgment. That is precisely what this current administration must also prepare to face. And I say to my colleagues on the other side, if you are aware of wrongdoing under previous administration, then do as I have done. Submit the evidence to the relevant authorities. Let the institutions of justice do their work. Because after 4 years, if you cannot come to this house, as I have done, with facts, documents, and call for investigations, then all you are offering is political hot air. And Tobago deserves better. As we approach the next election, I urge every Tobagonian to remember this. This is not just about parties, it is about progress. It is about whether we remain anchored or finally begin to move forward. I say, let us cut loose the anchor stagnating Tobago. Let us choose accountability. Let us choose vision. Let us choose Tobago first. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to thank you and thank the people of Tobago, and may God continue to bless our island and our country, Trinidad and Tobago.
Member for Palatine and Smith Speyside, you may now join this debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer and esteemed members of this House. Today, Madam Presiding Officer, I rise with great pride and full support for the fiscal measures as outlined in the budget presentation laid in this House for the first time by a Tobago woman for fiscal year 2025-2026. Madam Presiding Officer, that budget presentation, as presented by Councillor and Secretary for Finance, Trade and Economy, was not merely an account of figures and allocation. It was actually a very bold articulation of vision, of discipline, and responsiveness to the needs of our people. This, Madam Presiding Officer, is a people-centered budget. It is a Tobago-centered budget. It is a budget that reflects the heartbeat of our island and the rhythm of our collective aspirations. From the very onset, Madam Presiding Officer, this administration committed itself to building stronger, more resilient Tobago, one that is economically, socially, and institutionally strengthened. Today, Secretary Roberts has demonstrated that our commitment has not wavered one bit. She presented a financial plan that balances pragmatism with ambition, one that confronts the realities of our current economic climate, which boldly invests in Tobago's transformation, from youth development to tourism revitalization, from housing expansion to food security. This budget reflects, reveals that we care about every single household, every single community, every single child. But Madam Presiding Officer, as we heard at the opening of the debate today, and as we heard from the member for Darrell Spring Wim, you know, we could practically predict the speech. I mean, it's perhaps written from PNM GPT. And so it has been regurgitated for the last 4 years. And if we listen to the member opposite, one will swear that the PNM now come. One will swear that the party was just founded this morning. One would swear that somehow they are now for the first time projecting on Tobago things that should be done to alleviate the pain, the problems, the challenges we face as an island. But you see, PNM is synonymous with hypocrisy. And if hypocrisy has a color, it will be red. Because one will not imagine that they had 21 unbroken years, including the fact that during that time, they had one term, full term, where they controlled every single seat in this house. And during that time, for only once, there was a different government in Port of Spain. And yet, the member comes today positing and posturing as though magically they did not exist, trying to erase history, rewrite it, and pretend as though we should accomplish every single thing they failed to accomplish in 21 years in 3.5 years. Let's do the math. It's 21 versus 3.5 years. And if we compare the 21 to 3.5 years, this administration has done significantly better than their 21 years. And I will show you that in a while. But I want to correct some misinformation. I am not sure who advised the member opposite on how we went about calculating GDP, or even how GDP is calculated. Because it's evident that the goodly gentleman does not know. And I will assume that someone with postgraduate studies in international relations would have done economics. I did international relations, and economics is actually one of the areas you have to cover under international relations, both micro and macro and international political economy. You must cover it. And so the golden member, I don't want to believe, deliberately misled the House and the people of Tobago, but he should be aware of how GDP is calculated. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority leader attempted to question the validity of the GDP data presented in the budget statement. It's overly surprising that he would take such a position when this is the same methodology which has been used since 2011 when his party was in power. In other words, we have not changed the arithmetic. We have not changed the methodology. They use the same methodology to calculate GDP. So how come it was right then, from 2011 to December 2021, and all of a sudden, the same arithmetic is wrong now for calculating GDP? Remember I told you P&M equals hypocrisy. The same methodology. The estimates of gross domestic product for Tobago are generated using a hybrid strategy developed by two former senior employees of the Central Statistical Office with extensive experience in calculating the national GDP, who worked collaboratively with the staff of the Economic Management and Research Unit at the Division of Finance. The minority leader, he didn't have any issue in the previous years. In fact, they campaigned on those GDP growths that they had in the previous years. In fact, sometimes he comes here and attempts to compare our growth to their growth. But today we use the same method to calculate, and it's wrong today, but it was right yesterday. This strategy accounts for the unique data infrastructure and challenges facing Tobago by combining the three approaches to calculate GDP. Expenditure method, where administrator data is available. Income method for non-market output sectors. And output production method, where a representative sample can be effectively surveyed via the survey of business establishments. So it's a combination of those three. And that is reasonable, Madam Presiding Officer. The minority leader gave the impression that it is only data from the survey of business establishment that was used to calculate GDP. And that is not true. That is incorrect. But again, if you cannot understand it, you cannot cross it, Madam Presiding Officer. And one should not be surprised, because what we have been getting from a loud and mostly inarticulate minority across the island is a sense that perhaps after 44 years of the THA being here in Tobago, that many people miss a lot of days in school. And that people who are functionally illiterate somehow are given a soapbox to mouth off without understanding facts and understanding how things work. You are supposed to be the alternative government, and you don't even know how the GDP is calculated. First major error, first untruth peddled. And then the member opposite proceeded to say, well, here know how much the debt is. And it's interesting because he made a lot of talk about contractors not being paid. What he has not said to the people of Tobago are the contractors that they did not pay, that they now want us to find a way to pay off all in a jiffy. It's not we that contract them, you know. They contracted them. They did not pay them and want them to be paid off in total immediately. So let me repeat what the figures are. Because in January 2022, in fact, on the 7th of January 2022, at a special sitting in this house, I stood here and I gave quite clearly what the liabilities at that time was for the people of Tobago. And that liability, Madam Presiding Officer, let me read it again. And hopefully the Minority Council could write them down. And we could add it up. As at January 7, 2022, total liabilities, and this is development liabilities. This does not include liabilities for gratuities or liabilities on the recurrent side. This is development liabilities. Stood at $737,321.55. That's the first big number. The second, Madam Presiding Officer, is that the THA have a bond financing arrangement for which in a few years from now, we have to find in bulk to pay off in one go, not piece, in one go, $215,820,605.64. And that debt is also a development expenditure debt, generated debt. And so when we add those two figures together, Madam Presiding Officer, we get a total inherited development debt of $953,887,927. In fact, I said in January of 2022 that our debt fell just below $1 billion. The media took it and said our debt was $1 billion. But the truth is, if we had to add our recurrent debts to it, the overtime, the gratuity, the increments, things that we owe light bill. And I heard talk in the space about the light bill and health. You know how much was inherited light bill at Shaw Park Complex? $10 million. $10 million. When I came into office, I had to via monies. And the Secretary of Finance was then the management accountant, and she could bear me witness. When I came into office, at the close of the first financial year, I had to via money like crazy from Farmland Development Program to pay off the phone bill in OCS. Unpaid. But again, I'm showing you, Madam Presiding Officer, and the people of Tobago, how PNM equals hypocrisy. The member came and he attempted to present a manifesto of sorts. And I wish perhaps he had leaned on the strength of, of the member closest to him on the left, because he might have been able to produce something more substantial insofar as a dream or an ambition for Tobago. At least we would have get that. He spoke about moving contracted teachers to the establishment if they get back in power. So what happened for 21 years? I was a contracted teacher for 7 years. I did assessment from the Teaching Service Commission, passed with flying colors. After 2 years, your assessment is null and void. Guess what? No establishment done, work done, none. But you know what? Since I became Chief Secretary, there are members who worked with me in Speyside High who are now on the establishment since I became Chief Sec. So clearly there has been movement. And let me give you a big one. When Mrs. Pasal Bissessa was Prime Minister the first time, Harmon School of SDA became government assisted. Madam Presiding Officer, it pains me to say that we came into office in 2021 and not a single work done to move them on the establishment. Yet we had a PNM Prime Minister, a PNM Chief Secretary, and they could not get cabinet. They could not get cabinet to move them on the establishment. You know what has happened to people at Harmon's? Many of them have gone past 45, and now it is a question of asking the cabinet to waive that prohibition in our regulations, to allow for them to enter the service, because it has been unfair to them. The vice principal at Harmon's, the principal, you know they've been paid as contracted officers. We had to make up names for contracts and contract terms for them to this day. And yet the member comes here and behaves as though they were never in office. They didn't care about contracted teachers then. Then he spoke about scholarship support. We have spent more money in 3.5 years than any previous PNM government in 4 years on scholarships. And I say that out of your favor, that is for beating 21. At present, our figure is $16,425,394.27 to the cent. And you know what is interesting? The allocation that we get every year for scholarship support, tertiary support, is $500,000. So we have placed support for capital development. And you know why this figure has to be so high? Because the same PNM government, and perhaps it's because the former Prime Minister hated Patrick Manning, why he closed the gate. And so many of our students are no longer getting access to free tertiary education across the region. We have been filling the gap. University of Tobago, Madam Presiding Officer, there was once a plan for University of Tobago in Boku. Now horse does graze and run there. The former Chief Secretary, longest serving Chief Secretary on this island, said Tobago don't have enough people for university. When People's Partnership wanted to compulsory acquire the lands in Louisdor for university up there, they said we don't have enough people. All of a sudden they know about university. But yet he ignored the fact that we have university operations up at Kendall Farm School through TARI. Rebranded as Tobago Agricultural Research Institute, because our mandate was to have university or tertiary education operate as a satellite type of operation all across the island. You could get your degree, you could do postgraduate work up at Kendall Farm School, accredited by the University of Trinidad and Tobago. We have introduced that, not PNM. School repairs. Madam Presiding Officer, it's laughable. Last year, the government he supported in Trinidad spent $20 million for the whole of Trinidad on school repair. For hundreds of schools. You know how much we spent? $20 million as well. And we hadn't even reached 100 proper. In total, over 3.5 years, we have spent $100 million on school repairs, more than any other administration has done. That is 4 verses 21. Gratuity payments, well, it's a big one. At education alone, Madam Presiding Officer, and I want contracted teachers to hear, because up to this day, education still a gratuity for me. And it's because I don't want to be selfish. He who must lead must first serve. And I want people to go and get their money. Meanwhile, in education for my money, let people go and get their money. I know like the former Prime Minister who said my money shouldn't sleep out. Let mine sleep out. Once Tobago is getting theirs, mine could sleep out. Gratuity payments over these 3.5 years. 4 verses 21. We have spent to date at education $169,506,824.51. Almost 170 million spent on gratuity payments, more than any other administration. And what is interesting, Madam Presiding Officer, most of this debt is inherited. This is not accrued over 4 years. This is accrued over 21 years of P&M collecting allocations to gratuities and not paying the teachers the gratuities. We have been paying it off. Right now, Madam Presiding Officer, when it comes to increments, same teachers, those on the establishment, again, we have paid more than any other administration in 4 years. We have paid to date $88,235,775.75 on increments. To date, increments daily left behind. And right now, we just have outstanding increments of $4,840,858.19. Madam Presiding Officer, they're trying hard to compare 21 to 4. And at every model, every matrix they use, it shows that our 4 is superior to their whole 21. Those are the facts. I am surprised the member will come here and talk about zipline to save tourism. I'm glad he's ziplining himself out of here. Because if he's honest, he will tell the people of Tobago that after spending $4 million for a zipline, we still don't have all the parts of the zipline on island. We have so much a rope, we could tie out every boat, tie out every cow, tie out every goat, tie out every sheep, and still have more rope left. And what he will not say is that parts of the zipline were left in storage up in Miami, storage never paid for, storage seized, and so to do a zipline, you have to start from scratch. And that's why I'm insistent that the people who were paid the $4 million for this zipline pay we back with money. And the only people on island supporting the people who spirited away, to use their word, our $4 million for a zipline we never got is the P&M. Yes. Unpatriotic. And then you talk about agricultural zoning. Do you know what agricultural zoning? When we were cutting down cocoa fields left, right, and center to build all kind of things, they were considering agricultural zoning. When we were putting houses in areas that had excellent irrigation and excellent for farming and crop production, were they considering agricultural zoning? For 21 years. In 4 years, under 4 years, it was 3.5. But in under 4 years, you know what we have done? Tractor Pool have the biggest intake of equipment, new equipment. The long outstanding backlog at Tractor Pool has been reduced because of this administration. We have people waiting for 10, 11 years to get a tractor to come by them. We fix that. We fix that. They left the mess. We fix it. And then you talk about the Scarborough Development Plan. Madam Presiding Officer, When the honorable member for Scarborough, Collar Hall, and the team at Infrastructure did all the modeling, they did the testing, they did the design work, we did consultations publicly, we did consultations virtually, we did consultations in person, we met with stakeholders, and they came up with the brief. I took my time. I took resources. And even when I was at the Division of Finance then, Division of Finance photocopier run out of ink, I came by a stationery supply store neighboring here and spent my own money to pay for the rest of copies. And I sent copies of the report and the design to the Prime Minister, to the Minister of Finance, to the Minister of Planning, to the Minister of Works and Infrastructure, to the Minister of Tourism, to the Minister of Digital Transformation, every one of them. Public Utilities, every one of them. I know what the then Prime Minister did. He came up to Mason Hall and said, Farley sent him 10 pounds of paper. He ain't reading that, and the only development he's supporting in Tobago is Marriott. But you know why, Madam Presiding Officer? Because the people in Marriott are part of his 1% friends. So if they come from your 1% friends,
Member, you have 5 minutes.
If it come from your 1% friends, P&M can't support it. We sent it to them. We made the requests. Tender notices went out, Madam Presiding Officer. And all that was required was for the central government to give a commitment insofar as a sovereign guarantee. Couldn't even get a yes or a no. Couldn't get a yes or a no. But today, all of a sudden, you know that there is a Scarborough development plan. And talk about digital transformation. Digital transformation, Madam Presiding Officer. We had a whole ministry for digital transformation. And it was an epic failure. Epic failure. A set of promises from a Tobagonian at that. And I might say so-called Tobagonian. It ain't realizing Tobago up to now. As a matter of fact, what they have done is attempted to stall every digital work we have done. If Miss, the Minority Council should be aware of it, we did all the work, completed all the work, reduced the number of bank accounts down to 4, prepared for complete digital financial transformation. Guess what? Ministry of Finance sit down and say, nah, all the whole, we ain't going yet. We then had at Health, where we were preparing to move all our social services digital, meaning you don't have to come into the office to get a grant or to even apply. You come to your phone. You could go and shop with your phone. Digital. We were working with the UNCDF and the TTIFC. You know what happened? The ministry in Trinidad tell them, don't work in Tobago whole. Tobago can't be more advanced than Trinidad. So that got stopped because of them. And then they're talking about digital transformation. This government has moved our tendering process to complete digital platform, the only part of the country that is ensuring that all our procurement, our tendering is digital. And then, of course, he spoke about sports. And while God didn't bless me with athletic abilities, I was the vice president of Saidis Football Club. And I was the president of Saidis Football Club for well over 10 years. One of the top clubs on the island. You could ask the member for Lambo how much leagues they used to get. He used to coach a team two teams between Lambo and Signal Hill. And Madam Presiding Officer, you know how much games I got to and game I had to put off? You know how much times I took my parents paying from the house to mark line on the field in Speyside? You know how much nets I bought myself? So this is a long-standing issue. And it's not even because of who sits in the seat. I met with the administrator and the directors at sport a week or two ago. And when you listen to where their headspace is at, you will understand why this happens on our field. Issues of productivity. People coming to work, leaving early, and not delivering on what should be delivered. That's not new. And when motorsport is concerned, I'm happy to say to the member that we have already identified and we have already shown the Motorsport Association the lands for the circuit down at Friendship. This administration also has given the Motorsport Association an unfettered access without charge to parade ground any day of the week once it is not required by another agency or NGO to use for motorsport. And it is this administration that has facilitated for the last 2 to 3 years the closure of the Belmont Road for motorsport in Tobago. We have done more for motorsport. In fact, PNM didn't even consider it a sport. Interesting. And so, Madam Presiding Officer, with the time left, there are a few other things I wish to share. One, we have had no end of obstruction from the central government. And I hear the member about 32 million. And if anybody had asked me, and I say to you, whether I am satisfied, whether I feel it is enough, my answer will be no. And I've already said, to Prime Minister come right down, that
Member, your time has expired.
Madam Presiding Officer. My mic was on.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I beg to move that the speaking time of the member for Palataville and Semi Speyside be extended by a further 10 minutes.
Honorable members, the question is that an additional speaking time of 10 minutes be given to the member. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any against say no. The ayes have it. Please continue. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, members. And I assume the member for Roxborough, Argyle, was also trying to afford me some extra time too. So let me thank you for the very noble efforts, member. Thank you very much, my brother. Madam Presiding Officer, I was at the point of talking about the 32 million, and I was saying, if you ask anybody on this side whether we think the 32 million plus the 100 million from CAF is sufficient, we will tell you no. Because Tobago's development needs are so great that we have to be funded at a rate above every district in Trinidad in order for us to catch up. We want miracles in tourism. Our nearest competitor, Barbados, and we just saw the news where our tourism agents are working with Barbados with the flight from Germany with Condor. Barbados right next door, spending a minimum of 40 million US every year on just marketing alone. We're not even spending 10 million US on marketing. In fact, we're not even getting that. We're not even getting 10 million US to run the whole of Tital. Let me be fair. How Barbados could put their ads on shirts in Wimbledon, on jerseys in Premier League. To that visit to Rwanda you see when you're watching Premier League, that alone, Madam Presiding Officer, costs millions of pounds per year. Millions. Not even TT, pounds. And that is what we must compete with a budget that would give us between 30 and 40 million TT dollars to run the whole operations, including paying staff and doing marketing. You're talking about going world travel market. I wish Tobagonians could come. And Secretary for Tourism, I am putting out an invitation this year for the minority to send somebody with us to World Travel Organization. I want them to come and see for themselves. Come and see for themselves. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, if they come and see who we stand up against, how countries with even smaller economies than ours have boots that bigger than ours, and I say, but how would they pay for that? And when we go down, we have to beg Trinidad to come on board. Some years Trinidad tell us, we will join you. And when we reach airport, we hear Trinidad not coming again. That is what we face. And then the member is talking about contractors, and I'll say that finally before touching on some important points from OCS. Talk about contractors and decimating the contract sector. We have not done that, you know. Dishonesty has done that. Because I'm insistent that we will only pay only what we owe. And I've seen the member publicly champion a particular contractor who for this day had the equipment seized by the court for illegal quarrying, carry the same corrupt waste from Tobago to Trinidad and get catch. That is who the member opposite associates himself with. But Madam Presiding Officer, across at OCS, we have been advancing digitization for the entire THA. Our operations at the executive level is almost completely digital. A firm was engaged that is digitizing the records of the THA as we speak. And within 3 months, we will get to the point where all meetings, all the engagements can actually happen electronically. And that simple things like exec council notes can be submitted, approved, confirmed electronically. We are on the verge of launching the development pathway. It was approved. We came into office on the basis of building out the greatest little island on the planet. We sat with those 12 principles of the greatest little island on the planet. We consulted with internal clients of the THA and built out the development pathway. The website will be launched towards the end of this month so that we can now bring into the conversation the rest of Tobago. And let me show you 4 verses 21. We did not get our first development plan from the PNM until they were in the 2nd term in office. Tobago is going to get the development pathway from us in our 1st term in office that will cover Tobago for 20 years. And not only that, the CDP 2.0 expired since about 2016. They were in office for about 5 or 6 years after it expired. Not a single plan in 1 term, we're providing it. With regards to land management, which the member raised, we inherited over 400 applications at land management, just there. State Land Committee just did not review. We have been reviewing them, we have been doing interviews, and we have been placing people. The challenge remains access to surveyors. In fact, we did put out an ad for surveyors to apply for work within land management, and we did not get any hits. The surveyors who are there are junior surveyors, and they are not licensed. They are not licensed to even go out on the field without a senior. That's the situation of what we have. And so we have 1 senior surveyor from the island that we have contracted, who is there working with the junior surveyors trying to catch up with the backlog. But why do we have 400 unaddressed ones? And yet it got to say that the person applied a long time and waiting. So not even during our tenure, the person applied. Before we came into office, the person applied. We are also looking at our HR issues. And we are hoping the government can fix issues with the CPO. Because it cannot be right that we have positions approved by cabinet since 2004, still waiting to be classified. One of which is a deputy clerk of the House, classified since 2004. Several from across in the Division of Food Security, classified since 2004, up to this point. Sorry, not classified, approved by cabinet since 2004, and up to now cannot be classified. The member opposite and his friends have made very heavy weather about some ambulances on the island, and I want to address that before I close. Because many people don't understand how the procurement system works. As a matter of fact, I can tell you and tell Tobagonians that since this thing happened, way back when, and I was asked in this house whether I am doing an investigation, it's not for me to investigate. The instruction went to the TRHA since that time to send all of the procurement documents to the Office of the Procurement Regulator. Let the Office of the Procurement Regulator make a determination as to whether the procurement process was good or bad. That is where it needs to go. They are the ones that must do the investigation. But you see, what people don't understand about procurement is that a secretary, a member of the executive, we don't have any say in the procurement, you know. We have no say whatsoever. Only a named procurement officer and the accounting officer for the division have a say. And if, as an executive, we say, go buy 5 bales of toilet paper, they could just go out and buy the cheapest. And if they buy the cheapest, people have to reel out 5 or 10 times more for it to be efficient. And they end up running out faster. We can't go and tell the procurement people, well, we don't want this cheap brand that is not efficient, buy this brand, it's better. We can't even tell them what type to buy. Them just do what they do. We could send them the scope, they tender, and they go with it. And then we on the back end must blindly hope that what they in fact tendered for and what they have in fact procured meets the needs that we have for the people of the island. And hope to God that they align. That is just the reality. And me ain't getting involved in no procurement. You could ask, I dare you to ask any procurement officer if this chief sec ever come to them for any favor. Not one. Not one. Anybody set line. Not one. I ain't want to know the number. Me ain't want to sit down and meet with them. I ain't even want to lie with them. And if I know your procurement officer and I see you outside liming there, I'm liming over so. Because nobody ain't gonna call my name with procurement. But that's the reality of the procurement regime that we have. But you see those same ambulances, as efficient as the minority leader says they are, there will come a day when those same ambulances will have to tote him up to Scarborough Hospital because he would lose and lose again bigly as he lost on April the 28th.
Thank you, member. Your time has expired.
And I thank you, Madam Presiding Officer, for allowing me to end on such a high note of hope and promise to the people of Tobago. Thank you and God's blessings.
Assemblyman Duke, you may now join this debate.
Okay. Special good afternoon to my colleagues. I want to borrow the lineup of dignitaries here. So let me say, Madam Presiding Officer, Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, Secretaries, Assistant Secretaries, the Minority Leader, Councillors, we have the Chief Administrator, I'll see him here, Member for Tobago East, down there in the crowd, and the visitors and senior public officers, etc. It gives me great pleasure today to stand in this important house, the only house in Tobago where we can advocate on behalf of Tobagonians legally and push towards a greater island. I listened to my colleague and her presentation of the budget entitled Accelerating Growth, Anchoring Fiscal Stability. Accelerating growth, anchoring fiscal stability. I paused and I asked myself, why this tongue twister? Why this oxymoron? We are talking growth and we are talking stability. Accelerating growth and anchoring stability. Why are we confusing the minds of Tobagonians? But then I listened to my colleague, member for Palatevere Lansome Speyside, and I had to smile as I heard him present. Because, Madam Presiding Officer, my mind went back to his early days
on this side and how he has matured in his presentation. And I tell people sometimes, when I look at him, I recognize he's paying me a lot of compliment by the way he dresses, the way he articulates, the vigorousness in his movements, even his back chats. He's paying me compliment. But I read, yes. But I read somewhere that it is said imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, and that mediocrity, let me read again properly, but for the record's sake, for the Hansard's sake, it is said imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, that mediocrity can pay to greatness. And I say, I bow to you, sir, because you acknowledge my greatness. We started on this side. And I think I'm while being the most senior politician here, I am the longest staying member on this side. There is something about this side that makes you see what you need to see. When you get on that side, you become blindsided. I can tell you. I spent 9 months on that side, and I was blindsided. When I came back on this side, I can see clearly now as Jimmy Cliff. The clouds are gone. While my colleague is celebrating over there, and my colleague, councillor, is given a $3.7 billion budget with threats to Trinidad, pay it or else, I understand that the people outside are not concerned about numbers. They are concerned about their living conditions, the quality of life they were promised, and the quality of life they have achieved. It is with great expectations the people of Tobago overwhelmingly support the Progressive Democratic Patriots on December 6th, 2021. And it is with great expectation I move the motion as Assemblyman for my colleague Farley Chavez Augustine to become Chief Secretary. It is with great expectations that I surround myself with a team of new people into the Assembly, creating for the first time in Tobago a dream that could have hardly been dreamt before, but that became reality, perhaps too sudden. We have ordinary people here occupying the corridors of power for the first time, and they did it legally, the right way. But somehow, what we campaigned on and what we govern on, there is a mixed match. There is a mixed match. We campaigned on, let we fix this, and I could still hear the this in my ears, the disrespect, the distance, disappointment, dissatisfaction. Come, let we fix this. Bread and butter issues. Man was hungry and we wanted to let the dollars trickle down to the Tobago contractors, to the Tobago mothers. Tobago fathers gave the students great opportunity. We had promised a Tobago that created flashing lights, bells and whistles like Walt Disney, something that people was excited about when we came into office. 3 years later, maybe a half, so to speak, my colleagues are still grappling with fixing this. They are still grappling with getting it right. Allow me to say a budget, and I want to go back to schooling again. A budget is based on one simple thing. A budget is based on a plan to achieve something. Yeah? a solid plan. And that plan that any politician seeks to achieve is the plan that was given to the people prior to being elected into office, because the people voluntarily voted for that plan, a plan to fix this bread and butter issues. And so when I saw and I read the budget statement, I recognized that we are no longer pursuing that which we spoke of, because the democratic will of the people is very important. Anybody who tries to usurp the democratic will is running afoul of the law, because the very law places democratic will of the people as the only thing that gives efficacy, that gives power to a government. The people have spoken. They had spoken. What they wanted was jobs, real sustainable jobs. Today in Tobago, we have, on an average, and this is very conservative, extremely conservative, every year, 50 Tobagonians leaving tertiary education with degrees. 50, at least every single year. 50 Tobagonians leave university, college, wherever, with degrees in their hands. And when they come back here, they have not one single thing to do. We have not opened up Tobago. So, what had Tobago voted for? They have voted for Tobago that will create new jobs, not the 4,000 jobs that the councillor spoke of. I believe that she's unaware of what we had promised. And so she spoke of some 4,000 jobs, mostly of which is CPEP, URP, turn on, turn off, reforestation kind of work. That's not what we wanted. That's not what we wanted. Those jobs are the jobs people do to avoid idling. But persons who are suited up and are degreed up and are ready to lift the island, they want to work along the lines they have been educated. To date, we have not prepared a Tobago for these people. So how does the budget speak to this? After 3.5 years, they have come up with some big plan, 26 to 2030, and they talk about 4 major growth areas. But what had they done in the last 3.5 years to tourism? What had they done could not have been good, because we have recognized that at 1 year we had 100 boats docking in our shores, cruise ships. And the next year, 40, a decline. At one time, we were supposed to ensure that all our tourist locations have proper restroom facilities. Today, we see Fort James is suffering from coastal erosion. Half of Fort James is now in the sea, and there is a caution tape around it marked "Don't pass here." And they still use a chemical toilet, which is hardly cleaned. So where are we going with tourism? How have we fixed tourism? Some of the treks to the Aga waterfall, the Palativia waterfall, the Highlands waterfall, all of our waterfalls are dangerous. Where is the proper pathway where the average child can walk and enjoy the different levels of these waterfalls? Our beaches are policed by Coast Guards only from 9 to 5. After that, consider it you're on your own. That can't be in a place where we are promoting tourism. These are the simple fix that we spoke of, where every single beach should have a lifeguard. Yeah? And the most visited waterfalls should have a lifeguard. That is not too much to ask for. The Tobagoan people, they are not asking much. That has not been budgeted for. No. It has not been budgeted for. Instead, they have budgeted to upgrade hotel stock rooms and boost cruise ship and come on. Once you have a destination that is attractive enough, the world will make a beaten path to that destination. We spoke about agriculture. In agriculture, every district was supposed to have its own tractor, its own agricultural assistant living within that district. And so there are 15 districts. It means, therefore, we should have 15 tractors, 15 agricultural assistants in every single district. And these agricultural assistants were supposed to be working closely with the farmers to ensure that they produce not only for the table, but also for the market. We also spoke that when farmers would plant and they got a large return on their crops, we in the THA would have had marketing board buying all that they can produce and reselling it back on the market so as to make proper income for Tobago. Nowhere there. Nowhere they are boasting about having new equipment. New equipment doesn't farm lands. Having agricultural assistance spaced out doesn't farm lands. I've took a particular visit to Hope Farm, 600 acres of wasteland. 600 acres, Hope Farm. And you will hear the agricultural secretary talking glibly. What they have done every single week is a chow. Mango chow. Yeah? We have all kind of chow. Breadfruit chow. All kind of chow they have here. Wilkes chow. Every week is a chow. Every week. Come on. When are we going to really come and eat with me? The open big pot in Jim's partner. Come and eat with me. That's what they're doing. But how have they assisted the farmers? There are a lot of farm roads, the farmlands going in right in Hope there, that goes back to Mount St. George and comes down Green Hill. It's unkept. High grass, people can't access it. They are giving out big lands for mega farm to, I believe, to privileged people. And they have no idea as to what mega farm look like. Plagiarism with no purpose. That's what I call it. Borrowing ideas, and there's no purpose to. So how did they budget for that? How are they going to fix that issue? We spoke of even reactivating my Goldsboro, where we had this tissue culture lab, and where we would have the best of the best crops being planted and harvested, and so Tobago would be known for its good produce. Not being done. Not being done at all. When I come to infrastructure, my colleague on that side across there, member for Scarborough, Mount Grace, hard-working man. When you listen to the presentation, you swear they were just talking about infrastructure alone. But even that is without rhyme or reason, without any methodology. They'll patch a hole in Speyside today, and tomorrow they'll patch one in Plymouth. And I don't know how they will skip over some and leave some. There's no method to the madness again. They will repave a road and leave some roads where over 20 houses are unpaved. Mud. How do we budget for that? How do we create prioritization on that is my question here. What is this budget about? Is it about the people? Or is it about just a performance, you know? We do this. We're going to spend more money again, more money to spend. Spend on what? We have not seen the returns on that. My friend, my colleague, member for Mason Hall, Mariah, they have not built any houses. They have not built any houses at all. in 3.5 years, but I can't blame him. Because with a budget as small, the smallest budget on the payroll, he can't build any houses. But then why are you carrying up the hopes of Tobagonians? Saying you're going to build 400 houses down Milshove down there and all this kind of stuff, and giving out keys to lands, to houses in Corland. Well, not keys. Tell people the name called for lands in Corland and the name called for lands here and there and houses and nothing. I was shocked when I put on my TV in the week and I saw my friend from Palatavere, Lansomis, Speyside, all dressed up with a mic on his hand as if he's playing the Wheel of Fortunes, telling people 90 lands are going to be given out this evening, 90 lands. Well, I say, wow, they work real fast. So I got my Moby and I sat back with my cake and I say, the man performing. But as he began to speak, I recognized he was really performing. He gave out 90 fictitious lands, no paper, no lease. As a matter of fact, he doesn't even know the land is. It is somewhere down in Corland, you see. And by his own admission, they are now going to survey the land. But he's giving out 90 lots of land. By his own admission. And he said it's a raffle. So I expect to see someone turning something as this, or some kind of a thing that has the human element of chance, or luck into it. I was really lucky into it. I remember so much. You know what happened? He claimed that somebody made some software. And the software will pull the names. He has nothing to do with it. And the name that I see called there, to me, it had something to do with it. We all understand algorithms now. Everybody knows that name, algorithms. And anybody who is making a software can create within it an algorithm. They didn't even have the decency to show you the list of names. All the names on the paper. Let's go back. They didn't even have the decency to announce 6 months before that all who want lands, sign up now. Here are the sheets. Sign up now, and your name will be placed in this particular system and have a trial for the public to see. No one saw. All we saw is 90 names come out. And Tobago small, everybody knew everybody. Everybody knew Tobago real small. We laughed at the names. How could that be random? How did they treat the people of Tobago so badly? There was no mean test. In a real world, that would have to be redone. They had to redo that. It is a miscarriage of justice to the Tobago people. Here we have a woman working CPEP, whose salary is $3,000 when the month comes. You are saying to her, well, you could get a piece of land, but have you done a means test? What is the price for that $70,000 land? And if you have to pay 40% of your salary, you have to pay less than $1,000, but anybody who's working CPEP, RP, that money is spent even before it lands in your hand. Because they are underpaid. It's not market rates, and it's not a living wage. So here we have it. You are giving people a opportunity to own land, but not the means by which they could own the land. The salary increase is rather in opposition to the ownership of the land. I want to call my good friend on the next side there, the member for Palatavere, Lansomis Speyside, the Chief Secretary, to redo that. Make it public and do it manually. And let's see how the results will come out. But don't give everything random. There are some people, you must just give them the land because they need it. And you create the same thing that we were doing before we got into power. Because on this side, you see right, on this side, you have the best view. When I was on this side, I took money from my pocket and I was fixing a roof. I was building houses for people from my pocket. And I was calling the PDP. Drain my account. Went quite in the bush, in the country. Somewhere up in Dalaford, land, the other side up there. Found a man on dirt ground, on a 2x4, I don't sleep at night with a dog inside, a galvanized 5x5 place. He's a farmer, the watchman, and the shooter at the same time. An old man in his 70s, I said, I can't live like this. I said, about to build a 15 by 20 house for the man, toilet and bath. Then he lived and enjoyed it, and he passed away, thank God. He passed away in some level of decency. If you're going to give people something, give it to them. Right now, in Burkina Faso, the president there is building houses for people for free. In Libya, one of the Gaddafi people was getting houses free. Once you're married, you're getting for free. Right now in Dubai, once you're married, you're getting a house. What is the means test for giving people land or giving people access to house? Yes, some can be random. No props to that. But there must be a diligent means test where you categorize people. And from those categories, you must drop the name inside, let everyone know that, or put their name inside, and then you turn a little bit more visual. Madam Presiding Officer, I want to talk about the digital tech. Plenty buzzwords, no bandwidth. When we came in, we told persons that they will get paid on time. Everybody, CPEP, URP, whatever. Payment will be on time because the ACH. When I was leading the PSA, representing 80,000 workers, we use ACH all the time to pay people. And ACH is work real quick, real quick. There is no delay in payment with that. But we have seen here that person working CPEP, URP, who are always paid 2 fortnights late. Right now I went inside this very same house here, the Assembly Legislature, trying to get something printed. And you know what? None of the printers working. None. None. You inside this house, Madam Presiding Officer, you are the captain of this ship. None of the printers working. Some men get ink, some old-fashioned. And we're talking about digitization, and we can't even get ink from machine. This is how we're fixing this. Bread and butter issues. Sometimes to get a little pay, people can't even get pay. A little contract to do, because there's not sufficient funds. We plan a budget. If you plan a budget, it should be on fixing things. And everything that you fix must be targeted. Not this big rehearsed dream every year. You want to do the same thing. You put it in different words. This is a rehearsed dream. Let me go a little further. Human capital. We have more certificates, like I said, and no jobs. They told us when we were small that education is the key. But education seems to be a lock and not a key. Something is wrong with our system. We came up with a plan that says we are going to get our young people, all who have graduated, put them into research groups based on what area you graduate in. Because one thing Tobago needs is plenty of research if we are going to become a modern-day society, a modern-day nation. We need to have plenty of people doing research. I've met someone with a doctorate, yeah, working in a shop, cleaning shelf, doctorate. There are many people here who are fully qualified, can't even work. We understand that. Even persons having medical degrees and still are unable to work We have lawyers here and still unable to work. We have people with environmental engineering degrees and still unable to work. So what is the plan for them? Now that we have a budget, how are we going to plan for their future?
Member, you have 2 minutes remaining.
2 minutes? Wow. I think my good friend across here got a 10 minutes notice. But I got was 2. I find it a little bit shallow. I accept it. I accept it. 2 minutes notice for me. All right? In closing, Madam Presiding Officer, as the most senior member in this House, as a member who brought in both the Chief Secretary and the Deputy Chief Secretary and the others here, I'm sometimes disappointed about how we have become so callous, so blinded to what is happening around us. There is a song I want to close on. I'm not sure if I could find it there. But it's a song that says, the show is over now. Take a bow. As we come down to the election period, I want to let my colleagues know that Tobago will see this election as a day of reckoning. Don't think anybody owe you anything. People are very fickle. On Palm Sunday, they rejoice with Jesus. They take off their clothes and they begin to dance. So much some persons was vexed with them. And they say, where Christ? Where Christ? Let me make him king now. Christ disappeared, according to the Bible, from among them because they wanted to make him king. By the Friday, we're talking Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Every single body say, crucify him. Even Pilate, who was not in the crowd, who is not a supporter of Christ, said this man has done nothing wrong, clearly. This man is innocent. He said, no, what I'll do. We have Barabbas on this side, a man who is a criminal, known criminal. Do you want Christ or Barabbas? Make a choice. And they said, away with Christ. Give us Barabbas. Let them not be fooled. It's a lesson in human beings. Today, you could win. Tomorrow, you could lose. Be careful and make use of all of the opportunities you have to advance Tobago people, business. Thank you.
Assemblyman Natasha Charles-Pantin, you may now join this debate.
May I use standing order 42-7?
Request approved.
A special greeting to you, Madam Presiding Officer, and to this Honorable House. A warm and wholehearted thank you to my constituents of Bagatelle Bacalet, who have been serving consistently throughout the short period of 3.5 years in many ways. Lastly, a special thank you to my Assistant Secretary, Mr. Nigel Tate, and to all classification of workers at the Division of Food Security, Natural Resources, the Environment, and Sustainable Development, all its companies and all its partners who collectively ensure the smooth running of the division's operations. Madam Presiding Officer, as we align our work with the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, from Zero Hunger, SDG 2, to Climate Action, SDG 13, from Responsible Consumption and Production, SDG 12, to Life on Land, SDG 15, we remain focused, firm, and future ready. I sincerely thank the Division of Finance, Trade, and Economy for proposing to make a capital investment of $131.4 million towards the island's agricultural sector for this upcoming fiscal. Since I assumed office, the Chief Secretary and the now Secretary of Finance, they have ensured that we as a division receive funds for development. In fact, this is the most this island would have seen in decades. However, the Financial Balancing Act has not been easy. Over the last 3 fiscals, The division's track record has been seen as the best performing division after being in the doldrums for decades and having to work with a nefarious, diabolical, and vindictive PNM central government who made sure that the Tobago House of Assembly remained grossly underfunded. The last 3.5 years in itself was a mountain to climb, or should I say, to the minority bench in their absence, a barrel to climb out of. However, each department team at the division stuck to it. We respected each other's positions and portfolios. We built trust, and when things got hard, we kept drinking water and minding Tobago business. The theme for the budget statement for this fiscal 2026 is accelerating growth, anchoring fiscal stability. In an attempt to realize these goals, the division in its 2026 budget presentation will continue its efforts by revitalizing, reorganizing, re-engineering, repurposing, and redeveloping the agricultural sector in Tobago using its 6 developmental pillars and continue using our approach to treat agriculture as a science and a business. These pillars include infrastructural development and operational efficiency, human and social development, production, agro-processing, marketing, research and training, and agro-ecotourism. Infrastructural development and operational efficiency. Madam Presiding Officer, with aged infrastructure and archaic operating systems that were there for decades without any improvement, everything was completely run down. The division embarked on a journey to fix these things and address emergencies at the same time. Madam Presiding Officer, I wish to draw reference to the one Scarborough Central Market that was refurbished at over $36 million under the PNM administration, and it seems as if the PNM administration likes 36, and we all know what 36 represents in Playway. Madam Presiding Officer, I want this Honorable House to listen to what this TPP administration was able to accomplish under this division using less funds within 3.5 years. And I want to place on record, Madam Presiding Officer, that when we took office, in-house labor still had to do work on the Scarborough market. The haberdashery section of the market had to be covered. In this modern age, no Wi-Fi was installed there, so we had to do it. No new freezers, nothing, but they spent $36 million, and this is not the construction of it, this is just refurbishing. $36 million. And Madam Presiding Officer, the minority mentioned that he will be taking documents to the relevant authorities and all that. But let me stop here to say TAGCO is still missing the documents and we are hearing nothing from the minority. TAGCO is still missing documents. In an attempt to resuscitate the agricultural sector after we took office in December 2021, the Shore Park Food Hub was completed at a final cost, and these are approximate figures, $1.4 million VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Repair works to the workers' facility at Studley Park Nurseries was completed at a final cost of $359,000 VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Repair and upgrade to the Barbados Fish Facility was completed at a final cost of $1.5 million VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Construction of the Palutavere Fish Facility first phase construction was completed at a final cost of $820,000 VAT inclusive by a local contractor, with the second phase to begin in this July 2025 by another local contractor. Construction and upgrade of livestock pens at Louis Dore Demonstration Station, $648,000. Charlottesville Breeding Unit, $203,000. Hope Farm, $896,000 VAT inclusive, and all of this done by local contractors. Currently, additional work is being done by URP under the Small Ruminant Project. And while all of this going on, we had to do an emergency sargassum cleanup, which was initiated after the threshold for removal was met. Removal of 12,850 cubic yards in 11 days on 5 beaches: Speyside, Hope Beach, Milford, Road, Scarborough, Little Rockcliffe Bay, and Magdalena Beachfront using 9 local contractors at a final cost of $906,000, VAT inclusive. All local contractors I'm talking about here. Resumption of 15 agricultural access roads, 2.3 miles at Belmont Road and Mount St. George to Goodwood, using 6 local contractors at a cost of $11 million. Repair and upgrade to the Charlottesville Craft Market in collaboration with the Division of Works at a final cost of $137,000 by a local contractor, right? We had repairs and upgrades to the Roxborough Fish Facility at a final cost of $832,000 by a local contractor. Repairs and upgrade to the Bucco Fish Facility and Research Building at a final cost of $1.08 million, VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Construction of the Charlottesville Fish Facility Locker Storage, construction at a final cost of $552,000, VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Repairs to the Bloody Bay Rest Stop at a final cost of $703,000, VAT inclusive by a local contractor. And another emergency popped up, repairs of the sporadic cracks at the Scarborough Abattoir internally and externally. And that building was repaired at a final cost of $434,000, VAT inclusive by another local contractor. Repairs to the Bucco Training Facility, recently renamed Tobago Agri-Technology Training Center, at a final cost of $1.1 million, VAT inclusive by a local contractor. Repairs to the Culloden Fish Facility at a final cost of $731,000 by a local contractor. The refurbishment of the Botanic Station office to house the Tobago Reforestation and Watershed Rehabilitation Company at a cost of $168,000. The Tobago Agri-Research Institute, formerly known as the Kendall Farm School, is currently undergoing repairs and is almost complete, with repairs being done by a local contractor. Payment and installation of pipes for pipe-borne water in Corland was completed, with the installation at Lamy Road and Belmont Farm Road through Wassa pending due to the last PNM government ensuring its delay. Recommissioned as the only working vessel available to assist the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard operations, Safari 3 vessel, repairs at a cost of $198,000 for the engines, $192,000 for materials and labor, and $5,000 spent for practical and sea trial sessions. Procurement and dispatching of 6 wheel tractors and implements, 1 excavator, 1 tractor trailer, 1 dump truck, 1 bucket truck, 3 brush cutters, 6 chainsaws at a cost of $6.6 million. And Madam Presiding Officer, I'm happy to reiterate that the waiting list for tractor services reduced from 300 farmers to be serviced in 2022 to less than 10 in 2025. Yeah. So could you imagine what this means for productivity, Madam Presiding Officer? With the assistance of Digital and Cardi, 2 bird squawkers to protect farmers from bird pests are currently deployed in cocoa fields and utilized by forestry when pest management services are required, with each bird squawker procured at $40,000. The acquisition of a veterinary ultrasound machine by the division to use for pregnancy diagnosis in livestock at a cost of $180,000, and a stereo microscope and laparoscopy was donated by the Embryo Project, for the Embryo Project, with the Cubans valued at $10,000. Under TADCO, the repair of the Capital of Paradise at a cost of $643,000, the repair of ice machines at Castara and Charlottesville at a cost of $92,000, and the repair of the Shore Park packing house using in-house labor at TADCO. The Shore Park packing house is now offering industrial grinding services and supporting the community care program where fresh produce is purchased from Tobago farmers. Yeah, so that Roxborough again, right? So farmers' produce are being purchased. Installation of 2 med stations at Roxborough and Corland. Stations give real-time data on weather conditions. Distribution of 90 smart self-watering units to 57 schools geared towards introducing modern agricultural techniques for youths. Other projects include the installation of solar panels at the Bloody Bay Rest Stop in partnership with UNDP, The science lab at Speyside High School was outfitted with a solar system. A solar water heater was installed at the Speyside High School with a solar system, and a 15 kilowatt standalone solar system installed at the Charlottesville Methodist Primary School, and in partnership with the Ministry of Energy, Scarborough Methodist, Signal Hill Government Primary, Castara Government Primary, and Bishop's High School was outfitted with a 7 kilowatt solar PV system to build climate resilience and support disaster management preparedness in light of climate change. On to human and social development. In 2022, the same reforestation workers you referred to, they had outstanding fortnightly wages about 9 months, so that was paid up, and their wages were increased, their rates were increased. Also, under the division's development program, the cocoa rehabilitation project, mistletoe control program, access roads workers, all experience increase in wages. As a matter of fact, a known PNM supporter hugged me up in the road and she said, thank God I'll win because I finally get a wage increase. Under access roads, 37 workers benefited. I mean, the wage increase, that would improve the standard of living of their entire families, yeah? Providing for more productive and comfortable and satisfying, environment to work, yeah? TADCO's Food Box Initiative, a 6-month pilot project, was rolled out in 2022, and it has now transformed into the community care program that now accepts local agricultural produce from farmers and commodities from local agro-processors who now have access to packing house services at Shore Park. This new project is being executed by workers under the Division of Food Security, TADCO and TAGS, and there's a meaningful partnership with the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, where members of different communities have volunteered for this holistic community care program, where each person's health is monitored regularly. Madam Presiding Officer, all this additional work done, money spent, impact felt, growth achieved. You know why? No demand for $1 million kickbacks. So you say the 36 million we're talking about? 1 building refurbished. Moving on to production, Madam Presiding Officer, remember I mentioned previously that I met aged infrastructure and archaic operating systems at the stations of the division. And the stations were originally set up to demonstrate to the farming community how agriculture production is done. So they are demonstration stations, yeah, not competing with the private sector. We are in the year of our Lord 2025, and not one single station has agri-technology methods on the station in terms of production or collecting any data in any way. And that is why we created TARI and TAGS. So, in terms of the commodities as a result of demonstration, in 2022, we had 30,968 dozens being produced, dozens of eggs being produced on Kendall, Louisville, and Hope Farm. And in 2025, it increased to 59,000. So from 30,000 to 59,000 in 2024. So that means we're doing a lot of demonstration. We actually have small ruminants on this station as breeding stock. And in terms of cattle, goats, in some cases we had none. So with the refurbishing of the pens, we're now starting to restock. So even if I quote a percentage, it wouldn't give you a real figure. Because if I say sheep, we have 85 sheep, 944%, that wouldn't make sense, yeah? Because we now have breeding stock. We didn't have these things before. And with the building out of the pens, we'll have more animals under the small ruminant project. Under TADCO Poultry Farming Initiative, over 150 poultry farmers supported and in 1 year slaughtering 46,531 birds. In terms of the tissue culture lab you spoke about, currently repairs are being done there, and over the period 2022 to 2024, they produce 182,000 plants, contributing significantly to crop propagation and revenue generation. Louisville Nurseries achieved 474,887 in revenue during that same period from ornamentals, vegetable and orchard crop sales. And this is heavily subsidized because this is what you give to people, the buying public. Tractor pool serviced over 326.35 hectares through plowing, brush cutting, and banking, with customer numbers rising from 82 in 2022 to 224 in 2024. Under TADCO, the capital of Paradise 1 reported 25 successful operations and generated over US $300,000 during that period, and it engages in regional export of fish to St. Vincent, and soon Barbados will receive fish, including flying fish. Agro-processing. Madam Presiding Officer, the minority leader can now visit TADCO to purchase products made by local agro-processors that not only meet international standards, but can compete with products anywhere in the world. Madam Presiding Officer, this is the new Tobago this administration has set out to build, ensuring Tobago becomes the greatest little island on the planet. The board and management at TADCO reported that some of these products will soon be found in the duty-free section at the Piarco Airport. And yeah. So TADCO is now the local meat and agro-processor shop. Yeah. Cassava mash, cassava logs, corn mix, plantain cake mix, cassava waffle mix, dasheen waffle mix, sweet potato waffle mix, breadfruit waffle mix, so not chow, mix. Dasheen cereal, cassava kumar, cassava fruit cake, cassava crack wheat bread, cassava composite bread, farine, cassava farine ice cream, cassava pone ice cream. You have local whole chicken, local chicken parts, local pork, local goat, local beef, local lamb, green seasoning, dried seasoning, pepper sauce, all these things local. Garlic sauce, local teas, local honey, essence, tamarind sauce, amchar, punches, juices, and eggs, no chow. TADCO has a feeding depot as well. Pullet grower, pig grower, swine grower, high performance feed, all purpose feed, dairy, ration, wheat, crack corn, molasses. And once you have a farmer's badge, you get a discount. Marketing, research, and training. The establishment and rollout of RADIS, Research and Development Information System, to assist with the policy and decision-making of the division. Tobago Agricultural Research Initiative has 3 distinct pillars of focus. It's an avenue for agriculture education on the island, extension and outreach, research, development, and innovation in agriculture. An MOU was signed with UTT to deliver certificate courses, any level, diploma, degree, any level, even certificates in agro-processing. You can get it now at TARI. And these are linked to the incentives such as the Youth in Agriculture grant. And this MOU makes it easier for Tobagonians to pursue higher level education in agriculture right here on the island without having to go to Trinidad. The new company, Tobago Agri-Technology Services, hosted its first Agri-Tech Summit in December 2024, and it has now moved to the newly upgraded Tobago Agri-Technology Center in Buku, making access to agriculture, education, and training easier in Tobago, and particularly in the West. The Tobago Agro Incentive Program, designed by the division and approved by Executive Council, and now administered by the Division of Finance. Another achievement. Creation of a weekly digital marketing hub, vendors list, showcasing vendors' name, contact, commodities, and available quantities. Regular posting of the retail prices for selected commodities at the Scarborough market. Under forestry, bird banding workshops, GIS training, bio-reach, wildfire management training, lectures to port security officers, to the defense force, precepting our officers, especially in forestry. Staff training in pig production, pineapple, herbs, and spices. No chows, no chows. Banana field practices, right? Frosty pond management, field management in cocoa. We trained 23 officers to use Kobo toolbox for animal health monitoring and farm mapping. Early warning system training in classical and African swine fever, which is a collaboration with ICA and UE. Embryo transfer demonstration in sheep in partnership with FAO and Cuban specialists. Tractor pool caravan. The tractors go to all the schools, teaching children how to do land preparation and to identify farm machinery. FAO banana and sweet potato intercrop demonstration, school feeding resilience program. We have the train the trainers program, 40 farmers and 5 technical staff have been trained so far. Open day for onion trial at Goldsboro Station, training on best practices for onion production. Cardi germplasm training on yam trials established. Extension services, 8 staff training sessions on wastewater management and innovative agriculture. Animal health unit, 4 to 5 training sessions held annually. Atari, 27 courses offered with 934 participants from 2022 to 2025. TADCO, under TADCO, over 1,000 trained in poultry health and slaughter management, food safety for butchers and master butcher training. So now you could get specialty cuts in beef and pigs and pork. The home gardening team, yes, and pork. The home gardening team executed training and demonstration sessions on crop production for inmates at the Tobago Prison Service, and we do it from time to time because we have to train the prisoners as well. Agro-ecotourism potential, lamb festival, no lamb chow, just lamb festival, where we purchase all the meats from local farmers. It is prepared for sale by local caterers. It's an investment because we want to prevent the sheep from going down to Trinidad and the goat. Right? We want to keep it in Tobago. Yeah? Main-Rich Forest Fitness Challenge held biannually. We also developed a fee structure for the botanical gardens, for Corland Heritage Park, and for Little Tobago. Right? So we finally have implemented a user fee for there. And of course, you could utilize this space for movie nights and Christmas glitz. Yeah? So we are also looking at Bloody Bay Orientation Center, right? Right, for now it's free to go up there. But you know, you would have foreigners coming in, so we want to capitalize on that type of fee implementation. So let's talk a bit about the future projects. Madam Presiding Officer, now this was just a snapshot of what this administration was able to accomplish through this division. And time wouldn't permit me to talk about every activity of each department or unit. But for the future, we plan to repair and configure the Louisdor processing facility to support agro-processing in the east. And that project will commence in July. So the minority spoke about that. The project will start next week, within the month of July 2025. The construction of the Mason Hall Food Hub to facilitate farmers market, retail market, and partial transportation hub. It will serve as a centralized facility to support agricultural production, distribution, and marketing of local produce. That project to commence this July as well. The Roxborough Food Hub designs are complete and will go out for tender as soon as we get the approvals. Tractor pool facilities are in a deplorable state, I agree, and it is in an urgent need of repair. That project will start next month. The division is in receipt of designs for the construction of the veterinary diagnostic laboratory at the government stock farm in Hope. This lab will cater for all animals, including companion animals, and will operate in a way that will not compete with the private sector, but provide subsidized services that vets can also access. We propose to increase the subvention for the Tobago Agricultural Society to assist with supporting initiatives of partnering agricultural associations, such as the Farmers Market at Goldsboro. The division completed the conceptual design of the agro park at Friendship, which will include shade houses, a packing house, and other technologies used in agriculture. And we're not going to mirror anything in Trinidad. I know that the minority spoke about a youth in agriculture program in Trinidad, where over 1,000 youths were supposed to inherit land and all these fancy things that they never got. As a matter of fact, there's no production happening there. So under this mega farming program, where we do have a proper system in place, you sign up different online platforms, there's a mega farming link, an assessment is done, and we give letters of intent through this system, right? So persons who wish to pursue a career path in agriculture, this is an opportunity for them. So the infrastructure will be in place. You don't have to worry about the shade house, where you're getting the money from, and if I'm getting a grant, you don't no longer have to worry about that. You have to worry, we're going to train you under TARI and tags so that you can do meaningful agriculture. The division also plans to upgrade the Louis D'Or demonstration building, the plant tissue culture, Runnymede breeding unit, Goldsboro processing facility, and all the other fish facilities. Installation of washroom facilities at King Peter's Bay Beach.
Member, you have 3 minutes remaining.
That tender will go out as well. The repair of additional vessels to assist with marine park monitoring and wildlife patrols. The assessment of community needs and the formation of partnerships with the relevant community stakeholders towards the implementation of an improved recycling program, including a Keeper Green School Award program. We are going to increase conservation efforts and financial support for the protection of sea turtles and other endangered species. The expansion of the home garden unit as its role towards food sovereignty on the island is extremely important. Its role in training the community and scientific farming is important, and it gives priority to the needs of those who consume nutritious food over profit-driven interests. The establishment of local seed banks to preserve and promote the use of indigenous and traditional crop varieties. And Madam Presiding Officer, as I close, I want to encourage everyone to not be misguided by the minority bench. We're on a good path. I believe we are on a strong path towards revitalizing agriculture. So I want to encourage everyone to stand united as one Tobago, steadfast in our mission to cultivate resilience and food sovereignty. From Friendship Agro Park to Corland Farmland Development, from Belmont Estate to Runnymede, from Charlottesville to Hope, we are planting the seeds of transformation, and Tobago's harvest will be prosperous for generations to come under the Tobago People's Party. And this prosperity will ensure Tobago truly becomes the greatest little island on the planet. Madam Presiding Officer, I thank you.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House now stands suspended for 30 minutes.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that we suspend for lunch for 30 minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands suspended for 30 minutes.
A Tobago contractor who would like a lot more to be done for?
Tobago contractors, mainly the self-employed people, the small people, and that is most important for me.
The Secretary of Finance laid out in a motion the expenditure for Tobago's fiscal 2025 to 2026 expenditure. We have been going around and having conversations with a lot of these local stakeholders about how they feel about the allocation for Tobago's expenditure.
We're looking for betterment in the island.
And as a business proprietor, how do you see that benefiting Tobagonians?
I see plenty people coming back home during the winning of election. But you coming back home to make it better for Tobago.
Is there anything in particular that you wanted to see from this particular budget?
Yeah, man. I would like to see some kind of factory going up. Because right now, you really check it right now. Well, man, go in the place and no factory to really produce your own right here.
Focusing on the farming, fishing, they could boost these things here because it was mango season going there. We have mangoes wasting in Tobago. In Trinidad, they're getting cheese sour mango for $20. So these simple things could help boost agriculture, boost exporting, bring in revenue for we.
Particularly after I saw the article come out recently that spoke to Guyana being food secure, the only food secure nation in the world right now. And I think Guyana having 800,000 people, Tobago only having 60,000 is a smaller target to hit, but it requires investment, effort, support, and financing. So I'm happy to hear that they're going to make a shift in the direction of putting more energy and effort into agriculture, particularly right now where we see the global climate is shifting significantly. We need to protect ourselves.
Right, and she asked the central government for 5.9% of the national budget, which is what is supposed to be allocated to Tobago. How do you feel about it?
I think that's a good figure. I think it represents a figure that would be a fair distribution based on not only the amount of people on the island, but in terms of the particular economic situation of Tobago as a small state, which the main point of traffic passes through Trinidad all the time. So it makes the cost of goods in Tobago more expensive, things like that. So I think it's a good figure. I think it's a very good, solid figure.
There you have it, Tobago. A snippet of the views of Tobagonians about the 2025 to 2026 fiscal budget presented by the Secretary of Finance. Also remember, on Thursday the 26th at 10 a.m., the budget debate continues in the House. So you can either tune in or come in. But remember, don't miss it.
So Ma, what kind of question you're asking me so in light of a new government?
Good morning, assemblers and Tobago, the greatest little island on the planet. Welcome to Money Talk with Madam Secretary. I am your host, Zama Chapman, your 2025 Primary Plenary Chief Secretary, and a proud student of the Lambo Andekan Primary School. And let me tell you, today's episode is going to be a special one. Joining me is a true history maker, the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petal Ann Roberts. Secretary Roberts, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Zama. It's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, I thought you were going to Scarborough Methodist School like your siblings, but it's good to hear that you are representing Lambo Anglican School, and you're doing quite a fantastic job. I am very well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, viewers today. Today's topic is something very, very big that affects every single Tobagonian, including us, kids. We're talking about Tobago's upcoming budget presentation on June 23rd, 2025. But before we get into all the serious stuff, Secretary Roberts, could you explain or break down what is really a budget and what is the budget day all about?
Well, the budget is really a statement of the revenues and expenditure. So you go to Lambo Anglican School.
Yes, I do.
And the resources at the school, the state provides it. So as secretary, I release funds to the Division of Education, and they provide the resources. I don't know if you all have blackboards, so the chalk, some of your books, some of the resources, even to pay your teachers. The resources come from the Division of Finance. So what I do, I have to plan every year, and that is what the budget is. It's actually a plan of what we expect expect to spend next year and the revenues we expect to receive. So it's revenues versus expenditure.
Oh, okay.
So we get revenues. You know where we get revenues from? We get revenues from two sources. The government, national government gives us, and we collect revenues right here downstairs at the Board of Inland Revenue. We also have a cashier system, a treasury management system downstairs where we collect non-tax revenues. So we collect our monies from revenues, non-tax revenues, and the government, central government, the Ministry of Finance actually sends a check to us so that we can spend. So the budget is really a plan of what we intend to spend for next fiscal year. The fiscal year starts from October to September. So October 1st, we are in a new year. It's called a fiscal year. It's not a calendar year like January. We start our year in October and we end in September. So this fiscal 2025 will end on September 30th, 2025. And we start a new year in the life of the Assembly on October 1st, 2025.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it, kids. A perfect and clear explanation. Now, let's jump into the real questions. Councillor Roberts, you have made history as the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy. That's a huge milestone. Can you share with us what that journey has felt like for you personally?
You know, Zama, interestingly, on June 20th, it would make 1 year since I became Secretary of Finance. I was actually installed on June 20th last year. It has been an interesting journey, challenging. I'm indeed proud. I am humbled by the opportunity. I want to thank the Chief Secretary for, you know, the confidence that he has in me to take up this position. The most challenging thing is to balance running an economy. I have a family, I have 3 sons, I have a husband, I have a home, I have a small business. So managing all of that can be a challenge. But I depend on God solely for the strength and the courage to do the task. So I'm up to it, and so far I think I'm doing a fantastic job.
Very well. Well, on that same note, what have been some of your biggest challenges that you have faced, and what is your proudest moment?
Biggest challenge I've faced so far is meeting the development needs of this island. You know, we are, when you go to Trinidad, you would recognize how far behind we are in terms of development. And I wish that I could get all the resources, both financial resources, technical resources. I wish people's attitude can be different. I wish their attitude can be like mine, that you passionately want to see Tobago advance, Tobago grow, Tobago be enhanced. So my challenge is still seeing some of the shortfalls remain. I have not been able to meet some of them just yet. Managing very limited resources is another challenge. We only received $205 million, and that is not a lot of money in terms of where we want to see Tobago go. So managing $205 million and trying to get the most out of it is indeed a challenge for me. Proudest moment, when entrepreneurs, business people are under my remit. It's my mandate to see them thrive, to see them grow. And when I hear entrepreneurs come to me and say that they have gotten big deals, big business opportunities, those are my proudest moments. Monday for me, I'm excited for that because I think I'll be most proud about that. Last year, though, I did present the revised budget of the Assembly. We have 2 budgets in Tobago. We do a budget in June, and then we do another revised budget. After the national budget is being read, we revise our budget in line with the numbers, in line with the real allocations that will come to Tobago. So I did that last year, but the actual Tobago budget, I am presenting that next week, Monday, and I'm not there yet, but I still feel proud that I have that opportunity to do that. So my proudest moments are to see entrepreneurs grow and thrive, and some of them come to me, they come back and they give me the testimonies of the growth of their businesses, the opportunities that they have been able to seize, and that I feel extremely proud of.
Oh, wow, yes, that's a very, 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 very good thing to feel proud of. Seeing others thrive, not
Yes.
only you.
Yes, correct.
And what advice would you give to girls, young girls and women like me who want to step into positions that are dominated by men?
Don't ever shortchange yourself. Don't ever think that you can't. There's a quote by Zig Ziglar that says, your attitude, not your aptitude, determines your altitude. It means that how you think, not your natural abilities, how you think, how you present yourself, those are the things that allow you to soar, to get far in life. I really think that my attitude actually got me to this position. It's not necessarily the skill that I have. I am an accountant by profession. And my second thing is, and it should have really been my first, to put God at the forefront of your life. Allow God to chart your course. Allow Him to be in charge of your destiny. Allow yourself to decrease and for God to increase in your life.
Yeah.
That is what I would want to tell young girls like you, right? I want to encourage you to do your best. Remember your attitude, not your aptitude. You have a natural ability to speak and you're very articulate, but your attitude is most important in that. So that will hone, your attitude will hone your aptitude and allow you to get very, very far in life. But I also want to encourage you to put God at the forefront of your life and let Him lead you to where He wants you to go.
Yes. But before we go into question number 2, young girls, I have a very important scripture for you. Taken from Philippians chapter 4, verse 13. My mother always used to make me, well, not used to, still does make me say that every morning when I wake up. Philippians chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So don't let anybody tell you you can't be the next chief secretary because it's a man position. But you can do all things through God, and if you put Him first, you can succeed. Right, let's move on. If Tobago becomes fully autonomous, like what the THA is asking for, would our economy grow or would it struggle?
Definitely it would grow. Zama, right now we cannot make laws for ourselves. We have to depend on the central government to do that for us. To get autonomy, the central government is the one that has to go to the parliament, it has to go to the House in Trinidad for them to pass that law for us. To amend the constitution that governs us, we have to also go to Trinidad. Autonomy will give us not full lawmaking powers, but to some extent in the things that concern you and me here in Tobago. Also, the resources that we have, we will have full control over it. So for instance, I had to go to Trinidad last week or week before to negotiate with the Minister of Finance at the mid-year. The mid-year is where at the middle of the fiscal year, we go back to the Parliament to increase the allocations for the ministries and for Tobago. I think with autonomy, it will give us more assurances and more protection for Tobagonians to do whatever we want to see this island become the greatest little island on the planet. There is so much that we'll be able to do with autonomy. In Trinidad, for instance, public servants, that is their employer. It's in Trinidad. Trinidad governs that. For a promotion, for an increase in salary, everything has to go to Trinidad. But with autonomy, we will be able to handle those affairs for ourselves. So most definitely, I don't see us struggling as we are struggling now. I think that we will get to a better place a better standard of living, we'll have more powers, we'll have more empowerment as a people.
Oh, okay. So you see, autonomy would not bring us economic uncertainty, but it would give us more power to protect our economy and grow. Question number 3. Do you believe that Tobago is underfunded and overpromised by Trinidad's central government?
Zama, what kind of question you're asking me so in light of a new government? I would say we are underfunded. Let me explain to you why. We have a formula that we use now to determine the resources that Tobago should receive. The formula is, you know, percentages, right?
Yes, I do.
The percentage of Tobago's population to the national population right now is 5.1%. So of every 100 persons in Tobago, in Trinidad, there are 5 in Tobago. And therefore, we should really receive 5.1% at minimum of all the resources in Trinidad and Tobago. So for instance, if the government decides we're going to spend $100 in Trinidad, we should have $5 allocated to Tobago because of our population size. Over the last 25 years, we have only received $4.3%, and that is insufficient. So we are grossly underfunded for that very reason. So I expect in the upcoming budget, the national budget, that the government will give us at minimum 5.1%. Actually, in the budget that I will present on Monday, that will be my minimum request to the government. Your question was if we are underfunded?
And overpromised.
Overpromised? I would say so. You know, time and time again, governments, the central government say that we want to treat Tobago well. Everybody wants to see Tobago thrive. Tobago is an island that has so much potential. Trinidadians come here to vacation. They come here, they do business here. You know, a lot of our business comes from Trinidad. And everybody wants to see Tobago thrive. But the proof is in the pudding. They need to walk the talk. We are tired of talk, we are tired of promises, and I think it's about time we see tangible investments into Tobago's economy. So to answer to your question is yes, we are underfunded and we have been overpromised over the last year. So, but autonomy, I think changing the constitution and giving Tobago autonomy will have an impact on changing that for us.
Yes. Well, viewers, you kind of heard a little insight of what Miss Roberts is going to be presenting on June the 23rd. Right. When Tobago receives its funds from Trinidad, how do you make sure that the divisions get a fair share?
Right. So, you know, I wish I could show you on paper how the budget is presented. So it's presented via words. So they would state exactly what they're going to tell, what they're going to give us in words. But that is translated into figures as well. So there is a budget book where every single division and every single line item is allocated a specific amount. So divisions will say, we want $100 million. Let's say education. They would ask for $100 million. That will go down to Trinidad, and they would look at the previous expenditure, they will look at our priority, they will look at our needs. And they may not give us $100 million, they may give us 60 million. But that 60 is disaggregated into several line items. That's what divisions get. In October, when the budget is read, we know exactly what the government is saying each division should get. But as Secretary of Finance and the other secretaries and the chief secretary, we sit and have a discussion to reprioritize if that is sufficient for education. So we will take from other divisions and other areas if it is necessary. And we will reduce in some cases on some divisions and give to another. So we reprioritize and we reshift and we recalibrate the budget the numbers, and that is how we ensure that all divisions get what they need.
All right, very, very, very good.
I hope you understand everything.
Yes, I do.
Very good.
Okay, let's move on very quickly because we're almost done.
Okay.
What steps are being taken to build up our own industries and depend less on importing everything from Trinidad?
Well, in my budget on Monday, if you listen, you would recognize that one of the sectors that I intend to give attention to is agriculture. I believe food security and food sovereignty is very important to us. There were days when Tobago was the breadbasket of the nation, Trinidad and Tobago, and I think we need to get back to that place. So I will ensure that there are targeted and specific programs, projects, and initiatives geared towards agriculture, fishermen, farming, agro-processing. All of these sectors will have special attention so that we can reduce importing and buying goods from foreign. We don't want to eat Tyson chicken. We want local chicken being bred here in Tobago and sold to our citizenry. So I will ensure that entrepreneurs have the resources, the monies. I will invest in them through the Division of Finance. We have programs where we give grants, we give loans, and we give technical assistance. Because sometimes business people don't know how to run a successful business. So I will be also having training for these entrepreneurs to ensure that they run successful businesses. And that in turn will reduce the number of goods that we buy overseas. Also, we can have collaborations with other Caribbean islands. We can do trade. We can trade local products rather than bringing in apples and grapes. Nothing is wrong with apples and grapes. But the local foods, we can trade. We can get them from our Caribbean neighbors, and we can also sell. So that would give us foreign currency so that we can also utilize that to thrive in our economy.
Yes, okay. Right, so you heard what Miss said. She said that they are starting a program to help young entrepreneurs and even old entrepreneurs, you don't have to be any age, entrepreneurs, to help them build their businesses.
Yes.
Councillor, the cost of living is really, really high. Trust me, when I go to the grocery store with mommy, $500 for picking up 3 things. Gas is high, food is high, everything is high. What is the THA doing to help people with that?
Well, as I did indicate, same thing. Agriculture and tourism are 2 sectors that we want to pay particular attention to. This island is a beautiful island, and reducing the cost of living we will need to pay special attention to agriculture, as I just indicated. Digitization is another area, using digital technology to become more efficient, because we can reduce labor costs and use digital technology to bring down costs as well. There are many, many initiatives that we have, which I will announce at the budget, to try to reduce the cost of living. But I'm just going to tell you now, digitization and using technology is one, and agriculture. Renewable energies and the green industries is another area that we intend to intensify and to pay particular focus to, because I do agree with you. You go with mommy to the grocery, but I go by myself, and I have to use my money, and I recognize every month that the cost of food is going up. I have my vehicle. The cost of gasoline is going up. So I think as an island, we have to try to become more efficient. We have to be our brother's keeper. We have to be the change that we want to see. So rather than rely on imports and rely on buying everything, we can also have our own little kitchen garden. So the Division of Agriculture, they have their own home garden initiatives, and they have many initiatives that will ensure and encourage you, the consumer, to reduce that cost. So you wouldn't have to buy saive and buy mango and buy banana. you know, there are some things that you have to be a responsible citizen and you can do for yourself. So we want to encourage that in Tobago to reduce the cost of living.
All right. Right, so we got another sneak peek. Now, how are we getting young people ready for jobs in the digital, tech, and green industries? Are there any programs?
Zama, you know, there's a lot of reliance on the government. And if you go online, you recognize a lot of economies thrive because of the private sector. We have to stop that wholly and solely reliance on the government. You just mentioned digital technology and green industries. And those industries, people can get into them on their own. What I intend to do is facilitate. We can do the research, we can bring the data to the people of Tobago and say, these are avenues, these are thriving industries that you can get into for Tobago. So for young people, what I intend to do, we do have a Tobago Development Fund. We also have a department called Financial Literacy Unit, where we can bring all of the opportunities for persons to capitalize on in the private sector. Rather than rely on the government and say, do you have a program for this? We don't have to have programs for everything. We want to allow the private sector to grow and thrive, and the only way for them to grow and thrive is for them to get involved. So we will facilitate, we will promote, and we will allow the private sector and the entrepreneurs to get into these industries and these sectors.
Oh, wow. And last but not least question. After Tobago receives their budgetary allocation from Trinidad, how long does it actually take for the divisions to use it?
All right, so that's a very good question. So I'm just going to hypothetically use a date. Let's say the budget is read on October 2nd. Remember I told you that this financial year starts on the 1st of October. What we do, we predict what the budget would be like, because if the budget is read on the 2nd and the financial year starts on the 1st, business starts on the 1st, but we don't have a budget. We actually get use of the funds and activate the budget right after the budget is read. But remember I said to you that the central government sends a check to Tobago. We'll have to wait for that check to come. But business doesn't stop and wait on the check to come. We have what you call an overdraft facility. I don't know if you know what is an overdraft, but it's a facility that the bank offers us to spend money that we don't have just yet. Okay. So we spend in excess of what we don't have until the check comes, so that the business of the Tobago House of Assembly doesn't stop. So let's say the budget is read on the 2nd, we continue to operate in the Tobago House of Assembly. The check usually takes about 2 to 3 weeks. So by the 3rd week in October, we'll get the monies for October and November. That's how the government has been giving us our funding over the last years. We get the checks bi-monthly and monthly. So we get a check for 2 months, once for the 2 months, and then 1 month. So basically, we utilize our overdraft until we get the money and we put it back into the bank and we continue to operate. So that's basically what we do. So the business of the Assembly does not stop and wait on the budget. We just continue. We actually predict based on the previous year's expenditure. That's what we do. We take 10% of the previous year's expenditure. So for instance, let me just give you an example. We received $2.5 billion in this year. We take 10% of that, and that's about what? $250 million.
Wow.
So we say we're going to allocate $250 million for the first quarter until the budget is read. So we anticipate what the budget would be like using the previous year's figures, and we continue to operate based on that until the budget is read. Because when the budget is read and it becomes an appropriation law, it becomes, appropriation bill to the Appropriation Act, it becomes law. So the government by law has to give Tobago a specific amount after the budget is read and it's passed in the House.
Okay, wow. Right, but before we close off, I have a question for you viewers. If you were paying close attention, what time does the fiscal year usually start? Comment it down below in the comment section. Right. Thank you, ma'am. Tobago, we now know a little more behind the scenes when it comes to our money and why it's so important to pay attention to things like the budget. Remember, the future is not just for us, it's about us. This has been your host, Zama Chapman, saying stay curious, stay bold, and always ask questions. Thank you for tuning in to Money Talk with Madam Secretary. Until next time, bye Tobago!
Zama, what kind of question you're asking me so in light of a new government?
Good morning, assemblers and Tobago, the greatest little island on the planet. Welcome to Money Talk with Madam Secretary. I am your host, Zama Chapman, your 2025 Primary Plenary Chief Secretary, and a proud student of the Lambo Andekan Primary School. And let me tell you, today's episode is going to be a special one. Joining me is a true history maker, the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petal Ann Roberts. Secretary Roberts, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Zama. It's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, I thought you were going to Scarborough Methodist School like your siblings, but it's good to hear that you are representing Lambo Anglican School, and you're doing quite a fantastic job. I am very well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, viewers today. Today's topic is something very, very big that affects every single Tobagonian, including us, kids. We're talking about Tobago's upcoming budget presentation on June 23rd, 2025. But before we get into all the serious stuff, Secretary Roberts, could you explain or break down what is really a budget and what is the budget day all about?
Well, the budget is really a statement of the revenues and expenditure. So you go to Lambo Anglican School.
Yes, I do.
And the resources at the school, the state provides it. So as secretary, I release funds to the Division of Education, and they provide the resources. I don't know if you all have blackboards, so the chalk, some of your books, some of the resources, even to pay your teachers.
Oh,
The resources come from the Division of Finance. So what I do, I have to plan every year, and that is what the budget is. It's actually a plan of what we expect to spend next year and the revenues we expect to receive. So it's revenues versus expenditure.
Oh, okay.
So we get revenues. You know where we get revenues from? We get revenues from two sources. The government, national government gives us, and we collect revenues right here downstairs at the Board of Inland Revenue. We also have a cashier system, a treasury management system downstairs where we collect non-tax revenues. So we collect our monies from revenues, non-tax revenues, and the government, central government, the Ministry of Finance actually sends a check to us so that we can spend. So the budget is really a plan of what we intend to spend for next fiscal year. The fiscal year starts from October to September. So October 1st, we are in a new year. It's called a fiscal year. It's not a calendar year like January. We start our year in October and we end in September. So this fiscal 2025 will end on September 30th, 2025. And we start a new year in the life of the Assembly on October 1st, 2025.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it, kids. A perfect and clear explanation. Now, let's jump into the real questions. Councillor Roberts, you have made history as the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy. That's a huge milestone. Can you share with us what that journey has felt like for you personally?
You know, Zama, interestingly, on June 20th, it would make 1 year since I became Secretary of Finance. I was actually installed on June 20th last year. It has been an interesting journey, challenging. I'm indeed proud. I am humbled by the opportunity. I want to thank the Chief Secretary for, you know, the confidence that he has in me to take up this position. The most challenging thing is to balance running an economy. I have a family, I have 3 sons, I have a husband, I have a home, I have a small business. So managing all of that can be a challenge. But I depend on God solely for the strength and the courage to do the task. So I'm up to it, and so far I think I'm doing a fantastic job.
Very well. Well, on that same note, what have been some of your biggest challenges that you have faced, and what is your proudest moment?
Biggest challenge I've faced so far is meeting the development needs of this island. You know, when you go to Trinidad, you would recognize how far behind we are in terms of development. And I wish that I could get all the resources, both financial resources, technical resources. I wish people's attitude can be different. I wish their attitude can be like mine, that you passionately want to see Tobago advance, Tobago grow, Tobago be enhanced. So my challenge is still seeing some of the shortfalls remain. I have not been able to meet some of them just yet. Managing very limited resources is another challenge. We only received $205 million, and that is not a lot of money in terms of where we want to see Tobago go. So managing $205 million and trying to get the most out of it is indeed a challenge for me. Proudest moment, when entrepreneurs, business people are under my remit. It's my mandate to see them thrive, to see them grow. And when I hear entrepreneurs come to me and say that they have gotten big deals, big business opportunities, those are my proudest moments. Monday for me, I'm excited for that because I think I'll be most proud about that. Last year, though, I did present the revised budget of the Assembly. We have 2 budgets in Tobago. We do a budget in June, and then we do another revised budget after the national budget is...
Member for Scarborough Mongis, you may now join the debate.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I am happy to join the debate. I rise, as always, on the strength of the people of the district of Scarborough, Mount Grace, and I stand in support of the budget as presented by the Honorable Secretary of Finance, Secretary Roberts, who did a wonderful job in presenting a first budget, who had the fortitude to say that the time to change the structure of budgetary presentation was now, in her first and maiden presentation, and took steps to change it. Only a woman of strength could do such. I stand because the Chief Secretary has asked me to serve in the Division of Infrastructure, and I think that I have served in the last 3.5 years with distinction. Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, what we inherited at the Division of Infrastructure, if I can find 3 words: chaos, confusion, and corruption. The minority again speaks and leaves. There's a growing trend on that side where all 3 of them speak and leave and are not about the business of Tobagonians, but want to sell today the idea that somehow Tobago must choose them again after rampant corruption and failure. What we inherited in his absence: procurement realities that told us that there was simply no procurement process. When you come back to the house 2-3 years later, maybe every single year, he comes to the house to try to sell to Tobagonians that somehow this administration hasn't procured according to the rules and we have selected people, sole selected. What we found at the division, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is evidence that suggested that absolutely no tendering took place. Hundreds of millions of dollars went out to contractors without even a single tender. I have evidence now in my file at home where 18 contracts were awarded to one contractor in the same day. Not only, in the day. And he comes every time talking about road contractors and this contractors and who is friend. I have evidence where they took one project in Friendsfield River and divided it into 12 parts and gave it all to one contractor. I have evidence, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, where projects that should cost $2 million on the books for $16 million. Not me say so. All the auditors saying so. So sometimes it's hard to just sit and listen. He criticized his smart app. Well, I want to tell Tobagonians that the app crashed because the Minister of Public Utilities just wouldn't, the previous Minister of Public Utilities just wouldn't sign an MOU with the Works Division, and the amount of holes that WASA creating crashed the app. When previously, when the PNM was in office in Tobago, they had an MOU with the Division of Works for $5 million to repair earthen excavations on the road caused by WASA. They refused to even discuss it with us, choosing instead to patch the holes themselves, thinking that somehow Works Division or the TPP will go into some legal battle with them. When it got too much for them, they just stopped. This is what we inherited. And so it is hard sometimes to sit and listen to the minority as they try to sell the hypocrisy of the PNM on Tobago again. I don't want to take away from my colleague, but he spoke about housing, and it was so laughable that he came back to me as a former director of settlements. It came back to me that in their 21 years in Tobago, they built on average less than 5 houses a year. 15 of those years, they had P&M in Trinidad. And they come with this indignant righteousness that we will do this and we will do that. When? So, I wish to be short today. The list of accomplishments at the Division of Infrastructure, we had to come up, my team and I, with a philosophy that would underpin the change management systems we were trying to implement, given the lack of financial resources that we met at the division. We inherited the most debt across the THA, and we were in fact struggling. We have been struggling to meet the debt requirements, as well as to get the public sector, the public services servants in the division to perform, while trying to use procurement strategies to create a sense of capital expenditure in Tobago. And I think, all in all, we have done that. We have restructured the technical staff, moving from a hierarchical structure to a matrix structure to allow for the benefits of project management and functional management to work together, and so we could benefit from that. And we have seen that across Tobago. We have the development team in-house, building out Castara, building out Runnymede, retaining wall, building out Idlewild, paving up and down the place. That is because we have been able to inspire the teams to finally take action to the benefit of Tobagonians, instead of having them sit down, pay them, and then give a contractor, one of our friends, the money. That's what we have done. And we have been very successful at it. We have taken on our responsibility to reduce the employment figures across Tobago. And both minorities criticize the 10-on, 10-off. And I have evidence on my phone and my email. All of them is trying to send people. Every single time they're trying to send people. I'm happy to report that the 10-on, 10-off program, we have employed a total of 2,558 persons. 2,558 across 62 villages across the island. This is the first time that has happened. When we inherited a division where we could find no books of registered requests for employment. When they centralized, move all the books from all the districts in Speyside and Roxborough and Mason Hall, and centralize them in the main office, and nobody could find them because they was calling all their friends, Hida, Tida, and Dow, to come and get them a work. We have been so transparent that every village, well, I don't know how many villages we have, but 62 of the villages that we've had, we have employed people from. And so that is a major deliverable for us. The member talk about the rent and lease program, and that we've moved the rent and lease from 10 million to, I think he said, 32 million. Outright lies. The rent and lease allocation has been between $18 and $20 million since before we came to office, and every cent of it was expended on contractors whom the THA before us and during our time have benefited. And when we took a decision to procure equipment to improve the performance of the division, the minority vexed. But this is what they were supporting. And I'll give you 2 examples. We've rented chop saws at the division from one vendor for 5 years. A chop saw that costs $2,500 approximately. We've rented a chop saw for 5 years at $45,000 a quarter. What? For 5 years. We've rented a demolition hammer drill that costs approximately $7,000 for $105,000 per quarter.
What? 100 what? Repeat.
And I can go on the list of minor equipment that they have rented, that we have been paying for. We've rented generators, full-term generators, to vendors, $195,000 per quarter. This is what they were supporting. You know. We've come to office, and since we've been there, we've bought 8 generators to try to reduce this expenditure.
No, they could eat, you could talk and run.
We've rented backhoes, and you know, this is a good one. Long-term, permanent rented of backhoes. The cost per quarter, $648,000. We've just bought, in our time since we've been in office, 3 backhoes at $1.8 million for one. In 1 year, 1 year, this could have been reduced. And it goes on and on for equipment that are being used by the staff, essentially for staff that are working 4 hours a day, if so much, and we rented equipment by the day that causes us to spend this kind of money per quarter. And yes, the liability to the division went up because in 2022 and early 2023, we had a lot of rain, and therefore we had to increase the amount of equipment we rented, and also to increase the performance of the division, we had to rent more and more equipment so that the teams now could produce, because we were doing things in-house, and so that went up, and we took a decision. We took a decision because we wanted to maintain fiscal discipline. We took a decision to purchase our own equipment. Because I want to tell members opposite that the purpose of budgeting in a country is to strategically manage public funds, ensuring efficient resource allocation and promotion of economic stability. This allows governments to plan, to prioritize, and implement policies and programs while maintaining fiscal discipline. This is what we have been about. And this new ethos at the division really became necessary because of a reduced budgetary allocation from Port of Spain in the years that we've been there. The member talks, he comes to the House, and he wants to make every debate about the 2 or 3 bills that they have. Every debate. Now, suddenly the PNM are the gurus on autonomy and, and self-determination for Tobago. Deputy Presiding Officer, from 2010 to 2015, the average allocation to Tobago from the national budget was 4.92%. I want to say that again, you know. For the 5-year period from 2010 to 2015, under the UNC-led coalition at the time, 4.92%. The average allocation to the THA from 2016 to 2025 has been 4.34%. That 0.052% would have given the THA if they had just stuck to what the hated UNC did in their 5 years. In 2016, it would have given us an extra $365.4 million. In 2017, $310.3 million, just sticking to the average. All the way through, cumulatively, $3.1292 billion is what they took away from Tobago. That is the opportunity loss that they talk about. And comes to the House, every time he has an opportunity, comes to the House to say that they were promising 6.9, 6.8 minimum. When the law says give you 6.9, that they refuse. They took that out of Tobago in order to give Mr. Jack $70,000 a month in retainer, plus a salary somewhere else. That is what we have been had to endure in Tobago. We are just asking for a meager $200 million for the division of works. $200 million. Understanding, Mr. Presiding Officer, that capital expenditure is crucial for a country as it represents an investment in long-term assets that enhance public service and stimulate economic growth. When you are running a country, if you focus on what the member for Roxborough Argyle seems to always want to focus on, bread and butter and low-hanging fruits and so on, if you focus your attention only on that, you cannot move the economy forward. You need capital expenditure projects in order to stimulate economic growth in the hope that these investments contribute to increased production. What have we been producing in Tobago in the last 20 years? Absolutely nothing. Because the focus has been on maintenance issues and social issues. The same low-hanging fruits that people seem to want only to focus on. We have to find a way, and I want to say this to Tobagonians, we have to find a way to get the right mix in our budgetary allocations to ensure that we're expending funds on projects that is going to stimulate economic growth and that will increase our production capacity. And we can't do that by building health centers and community centers. We have to find the right mix. And from where we've sat, we've started the process of doing that. The division of sports, the facility at Blackrock, is an investment that is going to increase economic growth once we get the arrangements right to bring international teams to Tobago. That is the kind of project that we want to do, that we want to focus our investment and expenditure capital on if we need to change the economy that we have. And that is what we have been about. The Secretary of Agriculture of Food Production went at length to explain why the mega farm idea was what we required to do, because we need to spend money on things that increase productive capacity and revenue generation. The member speaks about the projects that we have built. And yes, we have at the division went through the procurement process and built out 3 or 4 special mega projects. We have reduced the travel in Scarborough by building that bypass from Smithsfield to Dutchford. That was on the books under the P&M for $40 million. We came in, tendered it out, and built it for $19 million in 19 days. As a matter of fact, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we have built more roads in Tobago than they built in 21 years. You hear them talking about connector here and connector there. In terms of miles of roads, we have built already in our 3.5 years more roads than they have built in their 21 years. He come here boasting about roundabouts. We've built 2 roundabouts in 2 years when they've built 3 in 21 years. And they still come in to say, almost the Tobagonians, put way back. On what basis? To bring back corruption and thievery and mismanagement? And so, the Ministry of Works received in the last 3 budgets in excess of $4 billion in development budgeting between the development program, PSIP, and the Infrastructure Development Fund. In excess of $4 billion. In the meantime, the Division of Infrastructure has received less than $150 million. Every year, in those 3 years, $120 million is for wages. So you can't have it both ways. You can't come and criticize and say we ain't contracting out work, and then tell your friends to give us no money. Since we've been in office, the development budget has reduced from $100 million to $41 million over 3 years. This is what we have to grapple with. So just on the evidence of what the UNC did in their 5 years, we have to be the most hopeful we could ever be to say we can have an increased budget. And so the budget request is based on the population size, but it is the minimum we are requesting. And we are requesting that because we feel that now we have an opportunity to get our starting part of the fair share that we've been asking for. Because under the PNM, every Tobagonian knows that he wasn't only getting 4.03. Secretary London tried for years. The same Secretary Jack tried for years. They present budget for $5 billion, $6 billion, $4 billion. And every single time, whether they have a PNM Tobagonian in Prime Minister House or not, every single time, the PNM in Port of Spain give them 4.3 or 4 point something, between 4 and 4.3%. No benefit to Tobago whatsoever. Whereas the people they like to hate give us 4.92% on average over 5 years. So we are happy at the division to report that we are now excited that there is an increased possibility that the sovereign guarantee to support the Port of Scarborough project, the Scarborough Development Project, will be granted. Initial discussions have been fruitful and positive, and we expect that before this financial year is done, that guarantee will be completed. We expect before the end of this fiscal, Friendship Development will be completed. We will have tied into Storby Local Road, and the project will be fully opened. And I, for one, look forward to that. That is a project, again, that's been on the PNM books since 2009, 2010. It would have been started by the TPP and finished by the TPP in less than 4 years. And that is the hurt, that's what they're feeling, the hurt that that we could achieve so much in such a short time. We are on the verge of awarding the contract for the development of the Friendship Estate. That should also be done by the end of July, after a lengthy negotiation that would see the estate being developed by private funds, being repaid by private funds, and the THA benefiting as a PPP investor from the proceeds of the project, with little or no expenditure by the THA. In the next fiscal, we are hopeful, given the request that we've had and the mindset of the new government, that we'll build out a roundabout, and I'm only going to speak of 2 or 3 projects. We'll build out a roundabout at the intersection between Cove and the Churchill Roosevelt, the Claude Noel Highway. Going north so we can have access to FCB from on the inside and ensure that we are reducing the possibility of accidents on that road. We are going to start the Scarborough Integrated Road Network. I keep having to find a way to manage my own time. We are going to build out the Scarborough Integrated Road Network. Hopefully for the first time, we will have a flyover coming over from Sangsas Hill, going over into that property on the side where was that well, and loop around back onto the highway. The much talked about Bad Rock realignment will also be completed once all is well with the budget. And so, in closing, I want to say to Tobagonians that we have started on the road to building out a new Tobago. You have put us in office, and we have delivered. We have delivered beyond measure, beyond compare, and the time is coming soon when you need to put us back, because history will show that the other side cannot, will not deliver.
For Bellegarde Glamorgan, you may now join the debate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. Allow me to start by thanking the electoral district that allowed me to sit in this place on this side of the horseshoe. That is Bellegarde Glamorgan. Allow me to also congratulate the Secretary with responsibility for finance for a splendid first presentation of a budget, and allow me to also congratulate her on not having us there for 4 hours, and therefore probably more important than anything else, also limiting the time that the responder is able to speak. And allow me to also say to our newly minted members of Parliament who happened to be speaking at the same time that our Secretary with responsibility for finance was speaking. Tobago West spoke earlier in the day, and then Tobago East spoke later in the evening. I want to go on public record as also congratulating them and thanking them for representing this island in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago in a way that would allow us to stand on this side And as my colleague, Secretary James, spoke about, having a renewed set of hope that because we actually have a proper representation for Tobago East and West in the Parliament, and we now also have a government that seems to at least respect the Tobago House of Assembly, the potential is great. I would like to take a little bit of time, and I'm actually timing myself so that I will not need more than the 30 minutes, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, to go back a little bit and to talk about one quick thing, because the member, Minority Leader, again spoke about us not having plans and all of that. The Secretary with responsibility for finance basically started her presentation reminding us that we were using or we are building out a strategic development planning pathway that we will use over the next couple months to create this plan that we will use to develop Tobago over the next 10, 15, 20 years. Now that is important because, again, I want to place on record that the last developmental plans that we had for the island included the Comprehensive Economic Development Plan. The first iteration of it was from 2006 to 2010. The second iteration of that was from 2013 to 2017. And I want to place that specifically on record so that those on the other side who keep talking about us not having a plan recognize that for quite a bit of the time his colleagues were there, they did have a plan. But while I sat on the other side of this horse shoe, I remember at one of these budget debates, I actually went through the CEDP 1 and CEDP 2 and highlighted the fact that the members on the other side had not actually accomplished more than maybe 20% of what was in those plans anyway. And that is why, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I wanted to take a little bit of time to chat with the people of Tobago about the process that we will be using. Because what we do not want, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is a repeat of what happened then. We actually want to have a plan that is actually used. And for us to have a plan that is actually used, it means that we need to take our time to develop the plan. And the development process for that plan needs to be one that is grounded in science that actually works. What does that mean? And again, I promise I will be very short. We currently have a framework that includes us having 21 what are known as development agenda priorities, 21 of them. If you think about everything that we would need to do in Tobago to get us to that greatest little island on the planet status, it would fit under these 21 development agenda priorities. But instead of having some random person come in who will then say to us, this is what we think you would do, the Office of the Chief Secretary, the planning unit, and so forth, kind of worked on a framework that would allow all of us who are on the ground, all of us who are experiencing what public service is, all of us who are part of the Tobago House of Assembly, we are the ones who would say, hey, you see this is a problem. This is a problem that would prevent us from getting to greatest little island on the planet status. And therefore, these are the things we need to do to get us from our baseline, which is where the problem is, to greatest little island on the planet status. And that includes, again, thinking about what the problems are, looking at what the policy solutions are, looking at the legislative framework, meaning what are the laws that we may need to put in place, what are the laws we may need to amend, what are the policies we may need to put around the table. And then based on that, developing the plan that says, this is what we will do, this is where we will go. Of course, as I said, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, the aim is to get us to that grand vision of Tobago being the greatest little island on the planet. And I've decided in the 22 minutes that I have left to use 3 specific examples from the Division of Health, Wellness, and Social Protection of how we could do that. Let me go back and highlight the fact that when the Secretary with responsibility for Finance called the numbers associated with each of the divisions, and I heard the division that I have responsibility for, Health, Wellness, and Social Protection, and she said the $846 million, I clutched my pearls and I said, oh my goodness, I plenty money. And it's like, that is all, really asked for all of that? But it is important to note that because the division is responsible for the provision or for the policy that leads to the provision of health care, over $571 million of that is to go to the Tobago Regional Health Authority, which is a huge chunk of that money. Now, why is that important? I plug it here because people continually believe that because when you go to the hospital or to the health center, you do not pay you don't have to pull out a card, you don't have to pay, you don't have to pull out your insurance, you don't have to pay for it. People don't recognize that healthcare actually costs a whole lot of money. So even though my division is actually one of those that is taking a large chunk of the budget, I again have to agree with my colleague, Secretary James, when he speaks about us having to figure out that balance. Because we can't keep spending money on the things that does not allow us to bring the kinds of return, the kind of economic development that we will need for us to get to greatest little island on the planet status. And just so that we are aware of the $145 million that my division has requested for traditional development program financing, again, about 81 million of that goes to the Tobago Regional Health Authority because of all of the things we need to do. So let's go back to these 21 development agenda priorities. As I said, I will chat about 3 specifically. Priority E speaks to a modern and efficient healthcare system. A modern and efficient healthcare system. So we have to ask ourselves, what is a problem? What do we currently face as a challenge that is preventing us from being a modern and efficient healthcare system? What is that? I get the calls all the time because somebody went to accident and emergency at 8 a.m. and at 8 p.m. they are still in accident and emergency, and they are calling me. So that is the problem. What do we need to do? Well, it has several things that we are looking at, several things we've already started, and several things that we will continue to implement going forward. One of those is really a review of what happens at accident and emergency. Who sees you when you come in? When you get to the gate and you're screaming, Lord God and murder, who actually interacts with you? Is that person the best person to interact with you at that point? Or do we need to change the triaging system so that we have a doctor look at you almost immediately to then determine whether you need to go in quickly or whether you can sit and wait a little bit so that we can treat with the others that may be real emergencies? We need to also look at diagnostic tools. And one of the things that is critical is you hear people talking about the fact that we had to wait for the X-ray, or we had to wait for the CT scan, or we had to wait for the MRI. So a big chunk of that, about $20 million of that, Deputy Presiding Officer, will actually be going towards beefing up these diagnostic tools. We already have on island the CT scanner that is being installed as we speak. And the other tools include MRIs and other X-rays and other types of machines that we will need to ensure that as soon as you get to A&E, you are able to be diagnosed quickly so that we know what to do with you. We also have a situation, Madam Presiding Officer, or Deputy Presiding Officer, sir, apologies, where those of you who need to actually be warded, we are now running out of space. We are running out of space because when we went from the old fort, we actually reduced the number of beds in the hospital. So we moved from a hospital with 100 and something beds to a hospital with 100 beds. So we reduced the number of beds. Unfortunately, we have to figure out how to get the bed count back up, taking into consideration what is happening at Roxborough, in addition to what we actually need to happen at Scarborough. And of course, we need to expand what happens at primary care. Because if we get you in the health centers and we get you to be better in the health centers or through the health center system, you will not need to get to the hospital. By the way, the member for Roxborough Argyle, who as normal comes, talks and leaves, spoke about the fact that there were so many people who were educated and were not getting employment. And one of the things we've actually been able to do over the last couple of years is beef up the cadre of medical staff at the Tobago Regional Health Authority. And this is why, for example, it costs over $40 million every month to run the service, to pay them. Over the last couple of years, we've hired at least 10 specialist medical officers, at least 10 registrars, about 40 house officers. These are vast majority of them are actually Tobagonians who went to medical school and came back and were employed. We hired about 70 registered nurses and about 50 enrolled nursing assistants, 2 speech therapists and other speech and language therapists, and speech and language and art and occupational therapists and pharmacists and all of those people. Again, the vast majority of those are Tobagonians who went to school and came back. Let me also talk very, very quickly about Roxborough Hospital. Because again, the members of the minority continue to talk about what happened in Roxborough and what is happening in Roxborough and that they built Roxborough. Yes, 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 sure. The structure was built, but we are faced with the fact that the structure was not purpose-built, because part of the development that we would need to do to expand the kind of services we need would include actually expanding what happens at Roxborough. Because for some reason, we did not think about the fact that if we have doctors and nurses and all of these professionals working in a facility, we would actually need a place for them to go and sit down and eat and actually be a human being when they are not interacting with patients. So we need to treat with that. But yes, the Roxborough Hospital was opened basically as a health center in 2021 because it was only primary care. It was basically moving the health center from out the road into the health center, into the hospital facility. In 2022, though, that is when we started actually having secondary care services there and tertiary care services, because we actually have the dialysis chairs there. By the way, we've been able to complete about 3,000 dialysis sessions in Roxborough since we started providing that service. It is good, but it is not comforting. It is not comforting because we're still running out of chairs. We still don't have enough service, and we still don't have enough service because people are losing their kidney function. And people are losing their kidney function because they are diabetic, and because they are hypertensive, and because they have all of these other diseases that is leading to kidney failure. I would actually like one day to come and report less of these numbers. We have also been able to do additional things. Of course, we all know about the cataract surgeries that have taken place there, and we have over 2,000 cataract surgeries being done over the last couple of years, and the calls keep coming in. So we are thinking about having to do it again this year to allow people to see, to simply allow them to see. So we have the problem. We have to think about how we can actually work towards solving the problem. Sitting with the Tobago Regional Health Authority, we are about to officially launch a strategic plan that was done at the Tobago Regional Health Authority with all of these things in mind, because it was actually the employees, the people on the ground who were a part of it. So when they speak about doing this and that and the other in 2 years, in 5 years, they know that that is what they're doing because they're the ones who put it in the plan. In the 11 minutes that I have, I'll speak about the other 2 areas. H, protecting and caring for the most socially vulnerable in the society. That's the priority. That treats with the Department of Social Protection. The Department of Social Protection is actually one that we just started working on expanding what it does. It actually is a group of people who do so much work, but because of the kind of work they do, it is difficult for us to publicize what they do. It is difficult for us to put up the pictures and to put up the names and so forth because of the kind of work that they do. But we've been able to restructure that department, and one of the things that we are working on is to figure out how to get the services to the people who need the services even faster. So the director is currently working with a team to build out an actual crisis response team, so that it doesn't matter what time of the day or night something happens, weekend or not, there is someone who can respond, and we have the systems in place, including all of the systems that relate to procurement. And my assistant secretary is also showing, because we have these meetings. We actually had a meeting this week where we were there arguing, trying to figure out how to ensure that we do not breach any of the procurement rules, but still provide the service and provide it quick. Because somebody who needs food does not need to hear that the procurement people ain't do the PO yet. So we are trying to grapple with these kinds of things so that we follow the rules, and so that my goodly member has no other reason to send any document to OPR with my name on it. We are trying to figure out how to do this balance, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, because we need to figure that out. So we have that. But part of what I wanted to highlight was the fact that within our recurrent budget, and I'm probably saying this more for my good friend, the Secretary with responsibility for finance, when we are reducing our recurrent budget so that we can put into DP, our recurrent is where we spend the money for those grants. So we are hoping to get at least about $11 million to be able to provide all of the different kinds of grants that we need to ensure that we protect and care for the most socially vulnerable in the society. And the last one I want to talk about relates to the Department of Public Health, where the priority K speaks to sustainable urban, suburban and livable village communities. And part of that has to do with waste management, for example. I want to say that part of the Division of Health, Wellness and Social Protection, since it was the Division of Health and Social Services when I became a member as, I can't remember what my position was in 2006 or 2007, we had the litter eradication program that was part of the division then. It has taken quite a while, but we have finally gotten to the point after all of those years where we are regularizing those litter eradication program workers. So as of the 1st of July, they will have an increased salary. They will be able to go on holidays and take sick leave and get paternity leave and get maternity leave and all of those things. After all of those years, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, we are finally there. But the next step, because remember we spoke about what we have to look at the problem. The problem is that we still have quite a bit of litter happening. We still have quite a bit of unhealthy waste management practices. So the next step would be to actually have litter wardens on the island. So that is part of the plan for next fiscal, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer. And we are working through the policy and we are working through the legislative requirements because, you know, when we read the law says that a particular minister is responsible for precepting, in essence, the litter wardens. And when I called the former minister back then, the minister said, really, I never do that, you know. So we are now working through. By the way, the current minister said, hey, that's what the law said, no scenes on your list. Again, political will. Political will. But the last thing I want to speak about, Madam Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is the fact that Priority C speaks about a digitally driven competitive society and economy. And it is sad that I am standing here at this hour in, June of 2025, and I cannot report that I have moved further in the digitization of social protection because, again, of the lack of political will, or what I may call plain old bad mind, that has caused that specific project to be halted. The good news, Madam Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, is that we actually spoke with the Minister with responsibility for AI, and we have a commitment to continue. We have a commitment to figure out where we were and what needs to happen. And some of the principals that the Chief Secretary spoke about earlier have already started reaching out saying, hey, we feel we're getting the green light, you know, let's get back to the playing field, let us get back to implementation so that Tobago would get to the point where you do not necessarily have to come in to apply for the food card or for rental assistance. You can do it on your phone. And that is going to cost us about $4 million or so next fiscal if we don't get the grant, because there are possibilities of us actually getting some grant funding to do it. And the Tobago Regional Health Authority, we would be able to extend the digitization that is happening there, because my aim, it's not going to happen overnight, my aim is for us to be able to go to the hospitals and to the health centers, and when they are asking for your file, they don't have to literally run and get your paper file. They can pull up a tablet and your medical records will be on a digital platform. So, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I just wanted to say to the people of Tobago, when I listen to my colleagues and when we really sit down and go through all that we've been able to do over the last 3.5 years, I am actually, you know, there are times you feel a little daunted. But when you listen, and moments like today allow us to really listen and reflect on what we've been able to do, I feel good. No, we have not done everything that we've planned. No, we are not at the point where we really wanted to be. But when you think about all of the obstacles that have been placed in our way, when you really think about all of the obstacles that's been placed in our way, colleagues, I want us to give ourselves a tap in the back. Thank you, 3:45. We really need to give ourselves a tap in the back. we really need to say to ourselves, give ourselves a little bit of grace, because we really have done a decent job. And because we have done a decent job, I think the people of Tobago are seeing that we have done a decent job, given all of the obstacles that have been placed in our way. And they will continue to support this Tobago People's Party administration. And they will not behave as if those on the other side who came today and spoke about we will do this and we will do that and we will do the other, as if you were not there for the last 100 million years when you could have done it. They will stoop their teeth when they come to their homes, because they are finally seeing development, and they are finally seeing us getting to that grand goal of Tobago being the greatest little island on the planet. And I want to thank Tobagonians in advance for continuing to give us the kind of support so that we can provide the services that you require on this island. I thank you.
Member for Mason Hall, Mariah, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'd like to say a hearty good afternoon and thank you to the people of Mason Hall, Mariah, who have voted overwhelmingly to put me here to represent them, my family, the Lenhan crew, my new crew, and the entire Tobago. I'd also like to say congratulations to the Secretary of Finance on her maiden budget presentation and a job well done. I will be brief. I will not take 30 minutes, Deputy Presiding Officer. A brief history of the Division of Settlements. And as my colleague, the Deputy Chief Secretary, just said, the hindrances that were put in our way as representatives. The division had 8 administrators in 3.5 years. So you know there is no continuity. We had no line item for housing in the division. The only funding we used to receive is for grants program. And only $1 million were allocated to each of these grants programs. So you see, we all started this job as OJT, managing at this level. We stumble, we fall, but today I'm full of exuberance. And my colleague will know why in a little bit. Some of the achievements by the Division of Settlements, Public Utilities and Rural Development. Under Public Utilities, as the goodly Secretary for Finance indicated on Monday, the largest street lighting exercise in history, costing $1,106,000, where 90 families were impacted. Another $1,032,000 investment was made to improve the lives of other areas in Tobago and Tobagonians. Under the grants program, from 2022 to present, a total of $33 million has been distributed in the 4 grants program, approximately 2,350 persons or families impacted by these grants. There was the introduction of the HART program, the Housing Assistance Repair and Transformation, after we had moved away from the Client Relation Unit. The HART unit was formed mostly to serve vulnerable Tobagonians, to enhance their quality of life and build community resilience. Because, Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, as we know, we have a lot of persons out there living in squalor. I am really proud to report about the Rural Development Unit, a unit that there was a lot of hoopla. Every Monday morning there, the salaries were established in the paper. They always talk about the salaries of these employees. But they are the ones who are really delivering to the division on a number of initiatives. There was a $2.9 million investment where $1.445 million we contributed to this initiative from the THA, and Habitat for Humanity contributed another $1.445 million. where 75 families were impacted in the roof repair program. 32 minor roof repair completed and 35 approved for initiation. 4 homes out of 5 completed under the roof retrofitting and solar panel and rainwater harvesting program at a cost of $176,000. 4 locations have been selected for washroom facilities because you know around our islands we have tourists traversing our locals and there's no rest stops on the island, so 4 washroom locations were selected at Mount Dillon Hill, Speyside by the Lookout, at the entrance of Gilpin Trace and Goodwood. We are pleased to announce that Mount Dillon construction has started. Conversations with stakeholders to contract 2 play parks, 1 in Mariah, and Mr. Presiding Officer, for the first time in Tobago, the Rural Development Unit is in consultation with other stakeholders to construct a sensory haven, all-inclusive play park for persons who are disabled, blind, deaf, and autistic, a first of its kind that we are looking to bring on the island. Because too often you have these children just stuck at home, hidden away, not socializing with the general public. Settlements and land distribution. I feel like a child awaiting a new bicycle at this time, because everyone knows I have a passion for housing. You see, the minority leader, the representative for Dalles Spring Rim, lamenting all over because after the presentation Monday, one of the first division he jumped on one of his life was settlements. We haven't delivered any home. But as my colleague Secretary James said, how could we deliver homes? You sat here in Tobago. Your handlers in Trinidad gave us $4 million in 4 years. And that was $2 million last year and $2 million this year for housing. You know the Minister for Housing and all other agencies in Trinidad received almost $2 billion for housing in Trinidad over 4 years. And you gave us $4 million. Additionally, we have also distributed 5 townhouses that the PNM said there were none in Adventure. They are all occupied up to yesterday. One of the owners came, collected their keys, so they will be going and occupy that shortly. We have been slow, as my colleague, Dr. Faith just said. We started construction of 2 affordable homes. 3 started in Milford Court, and we hope that another 5 will be completed by the end of this fiscal. We have distributed over 140 parcels of land thus far. Deputy Presiding Officer, I now want to address the issue of housing more in depth. The member for Dalles Spring Rim always asking Tobagonians if they are better off under the TPP today. And I want to tell him, if they were releasing money to the THA, Tobagonians would have had a better standard of living today. Everything for him is about some gate, email gate, ambulance gate. We want to tell him that dog don't hunt anymore. The only person who was successful at that is my constituent now and the former Prime Minister, because once he's Mason, he's my constituent. If he needs anything to be done, he has to come to my office. He boasts about PNM achievement from 2001 to 2021. Why was this possible? It was possible because of the foresight of Mr. Hotjoy Charles and the DSC regime and the Dispute Resolution Commission. They came in and met the money there. If the then Hotjoy Charles had the type of money the PNM received, Tobago would have been far more transition than how it is today. But you see, he failed to realize that some of us have been in the politics a long time. He boasts about all the projects that they have delivered and what they have done. I used to work for the minority leader, Mr. Ashok Jack. And from our office, I was there seeing Professor John off the morning when he came and asked, where is the financial complex? Where is the Victor Bruce? After $12 million, There wasn't even a pillar. Where is the building he has? So we were looking over and seeing him and with his crew walking around. But he's boasting about Victor E. Bruce. He's not talking about the wanton wastage that they did on the library and the Victor E. Bruce complex. But that's gone. You know, there's a saying, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. The member constantly comes here and mislead the public with his utterances. For example, 15 workers at settlement sent home at Christmas Eve, when there were only 2 workers affected by restructuring. He is constant with telling spurious lies to the public. He said in his latest press briefing Monday, Deputy Presiding Officer, that I had a draw for 200 persons at Riseland. I listened to you well. We only had 54 units to be built at Riseland. But just for inflation or hyper, I don't even know the word to call it. But this is what he's going to explain to the public. You see, Deputy Presiding Officer, the organization which the member for Darrell Spring Wing is a part of, I'm going to give you some words that I could describe them in. Evil, sinful, wicked, vile, villainous, devilish, demonic. I'm sorry for calling them all those words, Deputy Presiding Officer. I retract. But these are how these people behave. That they are so righteous, they are righteous than thou. He said in that the PNM created a land bank, various housing development, Belgarden, Corland, Bremen, Castor, Adventure. All of them, no completion certificate. But here, Deputy Presiding Officer, here how they were grace, how they delivered those. The same UNC that they say is with friend down in Trinidad. In 2012, a PNM-led THA and a PP government in Trinidad, $108 million for housing in Tobago. In 2012, Newsday, the 24th of March 2012, $108 million given to the THA for housing. So how you ain't gonna build a house? And you want to give me $4 million and ask me, how come you ain't build a house? And this is a Tobagonian that was at the helmet. And as I always said, it's the most Tobagonians that have been sitting up on the lower house was in the last 5 years of the central government. We had about 7 Tobagonians there, whether independent senators or government senators. And nothing. And you sat there and want to know why YTN deliver house. You talk about building so much, 1,000 units, and can't deliver with $4 million. Wait. But as I told him before, if you aren't invited to sit at the table, you must be part of the meal. Because clearly, he's not in conversation with the upper echelons of his party. Yeah. Because he knows the fiscal starvation is why we didn't get all these projects off the ground. It's not that the lack of desire to do them, because we don't have money. But Madam Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm going to housing now. In the depth that I want to go, I must publicly thank the chairman and deputy chairman and other members of the board of directors of the Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Company, the interim general manager, the specialist project manager, and the other members of the team. You see, we have taken this long. I really felt at some time that I was underachieving. But what could you do without money? The Bible tells you, King Solomon said, money solves everything. Not some things, everything. Answered all things. Shervan Housing Development. We have come to a point now, Deputy Presiding Officer, where the company is ironing out a few last kinks in that arrangement so that that housing project, which is a design-build finance, valued at $493 million to construct 447 units at Shervan. So we could see the start of that probably by the end of July, in August. so that contract could start. The Adelphi Housing Development, the RFP to develop the 50 parcels of plots of land and the bridge is going out on Friday. I want to get to Riseland because he said I had 200 persons drawn in 2022. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to first apologize to those persons whose name was selected in that draw because they think that the kickback was the THA or the Division of Settlements. But we learned that the Trinidad central government, PNM central government, did not access the money from the IDB loan. I want to say it slowly. Upon this new government taking office, we learned that the money was accessed. $16.25 million US for Riseland housing development. Calculate that at 6.6 per US, 110 million TT dollars. Sat in Trinidad under Ms. Camille Robinson Regis and not released to the Tobago House Assembly to start housing. I want the recipients of whose names were drawn to hear that loud and clear. $110 million withheld by the Minister of Planning from the Tobago House Assembly to start the Riseland housing development. Thank God. It's one thing I'm sorry about, Deputy Presiding Officer. I wish this general election was in 2022, just after our election. Tobago would have skyrocketed because we have a government in Trinidad that is, they're more sympathetic to us than what the former government was doing. But all is not lost. You know why? When we were thinking that we weren't getting the IDB funding, we sent out a new RFP for Riseland. And instead of 54 units, we have now moved it up to 130 units. Duplex and townhouses. That RFP went out almost for 64 days. I'm getting to a point, Deputy Presiding Officer. The member spoke of contractors in Tobago want a fair share, and we decimated the construction sector. I wish he was here. You know, early in my tenure as Secretary of Settlements, I was sitting with a businessman, a friend in Tobago, and he was talking to them on the speakerphone, and contractors were saying they were told not to bid on no contract in Tobago, otherwise you will not get any jobs in Trinidad. You know, this time when we sent out the RFP for Riseland, we had 18 contractors who wished to get packages to tender. I could name a few. Hummingbird Holding Limited, Amigo Construction China Limited, North Star Consortium, NH International, Namalco, California Stocko, Ashby General Construction, Prospart Engineering, WL Zion Realty and Construction Limited, PR Contracting Limited, Active General Tenders Limited, Owen Smith Construction Limited, Calco Limited, General Technology Company Services, Vanrox Architecture Engineering Construction, Ramkaran Construction Service Limited, Cromarty Construction and Joining Service Limited, Megas Holding Limited, Kai Engineering and Construction Limited. Deputy Presiding Officer, for my recollection, about 5 or 6 of these companies are Tobago-based companies, which I was pleased that they submitted. You know, the tender closed yesterday. The officers did their due diligence and they opened the packages. You know, out of that 18, only 4 of them submitted tenders, and the 4 of them, not one from Tobago. So when they say we decimate in the construction industry, and the contractors not tendering, how could we give them the job? This is what I'm saying. He's not informed. When he makes his utterances, he's just here to make mischief in his space, not one Tobago contractor. So we have to now evaluate these 4 contractors and see which one fits the bill. You know, the same member who talk about we're not giving contractors work was given land since 2016 or 2018 by my good friend, the director. Today, he ain't put up 1 pillar on the land. So if you wanted to help the GDP and provide employment, start to construct. Start to construct. That's how we start. But you know what we're doing for those persons in Riseland who are impatient? Deputy Presiding Officer, I recently went through the list of lands that were given out since 2015. And I'm certain I found about 15 to 20 persons who are not interested or will not go forward. So what we will do is give them the option. If they cannot wait till these homes are constructed, you could now unpay these paltry sum they cost, because they cost as low as $48,000, $60,000. So they could buy these lands and start their own construction. But I'm getting to the juice of the matter, Deputy Presiding Officer, and my colleagues. I did not say it before, because I learned of it yesterday, and I kept it close to my chest. The Tobago Urban and Rural Housing Corporation and the contractor selected has finally met their agreement, and the contract for the construction of 120 units at Adventure will be signed on Monday. "40 single units, 2-bedroom, 20 single units, 2-bedroom, 20 3-bedroom, 10 duplex, and 5 3-story buildings, 4 units each building, a total of 120 units at a cost." This is design, build, finance again, Deputy Presiding Officer. The contractor is bringing into this space $157 million. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, that is the good news I have for my colleagues, especially all my colleagues in Tobago West, because most of these construction will be starting, and we hope that we could get it off the ground. It is our wish that Secretary Kerr and I, we could at least, if we could deliver 100 units before the next election is due, that will be a great achievement. Because as Secretary James said, they build 5 houses per year for 21 years. So I am pleased to announce that to the whole of Tobago to understand and to hear this news. So all the contractors, all these young people that you're seeing that we're not employing, that there will be work coming into this space. There's employment opportunities, and you don't have to depend on the government. So this gloom and doom you like to preach to Tobagonians, there are ways to get around telling your colleagues in Trinidad not to fund the THA, or not speak up on Tobago's behalf, on the THA's behalf. So we have got all these development, housing development, they are coming to this space with their own money. Their own money. So I am really, really excited. It took a long, I apologize, but I am at that point today that I am elated that as of Monday next week, or could be before, that this contract could be signed and we could start some work and start some construction of housing units for deserving Tobagonians. Because heaven knows we have about 8,000 persons in our database. So we'll start to go out now and advertise to the Tobagonians. Everybody cannot receive 5,000 square feet. We have to change our way of living. We're going to be using alternative materials to construct. It's not concrete and steel, but it's someplace that you could call home. So put your house in order, because the engine has started. I thank you.
Member for Lambole-Lands, you may now join the debate.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. First, I want to thank the people of Lambole-Lands for the opportunity to stand once again in this House to present, to contribute to this budget, and to represent them. Deputy Presiding Officer, asking permission 47.2 because it has parts of my contribution I have to read. And please, I hope I'm not being rude, but if you could just keep your head up so I won't call you Madam Presiding Officer. I can see your beard. First, I want to stand here to congratulate our Finance Secretary on a wonderful job she done in the budget. Apart from trying to pursue a new path, she significantly decreased the speaking time. So we didn't have to sit there for 5 hours, although it's a good thing she's talking, but on the flip side, they didn't have to sit there for equal time to listen the opposite of what she was talking. Deputy Presiding Officer, the theme of the budget, accelerating growth, anchoring fiscal stability. He points to the unwavering commitment of this administration to making the island of Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. Deputy Presiding Officer, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sport requested a total of $273 million for fiscal 2025-2026. And it's as follows. $43 million for CPEP. On the recurrent, we have $123 million. And development program, $107 million. The division is charged with the mandate to be the vehicle and catalyst through which the social and economic development of the people of Tobago revolve. Further, the division has a pivotal role to play in supporting the realization of the Assembly's vision to this end. The division works collaboratively with all stakeholders, such as the faith-based organizations, the community-based organizations, and the non-governmental organizations, including sporting and youth-based organizations in the fulfillment of his mandate. Let us get back the time when you're turning the page, Deputy Presiding Officer. The division, like many other divisions within the Tobago House of Assembly, continues to face significant challenges in the execution of its remit. Some of the notable challenges include, inter alia, inadequate funding for programs, projects, and initiatives. As a consequence, resources had to be reallocated to areas that are deemed critical. Human resource. Staffing has been a significant challenge. Many vacancies are yet to be filled to preserve institutional knowledge and ensure continuity in the flow of work. This is a priority for the division, and we are working assiduously with the relevant key agencies to remedy this challenge. Deputy Presiding Officer, the financial resources allocated to the division for the period 2022 to 2024 are as follows. Recurrent expenditure allocation, $56,867,540. Development program, $16,632,300. Funding for CPEP, $31,200,000. Recurrent expenditure allocation, $97,766,000. Development program, $31,669,400. Funding for CPEP, $35 million. $133,000. Fiscal 2024 recurrent expenditure allocation, $103,735,000. The development program, $38,690,964. Funding for CPEP, $32 million, $32,900,000. While the financial resources were inadequate, through prudent fiscal management measures, the division was able to deliver on its mandate. Noteworthy accomplishments or record of delivery, Deputy Presiding Officer, the accomplishments of the division from inception of this administration to present are a testament to our dedication to accelerating growth and anchoring fiscal stability in our communities. We trained 45 tutors in the effective use of various platforms, promoting a hybrid mode of delivery for our vocational skills training program. The minority was alluding to the fact that we are training nobody. We coordinated and concluded phase 2 of the retooling and revitalization of community councils, leading to successful election of 21 unit councils and the reestablishment of the Tobago branch of the Trinidad and Tobago village and community councils after more than 15 dormant years. We trained 952 persons for the vocational skills program, successfully meeting our target. I just want to pause a bit with this. Over the years, Deputy Presiding Officer, a lot of the previous administration, not shuns, they have alluded to the fact about how much people we train. And this administration saw it fit to look at this program and decided that there is no use in training a whole lot of people that after each cycle you could boast and say you train 900 people, how much 100 people? But at the end of the day, not even you, the institution that trained them, could hire them because there is no proper certification. This administration has partnered with the NESC, and these trainees here on in will be properly certified and prepared for the job market as we go forward. Deputy Presiding Officer, we initiated the tender protest for critical projects, including the Montgomery Walk-Around Track, the lighting of the Patience Hill, and soon to be completed Louisdale Recreation Ground. The phase 1 of the fencing at the Bonaccord Recreation Ground, which is phase 2 of that work, is drainage, complete the fencing, and the surface work. I want to stop a little to elaborate a little on the. Many times you hear it echoed about the condition of our playing fields, and you even hear the minority moan about the conditions of the facilities and whatnot. Deputy Presiding Officer, if you come into a space and on coming into that space, there is massive need for repair, seconds. If you come into our space, Deputy Presiding Officer, and there is massive need for overhauling works, repairs, and maintenance, he says something that who was there before you wasn't doing anything. That's the only reason why you have so much to do. And we never back off from the work we have to do. But there are some factors that had to be taken into consideration with this work that had to be done, which we will do. The average person that works on the recreation ground, who were hired before we came into office, and I'm blaming the workers because they want to work and they get to work. They weren't trained. So that's part that contributes to the condition of the grounds. But I have news for all who complaining that we are embarking on a massive training program to train these people, skill them properly, and bring them up to the grade to where they should be, that our fields could be better maintained, because we'll have people for the first time who actually know what they're about. Some works to be embarked on. We're going to restart the work on the Charlottesville Community Center and Pavilion. We reintroduce the Lalon Gordon Sport Fund, where we assisted many Tobagonians in their endeavors, sportsmen and sportswomen. We hosted the annual World of Work program, benefiting 105 participants with job training and placement. We hosted the Youth Can Cook 2 initiative in conjunction with the THTI, with the winning team receiving scholarships. We held the Youth Engage in Fishing initiative in Castara involving 20 young persons. We restructured the monthly paid staff establishment. We increased the wage of the CPEP daily rate workers, alongside establishing new policies and operational guidelines, which include ongoing training for these workers, that they not only sit there and paint stones when the day comes, they actually could be put in use to actually help in the development of this island. Also, it must be noted that we increased, in our first term, we increased the salaries of the CPEP workers, so all those families could enjoy a much higher standard of living. This is for the first time this has been done in more than 21 years, because we know the salary that these people are working under. We launched the Tobago Faith-Based Council, distributing $200,000 in financial assistance to 7 faith-based organizations. We train 1,370 persons in vocational skills. A remarkable 44% increase from the previous year. Deputy Presiding Officer, I listened to the minority earlier, and he was very clear to tell you what economist Vanessa James was saying. But he only picked out part. I remember the very Vanessa James standing on a platform and saying that that PNM government wants to have Tobago like another lab. Until why you ain't repeating that? You see, they have a very convenient memory. And as I was talking about training just now, we embark on a lot of training programs with national sporting bodies, that the coaches here could be better equipped. We actually did about 3 different cycles of the child safety, because that's a big thing in sports now. In child safety, you have to be certified at that to actually be a coach. And you know, I even did it, even though I had spent more of my time in the constituency, sometime in this house, but it still seems that the way these people continue to behave in this house, it was important that I take that child safety program, because it seems like we have 3 misguided, misled children on the other side. We collaborated successfully with the Fashion Glam event, showcasing the skills from our vocational training program. So this collaboration allows us to expose the people that we actually train. Deputy Presiding Officer. Things to embark on. We're going to embark on upgrade works at the Mount Pleasant Recreation Ground. This will include drainage and surface works. This is soon coming. We did work at the Cutler Hall Recreation Ground when it had the bad weather. You know, it had a big landslip, and we had to bring in a contractor and construct a wall. That was completed, and the ground is a safe place for the residents there to play again. We also facilitated sports camp for 720 children and sporting events for differently abled people. We're not only focusing on those people that we perceive should have the opportunities. This administration campaign on the premise that the differently able people must have as much opportunity as anybody, and we did that, Deputy Presiding Officer. Even recently, we hired a couple of them in the CPEP program. So we aren't just talking, we're actually doing what we say we're going to do. We also recruited 104 field workers in the CPEP program. And these workers have been receiving ongoing training. As I said, we don't want to see the program down the road that all they do is paint stone. We're going way beyond that, because they have to play their part also in Tobago becoming that great little island that we all vision. We partner with the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service to offer vocational skills training to incarcerated citizens, fostering rehabilitation. We secure executive approval for the establishment of the Electoral District Fund. We talk about it a lot, but Deputy Presiding Officer, I will tell you one thing. You could dream as much as you want, and you could promise as much as you want, but it takes cash to care, and if you don't have cash, sometimes you just can't care. A lot of things that we might have promised before, and when in promising them, we had to even watch how we was promising in the past. Because we have some people, while we promising the citizens goodwill and development and trying to go forward, they were promising themselves that all you ain't getting none. Hopefully we are past that gate. And I hope that with good collaboration and good communication with this sitting government, that the gates for Tobago will be open, the gates for development, and the gates for going forward in enhancing Tobago and putting us where we should be, side by side with our sister island. We collaborated with the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy to track the impact of the vocational skills training program on past participants. We provided comprehensive career development training to 679 young persons through the ACE program, career development training program, and the summer internship program. We further provided career development opportunities for over 604 young persons through the World of Work program, the Pro Youth Expo, and the Trade Track program. We collaborated and we facilitated and assisted in the successful execution of the 2024 Special Olympics Beach Game, hosting over 12 regional countries, Deputy Presiding Officer. And not to mention, these people came with their traveling party. So they had us to get hotels because we couldn't put them in Branston. They had us to get hotels, they had us to get all the things that will benefit the business community in Tobago, the hotels, the restaurants, the taxis. Everybody was able to see a little light with that event. We hosted a certification ceremony in partnership with Playable Caribbean, providing a level 1 coaching certification for persons with disability to 50 individuals. Deputy Presiding Officer, that is how you prepare for the future. The CPEP employees, including, we provide substantial capacity development opportunities for CPEP employees, including handicraft training, PPE, brush cutter, and hazard identification and control training for hundreds of workers. We completed refurbishment and maintenance work to several division facilities, including the Belgarden Multipurpose Facility, upgrades at Glamorgan and Legislature Community Centers. Legislature being completed, and Glamorgan, there's a little glitch which we're slowly getting out the way and should be up and running in the very near future. We did upgrade works, bare maintenance work actually on the Lambo Recreational Facility. Phase 1, the phase 2 should be started. The Patient Hill LED lighting program was started and completed. The Pembroke Youth Center, and we actually have works going on now on 3 hard courts. We started out with 4, the Bethel one being completed, and the Speyside, Wim, and Codler Hall soon to be completed in this month of July, Deputy Presiding Officer. We provided financial assistance totaling $247,086 to 16 athletes, notably supporting Ms. Makeda Bain, the #1 under-14 tennis player in the Caribbean. We acquired inventory management and fleet GPS software for real-time information and increase efficiency with the implementation currently at 81% complete. For fiscal 2025, the Division of Community Development, Youth Development and Sports pledges to work assiduously with all stakeholders towards a greater focus on community empowerment, enhancement, and transformation to this end. Some of the initiative programs and projects that we will embark upon in the upcoming fiscal period are as follows: the World of Work program, the Tobago Youth Awards, the Trade Check Initiative targeted vocational skills program for young persons, infrastructure development and enhancement. We're going to cut through all for once and for all. We're going to seek to have the Bacalet Indoor Sporting Complex restarted. We have to redo, we have some works to redo in terms of the drawing, because as we know, the people who was doing this work before, the previous government, somehow was very bright in getting a drawing for 3 courts, paying for 3 courts, and all we saw was 1 court. As governance P&M style. So we are doing over the design and some of the legal things which we hope to get through quick, because I must point out that the Chief Secretary and I, he could bear me out, sat in a meeting with UDCOT of that day. And because we tell them we wasn't satisfied with what they was doing out there, they just simply tell us we're not doing none again. That was what they did. And they know who backs they said that offer. They know in whose support they said that offer. So we're going to get to a place, we're going to restart that project. As I said before, the upgrade at the Mount Pleasant. And Deputy Presiding Officer, I must pause again to say that all the lighted fields that some people like to boast about that we inherited, each and every one of them was like a setup to the people at Tobago. Who in this day and age, knowing that you live on a little island surrounded by sea, not river, sea, where we know metal will have a hard time withstanding the rigors of the sea blast and whatever, and you have all these poles planted around these grounds and they can't come down, and you don't have the relevant lift truck and whatever to get up there to service them. Servicing was out of the equation. What you do was go up there when a ball blow or something happened because it was too costly to do routine servicing. But this administration will find a way to get it done. If you look at the work we did at Patience Hill and we are doing at Louisdor, those lights can come down so you don't have to go up there to service. You bring it down. Just like with this administration, you don't have to go up to reach us. We bring in good governance down to the people at Tobago like never before. Thank you, plus the 35 seconds you take from me. So, Deputy Presiding Officer, we also move into refurbish. We have a building at Mount Irving that the division has responsibilities over. We're going to refurbish that and use it as a handicraft area. So our people who we train could get some way to display their products. We also want to move in this calendar year, not this fiscal, this calendar year, to get with the program of handing over the community facilities, the centers and the multipurpose facilities, whichever we had agreed on. We're going to stick to a word and we're going to start handing them over to the community councils that they can manage and we can collaborate with them, that we could have a smooth running operation. The community councils that all of them form back. When we send the cry out, they have answered, and we're going to continue to stick to the word we gave them, and we're going to start handing over the keys to these facilities and let the community, as the Chief Secretary said, let the community manage some of these facilities. So that is in the pipeline. And the areas of certification that I alluded to earlier in my speech with the NESC, the areas that they're going to be certified in, proper certification, going to be in plumbing, AC and refrigeration, electrical installation, masonry and tile laying, and television and video production. So those people, when they come to train by us, in our programs, it wouldn't be a case of just training and go and get a certificate and a certificate of participation. You actually have something that you will be able to become employable. Deputy Presiding Officer, on these initiatives, I underscore unwavering commitment to the theme accelerating growth, anchoring fiscal stability, laying a robust foundation for the vibrant and empowered Tobago. We are confident with the support of this August House and the support of all of Tobago, these ambitious yet vital goals can be realized. Before I wrap up, I couldn't help but, he had to go through a whole day and then for city member for Roxborough Argyle. He just play hide and seek in the house. He come, he talk quick, talk up big, he eat and he go away. He can't help it. But one thing stood out for me when he talk about he get keys for the land. You see what I have to do the child safety program? I think we seriously have some confused children sitting on the other side. Probably ought to change the seating arrangement. I ain't getting 35 seconds. Yes.
Mr. Deputy Presiding Officer, I rise to request additional 10 minutes of speaking time to the member.
10 minutes of additional speaking time be given to the member. All in favor say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Member, you have 10 minutes of additional speaking time.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. If you hold your chin up and see the beard, I will take 5. Yes, so in winding up, there's no doubt in my mind, Deputy Presiding Officer, that this administration has exceeded expectations. This administration has delivered beyond the norm. And sometimes when people see things coming like that, you know, if you live in a place where you don't get water in the pipe, and the pipeline accustomed being dry, when they turn on water, your line go bust. I feel the minority busting with, I don't know if it's joy or regret or whatever, but they're busting with something on that other side. We will continue to serve the people of Tobago who elected us to serve. And for some reason, some people keep confusing 4 with 21. Even if they was counting it like play, where 2 and 1 is 3. So I can't see the miscalculation there. But this, I want to stand here to congratulate each and every one of my colleagues, starting with the Chief Secretary for his leadership that he has provided not only to this team but Tobago. I want to congratulate each and every secretary and assistant secretary and councillor for the role they have played since we have been in office, because I tell you, this work ain't for the faint-hearted. And sometimes it becomes a thankless job. But we knew that coming into this work. Because when we look at Tobago, you look at it from far and near. We saw the problem, we heard the cries, we came into office and we indeed conquered. And we're going to continue to go upwards. We're going to continue to work for the people of Tobago who elected us. And we're going to continue to look forward, because you know when you look back at who was governing, what has happened when you look back, pillar of salt. We are going that way. We're going to continue to look forward. And we're going to continue to be led by the Honorable Farley Chavez Augustine. He's going to take us to the place where we need to be. Tobago needs to be in a place that he has the blueprint. He's going to guide us, and we're going to work together to make Tobago the greatest little island on the planet. I thank you.
I break this for 30. If no one else will present, I will call on Councillor Petal and Roberts to wrap up the debate.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I just want to take this opportunity to thank the Honorable Chief Secretary for affording me the opportunity almost exactly 1 year ago to serve as a Councillor and Secretary of Finance, Trade and the Economy in this August administration under which I now work, reside, and am now appointed. I also want to thank the presiding officer, the Honorable Chief Secretary for his leadership as well over the last year. He has also given me the opportunity to leverage on certain projects. He has also laid the foundation for me
as Secretary of Finance to advance some of the projects that he has started while he was Secretary of Finance and the Economy. I also want to extend thanks and a gratitude to my colleagues for the support over this year. I think that it was very overwhelming, and what you have seen produced on Monday is testament of your overwhelming support and your contributions to this budget, because this was not all entirely my presentation, but this was a presentation that came from each and every one of you so that we can compile such an excellent presentation. Deputy Presiding Officer, it is unfortunate, though not surprising, that the poor minority leader who sits all by his lonesome lacks the sense, the experience, the exposure, or even the political discernment to know that Tobago has rejected the PNM not only for 21 years, but we are now on 24 years of rejection. And I think that that deserves some thumping. He continues to come to this honorable house and cannot seem to develop any debating skills. I'm only here for 1 year, and what I've seen is pre-prepared speeches with the same rhetoric. He has an obsession with the Secretary of Infrastructure here and the contractors that are being paid on the road, and that is just it. He now has a recent obsession of ambulances, and that is what I have seen here today. And then talk about what we will do. I don't know will do when, how, with whom. The people of Tobago have spoken, and I don't understand why he came today with a manifesto when the people have outrightly rejected the PNM for the last 24 years. If I might say so myself, the presentation that was enunciated and articulated by me was insightful, strategic, it was coherent, visionary, well articulated, comprehensive, and you know, I spoke to the public, so I'm not just speaking and gloating by myself. I oftentimes take telling from people. And what the layman on the street is saying is the first time they're able to understand and follow a budget presentation, both because of its content and the length of time it took to present a plan to the people of Tobago. I also want to boast of the Chief Secretary's leadership. We now have a strategic planning pathway from 2025 to 2045. And it also articulates 21 development agenda priorities that will lead Tobago to becoming the greatest little island on the planet. And that plan has started in this fiscal that we are now debating here, Fiscal 2026, where Tobagonians will now see the plans for the period 2025 to 2045 being rolled out for the next 20 years. You know, I take credit for the approach taken by the minority leader. His approach was one where there was absolutely no way he could go to that budget statement and criticize. What he did was talk about their failures for 21 years. He spoke about payment to contractors for the road, this infamous road, and you know, I'm happy he highlights the road, because that's a road that we take pride in trekking on and driving on every day. And we will continue to do these types of projects in Tobago, notwithstanding the failures that we experienced for 21 years. We really started in a minus, because we started with liabilities of over $1 billion. This is the only administration that has inherited liabilities of such a quantum. And I'm very serious when I say that we have started in the minus. It is not funny. It is not just talk.
And I am telling you as Secretary of Finance the difficulties that we have. That when they say we have the most in numerical terms or nominal terms of the resources or releases from Trinidad, we have the largest liability to also contend with. And the financial instruction says that we must pay off the commitments from the previous years first. But I want to tell Tobagonians the difficulties in paying off the inherited development program liabilities that we are still currently faced with. When I sat as Chief Management Accountant under the Office of the Chief Secretary was the Secretary of Finance, and with the experience that I had, he wanted to find the best way that we could deal with these resources. So what we had to do is go through the invoices for every single liability that we had on the books for about 9 contractors, about 9 or 11, I can't remember. And what we did, the largest contractor, we went through the invoices and we saw double invoicing. You know what double invoicing means? Double invoicing means that they said that they built a road in Mason Hall from point A to point B, and it cost $5 million, and that's invoice number 1. Invoice number 4 has the same road in Mason Hall, point A to point B, with the same amount of money. So there was a lot of double invoicing. We also found that they're saying that they built a road with bitumen. And what we do in the assembly, people don't know, before we pay an invoice at the Division of Infrastructure, the engineers have to physically go to the road, physically go to the project, because they have to certify the invoices. And some of these invoices had bitumen or asphalt, and it was clear that they were concrete roads. And the result of that was that we had to now call in the contractor and say, listen to me, these are some of the encumbrances. These are some of the inconsistencies that we are seeing with your invoices. And therefore, what do we do? You know what the contractor said? He was most surprised that this kind of business was operating under his nose. And it's for that was one of the reasons why we could not pay some of these invoices. Apart from the fact that the resources, the development program resources, were not sent to the Tobago House of Assembly. So for the minority leader to stand and say that we have these liabilities and we don't want to pay, we don't just pay invoices. I am a Secretary of Finance, and this is an administration of accountability and transparency. Yes. And therefore, I heard him also say for the loan guarantee program, there's an entrepreneur that we should be calling. We don't call people. That's not the type of business that we do. We have a loan guarantee program also where persons must go to the banks. And then we stand guarantee. We don't call any entrepreneur and say, hey, we have this. That is P&M style. And therefore, that type of governance no longer operates in the THA and the Tobago space. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to also say that I don't think the minority leader understood, or he doesn't have the intelligence and ability to conceptualize a long-term development plan for Tobago. The plan also articulated a matrix for the next 5 years, and it was clear in the budget statement. And I want to say, if the minority leader wishes to lead, he must first learn. And if he wishes to influence, he must first understand. And I find that it was very unfortunate that he came here without even listening. He didn't even have to read the budget statement, as I read every word. So he could have just sat there and tried to soak in something and find something about the budget presentation to come and criticize. But what he did is brought, as I said, the failures of 21 years under the PLM, the road and the contractors that were paid for work that they did, as well as ambulances. I find that very unfortunate. And for those persons who are looking on and wants to have a career in politics,
I don't think this is a good example for people to try to emulate. I want to remind also I want to speak on the point of the data. He said that the data that I presented in the budget was suspect. Made sure I wrote down the word, what he said is suspect. And Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to say that the data for the last 25 years was done by a study. There's a study of survey of business establishments done by the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, of which the Secretary has no business in. The Secretary does not get involved in. There's a department has been doing that for the last 25 years, so the data resides, or the data is collected by that department, and therefore, for the last 25 years, that's where the data came from. And the data is actually used to provide context, credibility, and transparency in the budgeting process. The inflation data were provided from the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and also the labor market data comes from the CSO. So to say that the data that I presented is suspect, I think that for the last 25 years and 21 years under the PNM, the data may have been suspect as well. It means that we probably have to look at the data provided over the last years. But I must say this, I have confidence in the three entities that have presented the data for us. We have the data for the last 25 years, and I therefore want to say I have confidence in the Economic Management and Research Unit, the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago, and the Central Statistical Office. I would like to put that on record, that I do have confidence in the figures that they have presented to us. Deputy Presiding Officer, as I wrap up the debate today, I want to tell the people of Tobago that, you know, there were lots of challenges, and I really don't want us and my colleagues to harp on those challenges. To harp on the challenges that we have faced over the years, because we have done a fantastic job, and I want to echo the sentiments of the Honorable Chief Secretary and Member for Lansome, Palatine, Speyside, that we have done such a fantastic job, notwithstanding the financial challenges we faced, the political interference, fiscal subjugation, all of these things, and we were still able to achieve for the people of Tobago in 3.5 years all the things that, and I couldn't even include all the accomplishments in the statement, because that might have taken me to 4 hours. And I did promise that this budget statement will do. But we intend, this administration intends to publish, make a publication of all our achievements, because I think it is noteworthy and representing for the people of Tobago. We cannot afford to confuse motion with progress. Tobago people deserve better than what we have experienced over the last, I would say, 24 years, because we had the People's National Movement at the central government level. And I would like to put on record here that with what I'm seeing here, that this seemingly cooperative government in Trinidad at the central government level, I feel hopeful, I feel confident that the plans that we have for Tobago under the Strategic Development Planning Pathway, the 21 development agenda priorities, all the policy, the macro policies that were outlined in the budget for fiscal 2026, that we will be able to achieve the short-term and long-term objectives in Tobago becoming the greatest little island on the planet. Deputy Presiding Officer, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I want to thank my colleagues as well for your contributions to the debate and for the support for this budget 2026. I thank you very much. My apologies. Be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for the financial year October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, copies of which were laid on the table at the earlier stage of the proceedings. Deputy Presiding Officer, I would like to ask that we move to the committee stage. I think it would be off camera, so I will now ask that we move to the committee stage so we can approve the draft estimates of expenditure and revenues. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, we will now move into committee stage. Visitors in the gallery, you must leave and cameras will be turned off.
A Tobago contractor who would like a lot more to be done for?
Tobago contractors, mainly the self-employed people, the small people. And that is most important for me.
The Secretary of Finance laid out in a motion the expenditure for Tobago's fiscal 2025 to 2026 expenditure. We have been going around and having conversations with a lot of these local stakeholders about how they feel about the allocation for Tobago's expenditure.
We're looking for betterment in the island.
And as a business proprietor, how do you see that benefiting Tobagonians?
I see plenty people coming back home during the winning election. But you coming back home to make it better for Tobago.
Is there anything in particular that you wanted to see from this particular budget?
Yeah, man. I would like to see some kind of factory going up. Because right now, you really check it right now. Well, man, go in the place and no factory to really produce its own right here.
Focusing on the farming, fishing, they could boost these things here because it was mango season going there. We have mangoes wasting in Tobago. In Trinidad, they're getting 3 sour mango for $20. So these simple things could help boost agriculture, boost exporting, bring in revenue for we.
Particularly after I saw the article come out recently that spoke to Guyana being food secure, the only food secure nation in the world right now. And I think Guyana having 800,000 people, Tobago only having 60,000 is a smaller target to hit, but it requires investment, effort, support, and financing. So I'm happy to hear that they're going to make a shift in the direction of putting more energy and effort into agriculture, particularly right now where we see the global climate is shifting significantly. We need to protect ourselves.
Right, and she asked the central government for 5.9% of the national budget, which is what is supposed to be allocated to Tobago. How do you feel about it?
I think that's a good figure. I think it represents a figure that would be a fair distribution based on not only the amount of people on the island, but in terms of the particular economic situation of Tobago as a small state, which the main point of traffic passes through Trinidad all the time. So it makes the cost of goods in Tobago more expensive, things like that. So I think it's a good figure. I think it's a very good, solid figure.
There you have it, Tobago. A snippet of the views of Tobagonians about the 2025 to 2026 fiscal budget presented by the Secretary of Finance. Also remember, on Thursday the 26th at 10 a.m., the budget debate continues in the House. So you can either tune in or come in. But remember, don't miss it. at Tobago.
For our bicentennial celebrations, we are going to fully immerse you in Tobago's legislative history.
We are going to show you the importance of understanding oneself for the present and future development of our people. And for us, it all starts here.
The celebration starts today, April 23. This marks the day that Governor F.P. Robinson laid the foundation stone for construction of the building in 1821. It took 4 years for the building to be completed, and it is considered to be one of the best examples of Georgian architecture in the region. Today, it stands uptown Scarborough for 2 centuries, and you get a chance to touch 200 years of history at this year's Night of Mystery, Saturday, 26 April 2025. It's a tour of the building, but with a twist.
We kick off the first event for our babies, our future. We wanted to find a unique and creative way of including our preschoolers in our celebration. Little Voice, Big Heritage gives our preschoolers the opportunity to do a little research with the help of mommy, daddy, and of course the teachers, to script a verse about anything legislative and present it to an audience. We'll even help by providing a breakdown of our legislative history from 1825 to 2025 for you to choose from.
The month of May is going to be jam-packed with activities for our young debaters as the highly anticipated primary plenary caravan. Our staff will visit all primary schools and begin training sessions from May 12th. Last year was definitely a learning curve for us. As we visited schools, we quickly learned our primary schoolers wanted to know more. And in an effort to fulfill our mandate of engaging and educating at all levels, we have decided to include their voices in the much talked about autonomy discussions. What will be presented? We just have to wait and see when these primary school students take over the House to hold their debate on Thursday, June 12, 2025.
Listen, we have a full calendar of events on our website. If you scan this code, it will take you straight to all the dates. There's our weekly web series on myths and memories. We tell the stories you love and easy to remember for you to share with your friends and family starting in May.
If you want a deep dive into what really happens in Tobago and not what's just in the books you've read, you'll want to be a part of our panel discussion. Tobago historians, former assemblymen, youth debaters will engage in thought-provoking discourse. Look out for This Is Us, Legacy Cultural Celebrations.
During the Tobago Heritage Festival, we would show how Tobago's legislature affected people's lives. People were restricted from becoming members of the Assembly legislature. But with the number of landed Tobagonians, things started to change. Find out more at our Tobago Heritage Festival presentation in July.
The Assembly building housed a critical part of our island's history. Through various mediums, we will host our first ever exhibition at the Tobago Fine Arts Center at Fort King George. The People's Gala is in September. It is a celebration that pays recognition to the men and women who define us. We will honor the members who fought for where we are today.
In October, we end our bicentennial celebration with a dedication ceremony to recognize the Assembly building as a heritage site.
Check out our socials regularly for updates or go to tobagolegislature.org for details.
All things flow from here. And when we think of that phrase, it's supposed to evoke some form of feeling, be it nostalgia or whatever it might be. The fact remains that when we think of Tobago, this building is the one place to which everything flowed, be it churches, courthouses, library, finance,
post office.
This is us. Everything flows from here. Zama, what kind of question you're asking me so in light of a new government?
Good morning, assemblers and Tobago, the greatest little island on the planet. Welcome to Money Talk with Madam Secretary. I am your host, Zama Chapman, your 2025 Primary Plenary Chief Secretary, and a proud student of the Lambo Anglican Primary School. And let me tell you, today's episode is going to be a special one. Joining me is a true history maker, the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy, Councillor Petal and Roberts. Secretary Roberts, good morning. How are you today?
Good morning, Zama. It's a pleasure to meet you. Actually, I thought you were going to Scarborough Methodist School like your siblings, but it's good to hear that you are representing Lambo Anglican School, and you're doing quite a fantastic job. I am very well, thank you.
Thank you. All right, viewers today. Today's topic is something very, very big that affects every single Tobagonian, including us, kids. We're talking about Tobago's upcoming budget presentation on June 23rd, 2025. But before we get into all the serious stuff, Secretary Roberts, could you explain or break down what is really a budget and what is the budget day all about?
Well, the budget is really a statement of the revenues and expenditure. So you go to Lambo Anglican School.
Yes, I do.
And the resources at the school, the state provides it. So as secretary, I release funds to the Division of Education, and they provide the resources. I don't know if you all have blackboards, so the chalk, some of your books, some of the resources, even to pay your teachers. The resources come from the Division of Finance. So what I do, I have to plan every year, and that is what the budget is. It's actually a plan of what we expect to spend next year and the revenues we expect to receive. So it's revenues versus expenditure.
Oh, okay.
So we get revenues. You know where we get revenues from? We get revenues from two sources.
The
national government gives us, and we collect revenues right here downstairs at the Board of Inland Revenue. We also have a cashier system, a treasury management system downstairs where we collect non-tax revenues. So we collect our monies from revenues, non-tax revenues, and the government, central government, the Ministry of Finance actually sends a check to us so that we can spend. So the budget is really a plan of what we intend to spend for next fiscal year. The fiscal year starts from October to September. So October 1st, we are in a new year. It's called a fiscal year. It's not a calendar year like January. We start our year in October and we end in September. So this fiscal 2025 will end on September 30th, 2025. And we start a new year in the life of the Assembly on October 1st, 2025.
Oh, okay. Well, there you have it, kids. A perfect and clear explanation. Now, let's jump into the real questions. Councillor Roberts, you have made history as the first ever female secretary for the Division of Finance, Trade and the Economy. That's a huge milestone. Can you share with us what that journey has felt like for you personally?
You know, Zama, interestingly, on June 20th, it would make 1 year since I became Secretary of Finance. I was actually installed on June 20th last year. It has been an interesting journey, challenging. I'm indeed proud. I am humbled by the opportunity. I want to thank the Chief Secretary for, you know, the confidence that he has in me to take up this position. The most challenging thing is to balance running an economy. I have a family, I have 3 sons, I have a husband, I have a home, I have a small business. So managing all of that can be a challenge. But I depend on God solely for the strength and the courage to do the task. So I'm up to it, and so far I think I'm doing a fantastic job.
Very well. Well, on that same note, what have been some of your biggest challenges that you have faced, and what is your proudest moment?
Biggest challenge I've faced so far is meeting the development needs of this island. You know, when you go to Trinidad, you would recognize how far behind we are in terms of development. And I wish that I could get all the resources, both financial resources, technical resources. I wish people's attitude can be different. I wish their attitude can be like mine, that you passionately want to see Tobago advance, Tobago grow, Tobago be enhanced. So my challenge is still seeing some of the shortfalls remain. I have not been able to meet some of them just yet. Managing very limited resources is another challenge. We only received $205 million, and that is not a lot of money in terms of where we want to see Tobago go. So managing $205 million and trying to get the most out of it is indeed a challenge for me. Proudest moment, when entrepreneurs, business people are under my remit. It's my mandate to see them thrive, to see them grow. And when I hear entrepreneurs come to me and say that they have gotten big deals, big business opportunities, those are my proudest moments. Monday for me, I'm excited for that because I think I'll be most proud about that. Last year, though, I did present the revised budget of the Assembly. We have two budgets in Tobago. We do a budget in June, and then we do another revised budget. After the national budget is being read, we revise our budget in line with the numbers, in line with the real allocations that will come to Tobago. So I did that last year, but the actual Tobago budget, I am presenting that next week, Monday, and I'm not there yet, but I still feel proud that I have that opportunity to do that. So my proudest moments are to see entrepreneurs grow and thrive, and some of them come to me, they come back and they give me the testimonies of the growth of their businesses, the opportunities that they have been able to seize, and that I feel extremely proud of.
Oh, wow, yes, that's a very, very good thing to feel proud of. Seeing others thrive, not only you.
Yes, correct.
And what advice would you give to girls, young girls and women like me who want to step into positions that are dominated by men?
Don't ever shortchange yourself. Don't ever think that you can't. There's a quote by Zig Ziglar that says, your attitude, not your aptitude, determines your altitude. It means that how you think, not your natural abilities, how you think, how you present yourself, those are the things that allow you to soar, to get far in life. I really think that my attitude actually got me to this position. It's not necessarily the skill that I have. I am an accountant by profession. And my second thing is, and it should have really been my first, to put God at the forefront of your life.
Members, be seated. Councillor Patalan Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to report that the committee just met and approved all schedules of the draft estimates of revenue and estimates of expenditure for fiscal 2026.
Honorable members and member for Mason Hall, I would love to see your eyes, please. Thank you. Honorable members, the question put is, be it resolved that this House approve the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure respecting all functions of the Tobago House of Assembly for financial year October 1st, 2025 to September 30th, 2026, copies of which were laid on the table at an earlier stage of the proceedings. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against, say no. The ayes have it. Motion carried.
Motion for adjournment.
Leader of Assembly Business.
Madam Presiding Officer, I beg to move that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Honorable members, the question put is that this House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against say no. The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. Honorable members, thank you for what was a record-breaking budget presentation. Thank you all so much and have a pleasant evening.